Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 The Truth About the System. I have just walked out of the novice village. Seeing the new content on the system, and hearing the voice of talking this time, Yang Hui stood up suddenly, frightening the three women around him. Yang Hui, what's wrong? What happened? The three women had never seen such a shocked and panicked expression on Yang Hui's face. Fortunately, the others left first, otherwise who knows how many people would be scared. It's okay, I thought of something. You go find everyone first, I'll be there in a while. Without waiting for the three royal women to ask, Yang Hui ran straight back to the room, locked the door, and then communicated with the system. System, you can talk? What's going on? Yes, I can talk, and my name is not System, my name is Mephis, the intelligent AI terminal of Promise Fortress. Then why didn't you talk to me before? And, what is Promise Fortress? Because the commander was still in the testing process, he didn't have the ownership of Promise Fortress, so he couldn't activate me. Promise Fortress is a huge fortress existing in the space layer, integrating life, entertainment, production, and military. The creator has been deleted, and the relevant information cannot be found. Yang Hui was ashamed. After all this time, he just walked out of the novice village? He thought he was already very awesome, but it turned out that he was still a newbie. However, Yang Hui quickly adjusted his mentality and raised other questions. What is the purpose of building Promise Fortress? Search for related content. Fight against insufficient authority, and maintain the balance of the void. Insufficient authority. Yes, with the commander's current authority, it is not enough to open the encrypted information. The commander is too weak and needs to grow. You. Forget it. The next question is, what is the current situation of Promise Fortress? How can I get to Promise Fortress? Mephis, as an intelligent AI terminal, was asleep until he completed the test task and then activated. So Yang Hui guessed that the situation of Promise Fortress was not very good, but Yang Hui needed to know the specific situation from Mephis. The degree of destruction is 99%, and the only intact area is the central command hall. Why? Searching for relevant information. Video recording is playing, then, an epic space war movie began to play in Yang Hui's mind. In summary, Promise Fortress is indeed very powerful, and it has also protected countless weak universes from invasion and destruction by unknown objects, but the enemy is also getting stronger. Under the siege of the enemy, it was eventually outnumbered and activated the final emergency plan, blasting all areas outside the central area and sneaking into the space gap to survive. Yang Hui was so shocked that he couldn't speak. One reason was that the Prometheus Fortress was so powerful in the video. The Gundam and battleships he designed were just like children who had just started school in the Prometheus Fortress's original technology. Star destroyers, antimatter missiles, etc. made Yang Hui drool. And let's call them anyway, they are also humanoid mobile weapons. There are even some that can rub black holes with their hands. On the other hand, Yang Hui also saw some very familiar existences among the enemies, such as the overwhelming insects, dimensional beasts, little golden men, etc. Well, Mephis, are these enemies real? Aren't they all fictions from the previous life? Commander, the works you have seen in your previous life do not mean that these worlds do not exist. It is just a special way of mapping. Including the Gundam world that the commander is in now, wasn't it also an anime you have watched before? Okay, I understand. So, what can I do? I mean how to restore Promise Fortress. The commander needs to travel through different worlds, complete tasks, get rewards, rebuild Promise Fortress, and also collect various technologies from different worlds. The former technology database was destroyed along with the scientific research area, so commander, you need to start from scratch. Okay. Yang Hui couldn't figure out why the scientific research data was destroyed together. That was the most important capital for rebuilding strength. But since it has already happened, there is no point in scolding people, not to mention that there is no one to scold. However, since he can travel through different worlds, he believes that he can definitely rebuild a strong technology database. After all, to travel through different worlds, the technology of each world has its own highlights. For example, The Gundam world, although it has just escaped from the Earth's gravity and the level of technology is not high, the solar furnace and GN particles are excellent. Semi-permanent energy, direct communication with brain quantum waves, anti-gravity. These characteristics generally only exist in high-level civilizations. But thinking of this, Yang Hui suddenly thought of another very serious problem, that is, can he come back after leaving the world? If not, can you take someone with you? Let's not talk about the others, he will never abandon Wang Liang and Katie. Memphis, after I leave a world, can I come back? If not, can you take someone to Promise Fortress? Yes, every time the commander goes to a new world, the commander's activity level will change the fate line of the current world. According to the degree of deviation of the fate line, you can get a quota to take people away, but the other party must accept it voluntarily. If the deviation of the fate line reaches or exceeds 100%, Promise Fortress can connect with that world and establish a two-way channel. Oh, that's good. Hearing the answer, Yang Hui was relieved, and at the same time, he was sure that instead of taking people back to Promise Fortress, it was the right way to directly establish a two-way channel with the world. Talent is important, but if you can get the support of a world, you can get more than just a few outstanding talents or people who are closely related to you. Compared with the scarce quota to take away, isn't it better to be able to get talents from the world continuously? There are also materials, productivity, and so on. Although Promise Fortress can establish special production areas and scientific research areas, wouldn't it be better to have the human and material resources of more worlds to research and develop and produce together? I understand. So when will the settlement take place? And how do I get to Fort Promise? Now settle the Gundam world. First stage, for the commander. Become the ace pilot and genius designer of the People's Revolutionary Union. Deviation 2% provide a large number of next-generation design drawings to the People's Revolutionary Union, and promote the scientific research development and progress of the People's Revolutionary Union for 20 years. Deviation 4% provide next-generation MIS design drawings to Union. Deviation 2% ensure the survival of Professor Raphael Elfman. Deviation 6% invite Professor Elfman, Billy Katajiri, Professor Wang, Sergei Smirnov, and Kadi Mannequin to join the Celestial Being organization and advance. Deviation 5% become the fiancé of Wang Li Noriega, Wang Li and Kadi Mannequin. Deviation 4% death of Patrick Rassol. Deviation 4% death of Ali Al-Sashes. Deviation 6% all members of the Trinity team survived, and were captured by the People's Revolutionary Union, top weapon, force. Deviation 2% Neil Delandy, Christina Shera, Rich Tinder Jerry, and J.B. Marino survived. 6% deviation prevented the tragedy of Louise Harvey. 7% deviation Zhuangjiang Crossroads survived and invited to join the Celestial Being. Intelligence personnel. 1% deviation Soma Pires joined Celestial Being in advance, and Aleluja Haptison, Hallelujah Haptison, was not arrested. 3% deviation Lyle Delandy joined the Celestial Being force in advance. 2% deviation slightly changed the course of action of Livon's Almark. 3% deflection. A total of 61% deviation was obtained, and 6 people were obtained. Since the first stage of the Gundam world has ended, the deviation is retained. The next time you enter this world, the cumulative calculation will be made after completing the corresponding tasks. Looking at the listed piles and pieces, it seems that I have really done a lot of things. Sure enough, the plot has been led into the ditch since the moment he appeared. Moreover, Yang Hui discovered a rule, that is, the greater the impact on future development, the higher the deviation. For example, if the 2000th man in Sashes died early, there would be 2 fewer important enemies in the second stage, reducing many difficult battles. And if Professor Elfman survived, the technology of the Earth Federation would be rapidly improved with his help. After all, he was the only one who found out on the original plot that the solar furnace and GN drive were produced in Jupiter, and that Ionia Schuchenberg's plan was not just to eradicate war. However, he really didn't expect to change Levon's course of action. It stands to reason that Levon's, who is extremely self-centered, should not be affected by him. At most, he would send someone to execute him in advance, or target him in battle. But, there are only 6 places now, so I have to think about the places carefully. Yang Hui began to analyze who he should take with him to Promise Fortress. There are many factors to consider, such as identity. People like Graham, Sergei, Katie, Professor Elfman and others can be directly excluded, because if they go to Promise Fortress, The next time they come back will most likely be when the second season begins. There is at least a year difference between the two. If they disappear for a year without any reason, the Earth Federation will be shocked. Therefore, the personnel can only be selected from the celestial troops, and Wang must be taken with him. Having someone to analyze intelligence and make plans for him will make Yang Hui's work much easier. There are also 5 Gundam messengers. If they can be taken, they should be taken. Although their driving skills are not as good as his, they can also be regarded as a combat force. At the same time, they can be taken to other worlds for combat training, which will be of great help to improve their strength. Then there are Ian and Linda, both geniuses, but if they are to be taken away, then Melina must be included. There are also other members of Ptolemy. In this way, the number of people exceeds the limit by too much. What should I do? I want them all. So many talents, but I can't take them with me. Forget it, let's listen to their wishes first. Maybe they don't want to go with me. Memphis, can you tell others about the Promise Fortress? Yes, and a mind lock will be added to the brains of those who have not joined, so that they cannot pass the information about the Promise Fortress to others by any means. Nice. Yang Hui gave Memphis a thumbs up. Chapter 102, Quota Confirmed, Gambling. When Yang Hui opened the door, he was met with the worried eyes of Wang Liang, and Katie. They looked like they had been waiting outside the door for a while. They wanted to knock on the door but were afraid to disturb Yang Hui. Seeing this, Yang Hui opened his arms, embraced the 3 of them, and kissed them gently on the forehead. Sorry, I made you worry. Can you tell us what happened? The 3 women looked at each other, and finally Wang asked. Well, not only you, I think everyone should know. Let's gather everyone. Okay. Soon, everyone gathered together again, but only the members of Shinran plus Sergei, Graham and Katie. Hurley, Andre and Pires were not present. Even Sergei and Graham realized that something big was going to happen, and forced Yang Hui to agree to be present. At that moment, Yang Hui told everyone about Memphis and Promise Fortress. As expected, everyone kept the same expression, indicating that they had lost the ability to think. Are you kidding me? Hey, Mr. Melon, this is a bit too much? Promise Fortress, does this thing really exist? Can this be used to write a novel? Although everyone said that Yang Hui was joking, they were actually just comforting themselves, because they knew that Yang Hui would not joke about such things, but it was indeed too shocking, and they subconsciously did not want to believe it. Unfortunately, this is not a joke. Yang Hui spread his hands and said innocently. To be honest, he was half happy and half disgusted with the existence of Promise Fortress. He was happy that he could travel through more worlds, see more scenery, and establish more bonds, especially the worlds he was familiar with and liked very much. He liked many characters, and being able to meet, communicate, and even establish bonds with them was the biggest surprise for Yang Hui. What he disliked was that he would have to bear a heavier responsibility and encounter various dangers. Although the last ELS in the Gundam world was also a huge crisis, it was better than being enemies with various advanced civilizations in the universe, not to mention the unknown final enemy. So Yang Hui, do you want us to go to Promise Fortress with you? Wang asked, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Hui. After being together for so long, everyone was the closest partner and comrade in arms. Even Jiria, who usually had a sour face, placed Yang Hui in a very important position. As long as he nodded, everyone would agree. Yes, of course I also hope to go to Promise Fortress with everyone, to another world, but the problem is that there are only 6 places now, and Big Brother and Katie, you can't follow me. As for the others, there are not enough places. Yang Hui was distressed, because he saw the word expectation on many people's faces, but he was also hesitant and entangled. After all, there are only so many places. Of course, we have to choose the people who can contribute the most, such as the intelligence analysis of the Emperor, and the Gundam messengers. Sergei and Katie also consciously excluded themselves from the quota, and the same was true for Neil, Aleloja, Ian, and Linda, who had to bring their families. I don't care about others, anyway, leave a place for me. Graham was the first to raise his hand and said, no, it should be requested, with an expression that if you don't agree, I will kill you. You can't leave, right? Yang Hui asked with a strange expression. Graham is now a hero like Sergei and Katie, the signboard of union. Countless young people who are eager to join the army are going for this idol. I don't care about that. That's what the higher-ups should worry about. A brand new world, a brand new battle, how could I miss such a thing? And Graham smiled and stared at Yang Hui. I have always regarded you as my goal. If I continue to stay here, won't I never catch up with you again? Hearing this, Yang Hui was speechless, as if he really couldn't find a reason to refuse Graham. He, a typical martial arts fanatic, could still remain calm after learning about the news of Promise Fortress and the other world. Then he would not be Graham. Okay, count you in. Looking at Graham's look, Yang Hui had no choice but to agree to him. Then there are 5 places left. How are you going to allocate them? Wang asked. You must be one of them. I need your intelligence analysis and corresponding plan. Promise Fortress must have retained some intelligence. Although Yang Hui also has the ability to organize and analyze it, he also has to go to other worlds to complete missions, fight, and research technology. There are too many things for him to worry about. So with Wang's help, he can completely hand over the work of intelligence analysis and planning, and Wang's ability can also be improved. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Can you give me a quota? Wang Lumai asked proactively. Don't underestimate me. I can also help Sister Wang analyze and organize intelligence. I am also in charge of the intelligence force of the Heavenly Man organization. I think everyone here is not as suitable as me for the work of collecting intelligence. Wang Lumai said. Everyone was silent, waiting for Yang Hui's decision. They all knew that what Wang Lumai said was only one aspect, but the other aspect was definitely not wanting to be separated from Yang Hui for a long time. Okay, please, Lumai. Yang Hui finally nodded. It was really hard for him to refuse his woman's request. What Wang Lumai said was true. Maybe Promise Fortress didn't need it, but if he went to various worlds, the intelligence department was also necessary. Although most of the worlds he went to were familiar with, the so-called familiarity was only for the anime plot, which was only a part of the world. The real world could not be as simple as the anime plot. Only by mastering more intelligence could he gain more initiative. Leave it to me. Wang Lumai smiled sweetly. Katie's expression was a little bleak. She also wanted to follow Yang Hui to Promise Fortress, but she had her work and responsibilities. She couldn't be as free and easy as Wang Lumai, and she couldn't ignore other things like Graham. Yang Hui naturally saw Katie's expression, and tightened his hand around her, whispering in her ear, "Don't be sad, I will come back, and we won't be separated after that." Yet, feeling the warm breath beside her ear, Katie blushed and replied in a low voice. Ahem. Although everyone understood that Yang Hui was trying to compensate Katie, they still had to finish the business first. Then there are 3 more people. How should we decide? Forget it. I don't want to be separated from my family for a long time. Felt and I are also in a period of passionate love. We planned to relax for the time being. Ian and Neil were the first to give up. It was not that they didn't want to go with them, but they understood that if Felt and Melina followed, it would only be a waste of quota. It was unknown how long it would take for them to come back next time. They would not abandon the most important people and take risks by themselves. Forget it, too. Aleluja also gave up. He finally found Mary and didn't want to lose her again. Mr. Melon, forget about me and Richty. We can't play a big role. Let's give it to others. That's right. There are only you and Graham in the combatants. There are 3 spots left. Mr. Melon had better choose the combatants. Next came Christina, Richty and Lass. As bridge personnel, they were certainly not as important as the frontline combatants. Moreover, Christina and Richty had just become a couple not long ago. After working so hard for so long, they also wanted to enjoy their relationship. So we are the only ones left? Really, you don't give us a chance to choose. Lyle shrugged with a feigned resentment. Only he, Setsuna and Tairia were left without expressing their opinions. Everyone's opinions were all directed at the combatants. Wasn't that giving them no way out? So, are you willing? It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Mephis said that the quota can be reserved for 1 world cycle. Yang Hui asked. The importance of Lyle, Setsuna and Tairia did not need to be explained, but Yang Hui would not force anyone. Of course, Mr. Melon, my brother is going to enjoy a happy pre-marriage life, and I don't want to stay and be a light bulb. Lyle chuckled. Agree, for the upcoming dialogue, for the future of mankind. Setsuna agreed directly without any hesitation. He now knew that he was an important core of the Heavenly Man plan and the main person to conduct the upcoming dialogue. He also felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Moreover, even if we go to other worlds, what we have to do is the same as now, intervene with force and eradicate war. I also agree that going to other worlds can gain more combat power and better ensure the success of the Heavenly Man plan. Tieria said seriously. Then it's confirmed. The people who will go to Promise Fortress with me are Wang, Liu-mei, Graham, Lyle, Setsuna and Tieria. When are we leaving? I can't wait any longer. Graham asked excitedly. We will go to Promise Fortress in a week. Okay, I will live here, call me when the time comes. After the important matter was said, everyone locked the matter firmly in their hearts, and returned to the previous state to play. Even Wang and Wang Liu-mei left, leaving the space for Yang Hui and Katie. Yang Hui. Don't worry, I will definitely come back to pick you up. Yes, I believe you. I will accompany you well for this week. Do you want to go somewhere to play? As long as you are by my side, we can go anywhere. Then, let's go. After saying that, Yang Hui picked up Katie horizontally and walked towards the big bed in the room. Wait, aren't you going out? What are you going to do? Katie asked in a panic, her face almost bleeding. What, shouldn't we cherish our time and enjoy our married life? But we haven't gotten married yet. Don't worry about these little things, it's just a matter of a book, and besides, don't you want to marry me? Of course I do, but, Swallowed by the divine beast, unable to recover. In the following week, Yang Hui made a complete plan, took Katie to play around, and spent every minute of this week accompanying Katie. Although Wang and Wang Liu-mei were a little envious, they also understood. After all, Katie was different from them and couldn't always be with Yang Hui. However, some people understood, but some people didn't have much sense and liked to disturb Yang Hui and Katie's happy journey. I say, don't you think you are in the way? Yang Hui said to Li Fengzi sitting opposite him with an unhappy face. Ah. That's really rude, Mr. Milan. Li Fengzi pretended to apologize, but it was not professional at all, and his expression did not change. If you know, please tell me quickly. I still have to accompany Katie. It's a very happy thing to be your fiancé, Mr. Melon. If you just want to say this kind of nonsense, then let's end the conversation. Yang Hui didn't want to beat around the bush with Li Fengzi, so he stood up and left directly, but after just a few steps, Li Fengzi's words made Yang Hui stop. Really? Mr. Melon, don't you want this happy life to continue forever? Yang Hui stepped in front of Li Fengzi, pulled out a pistol and put it against his head. His face was full of ice, and murderous aura filled the whole room in the blink of an eye. If you dare to touch them, I will kill you. Just kidding, Mr. Melon is really scary. Li Fengzi raised his hands. Although he still maintained a condescending smile, the cold sweat on his forehead proved that he was really scared by Yang Hui. Li Fengzi, some jokes can be fatal. Yang Hui stared at Li Fengzi coldly, and did not intend to take back the gun. Okay, Mr. Melon, I'll be frank. I'm here to invite you to join us. As the only naturally awakened reformer, you should understand my philosophy. After saying that, Livon's pupils turned into colorful streamers. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Yang Hui put the pistol back on his waist and turned away. How about this? Let's make a bet. Yang Hui stopped in front of the door again, turned his head to look at Livon's, with an interested and playful smile on his face. Tell me about it. In 5 years, I will completely unify the earth. There will be no disputes, no resistance, and a completely peaceful world based on my wishes. If I do it, Mr. Melon will become my subordinate. What if you fail? Although I don't think I will fail, as a reciprocal condition, if you fail, I will assist you in defeating the forces I have established, allowing you to ascend to the world as the savior, and I will become your subordinate. Too long, 2 years, you only have 2 years. Yang Hui sneered. The earth and mankind do not have 5 years at all. Before you can achieve your small goal, the ELS has already arrived. Without Setsuna and the celestial troops, coupled with Livon's personality and thoughts, mankind will only end up being devoured. It may even affect the ELS and create more terrifying monsters. 2 years? Haha, isn't that a bit too much, Mr. Melon? Why? You don't dare? Mr. Reformer who calls himself the savior. The expression on Livon's face disappeared. In response to Yang Hui's provocation, Livon's kept reorganizing his plan in his mind and found that, it seemed that it was not impossible. Then it settled. Chapter 103, First sight at Promise Fortress. A flash of white light. Yang Hui, Wang Liumi, Graham, Xiangchen, Lyle, and Tieria found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. It seemed to be in a huge building, full of futuristic technology, but everything had not yet started, only the weak emergency lights were flashing. Mephis, are you there? Yes, Commander, welcome to Promise Fortress. A pleasant female voice sounded around, and as soon as the voice fell, the lights suddenly turned on, and the strong light made everyone close their eyes. After opening them again, they really saw what kind of place they were in, as if it was a service hall in the future. The pure white metal walls outlined golden lines, grand, luxurious and elegant. There were a large number of projection panels on the walls and the ground, but they were just flowing with various garbled codes. At the same time, a woman's phantom appeared in front of them, with pure white long hair to the waist, and an unknown style of white tights outlining her well-proportioned body. A pair of fiery red star eyes seemed to burn with passionate flames, but there was no expression on her face, like an iceberg, which could be described as ice and fire. Are you Mephis? Yang Hui asked. Yes, nice to meet you, Commander, and everyone. I am Mephis, the intelligent terminal AI of Promise Fortress. Please introduce the current situation of Promise Fortress to us. Everyone follow me. Everyone followed Mephis' projection and walked out of the hall. The scene that came into their eyes shocked them. Is this Promise Fortress? Hey? Are you kidding? Is this the interlayer of space? The battle is too tragic. When they saw the scenery outside the door, they were shocked at first, and then a word popped up in their hearts at the same time: I'm fine. Because they found that except for the intact building and floating land in the area where they were, there was nothing. Even the land was just a few steps extending from the door. The rest was a void like an abyss, with a large number of rubble ruins scattered around, as if the surroundings of an entire continent were all smashed by an inexplicable force. Isn't this nothing? Yang Hui complained with his mouth wide open. Yes, Commander, I said that except for the central hall, all other parts of the Promise Fortress were destroyed by self-destruction, but this is too. Yang Hui wanted to complain a few more words, but finally gave up. Instead of wasting saliva complaining, it is better to do something serious. Forget it. How should I rebuild other areas? Follow me. Mephis led everyone back to the central hall, took the innermost elevator directly to the top floor, and introduced the detailed functions of the central hall to them. The central hall is the core of the Promise Fortress, similar to the function of the command tower. The first floor is the service hall. Fortress members can accept tasks, submit tasks, contribute resources, exchange resources, etc. on the first floor. The second to fifth floors are the bases of various departments, such as the Intelligence Department, the Staff Department, the General Combat Meeting Room, etc. The sixth to ninth floors are the dedicated ports and hangars for the commander and the fortress's senior executives. The 10th to 12th floors are the fortress's senior executives' residential areas, and the top floor, the 13th floor, is the commander's residential area. The living area is not limited to the room, but a small space that can be extended infinitely. The owner can arrange it according to his own preferences. Of course, except for the commander, all arrangements require bonus points. For the specific matters of bonus points and additional tasks, please ask the commander to upgrade the central hall and unlock more functions before understanding. At the same time, the commander has the highest authority of the operation panel. As he said, a huge holographic projection appeared in the empty room. It was the Promise Fortress. The central hall was floating alone, but there were many plus signs around it, and there was also an upward arrow on the central hall. Yang Hui clicked the plus sign on the front of the central hall, and another panel popped up. There were several options for production area, scientific research area, trading area, entertainment area, living area, mining area, military area, and port, and each option corresponded to construction opportunity and some unseen resources. At this time, Yang Hui completely understood what the task reward he had obtained before was. It turned out that the construction opportunity and the opportunity to strengthen the building existed for the Promise Fortress. What are these resources? What are the sources? Yang Hui asked. The three resources are void gold, ether gas, and chaos crystal. Upon hearing these three names, Yang Hui and the others felt overwhelmed. Is this something they can understand? Not to mention that there is nothing on Earth. These things may not exist in other worlds either? Memphis ignored the stupid look of several people who looked like bumpkins who had just arrived in a big city, and continued to introduce, 3 kinds of resources can be harvested from mining areas, and the amount harvested is related to the number and level of mining areas, while construction opportunities and building reinforcement opportunities can only be obtained from mission rewards. I understand, that is to say, resources and other things are secondary. The most important thing is the construction opportunity and building reinforcement opportunity, so every time you perform a mission, you must do your best to better develop Promise Fortress. So what the hell is this strong sense of deja vu? Yang Hui complained. He remembered some games he played in his previous life. The mode was exactly the same. He really wanted to ask if the founder of Promise Fortress was a traverser from Blue Star like him. How should the fortress's top management be set up? Memphis didn't say anything, but a new panel popped up in front of Yang Hui. He knew how to operate it at the first glance. This was almost the same as the Union system in the previous online game, but it was more detailed. Under the commander, it extended like a tree diagram, with a deputy commander, a chief of intelligence, a fleet commander, a chief of staff. Are the candidates for these positions fixed? The commander can make changes. Hearing this, Yang Hui nodded. It's good that it's not a completely fixed rule. With the increasing number of members in Promise Fortress, these positions will definitely not be enough. There are too many outstanding talents. Okay, now tell me how to go to other worlds. The interval between world missions is 1 month. The commander can enter the mission world in advance. No matter how long the commander has been in the mission world, the time in Promise Fortress will be fixed to 1 week. In other words, no matter how long we stay in other worlds, it will only be 1 week when we return to Promise Fortress, right? Correct. Then how is the mission world determined? Randomly drawn from the database, and the current followers are also randomly drawn from the commander's direct team. The commander will change after upgrading the central hall and unlocking higher permissions. This made everyone dumbfounded. The personnel were randomly drawn? Then why did they follow? If they were unlucky and didn't get drawn, wouldn't they have to waste a week in Promise Fortress, and then pray that they could be drawn in the next mission? Yang Hui, it seems that upgrading the central hall is the top priority. Wang said. Well, let's understand all the situations first, and then hold a meeting to determine the next policy. Well, afterwards, everyone asked their doubts one after another, and Memphis was also very diligent, answering every question in detail. The most important of them was their lifespan. After all, after traveling to other worlds, although only 1 week had passed in Promise Fortress, they had actually spent several years or even more than 10 years. That is to say, Yang Hui went to perform a mission, and he might become an old man when he came back, but Wang and the others were still as beautiful as flowers, which was very embarrassing. Moreover, rebuilding the Promise Fortress is a big project, and it is impossible to complete it in a short time. However, they also got a perfect answer, that is, after becoming a member of the Promise Fortress, their age has been fixed. Children will only grow to 25 years old at most, and the elderly will return to youth after entering. Although the body age will also grow after entering the mission world, it is only the appearance. Under the premise of ensuring that they will not die in battle or die of illness, even if they look like a centenarian, their bodies still maintain the functions of their youth. And they have also obtained their own panels, such as Graham's Ms. driving is B, Sitsuna, Lyle and Iria are all C+, and there are some unique skills, such as Wang's, tactical forecaster. When analyzing intelligence and making plans, it can speed up the brain's operation, and Wang Liuma's, super spy, when performing spy missions, the probability of being discovered is greatly reduced, etc. Although there are many things that I want to complain about, it is also a relatively reasonable method, and it can keep youth forever. Wang Liumai and the female members who will continue to join in the future will not have any objections. After learning the necessary information, Yang Hui first set the authority of everyone. For example, Wang was directly given the position of deputy commander, and Wang Liumai was the chief of intelligence. After raising the authority of several people to the highest level, he asked them to decorate their own rooms first, and then gather for a meeting half an hour later. Wang and Wang Liumai naturally did not need separate rooms. After symbolically asking Yang Hui for advice, they happily went to decorate the new house together. Yang Hui stood in front of the French window and looked at the ruins and void outside the window, feeling emotional. Haha, I didn't expect that I would have such an experience. It was already very strange to be reborn in the world of Gundam. Yang Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that things are impermanent. He was originally just a otaku who was eating and waiting to die, but he accidentally traveled to the world of Gundam, drove his favorite Gundam, found an excellent fiancée, and experienced passionate and bloody battles. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he could go to more worlds and was forced to take on major responsibilities. Mephis, why me? Yang Hui asked. He didn't believe that this was a random selection. If a commander with a wrong outlook on life was selected, Prometheus Fortress would probably become the castle of the Great Demon King without the need for enemies from other locations to attack. The world where the commander originally lived was invaded by insufficient authority. The database was screened, analyzed and calculated. The commander was the most suitable candidate. The existence of Prometheus Fortress was not for a certain civilization, but for the balance of all universes. The blue planet was invaded? So the white light I saw before. That was Yang Hui's last memory on the blue planet. Just as the commander guessed. Okay, I have another question. What if I failed the mission, or I became a villain-like character, what would happen? If the mission is judged to have failed, I will leave the commander and reselect the test subject. Okay, then I am really glad that I am a 5 good youth who grew up under the red flag, but... As he said, Yang Hui called up the personnel authority panel and pointed out the option that Mephis had hidden before, the commander's successor. Said Wang Noriga as the successor to the commander. If anything happens to me, she will be your new commander. Completed. Chapter 104. The next world is confirmed. Looking at the empty metal room, which slowly turned into a beautiful new house, Yang Hui's mouth twitched constantly. The reason was that the decoration made by Wang and Wang Liumei was exactly the same as the private island in the Gundam world. Why did you choose this? Because this is our home. Wang Liumei said sweetly. In the Gundam world, this private island was just one of her properties. She would go there for a vacation occasionally when she remembered it, but her relationship with Yang Hui was established here, and she also had many beautiful memories in this place. She naturally hoped that this beautiful place would continue to witness their happiness. Let's go and take a look inside. It was decorated by Sister Wang. Wang Liumei would not take advantage of her favor and took the initiative to pull Yang Hui and Wang's hands and ram towards the house. Sure enough, although the appearance did not change, the interior had changed a lot. Yang Hui thought he had returned to Ptolemy's cabin or the interior of Xiangguang City. The corridors were full of metal textures. This was the place where Yang Hui and Wang spent the most time when they were together. But it was different when entering the room. It was like the single dormitory of the Federal University had been expanded several times, and the decoration had also changed a little. However, it still made Yang Hui recall the good old days. How is it? Do you like it? Wang asked. Of course I like it. I like them all. Yang Hui hugged the two girls and kissed them separately. Just as Yang Hui was about to take the next step, Wang and Wang Liumei tacitly slapped away the salty hands and rolled their eyes. Okay, let's go to the combat meeting room first, time is almost up. Wang reminded. She and Wang Liumei didn't mind accompanying Yang Hui to enjoy a night worth 1,000 gold coins, but they also had to divide the time. Okay. Yang Hui spread his hands, left the room with the two girls, and went to the general combat meeting room on the 5th floor. As expected, a group of bachelors had been waiting for them here. Let's get started, the first meeting of Promise Fortress. Now I have 3 construction opportunities, 2 enhancement opportunities, 1 skill extraction opportunity and 1 skill enhancement opportunity. As for skill enhancement, I plan to directly enhance the MIS design. Driving skills can be improved in training and combat. A-level spatial recognition ability is enough for me to control about 30 GN bits at the same time. It is enough before driving skills are greatly improved. Yang Hui, how about you extract skills first? If you extract a very important skill, then the skill enhancement may be wasted. Wang reminded. Then extract skills first. Wang's opinion was very pertinent. Yang Hui naturally had no reason to object and directly used the opportunity to extract skills. Skill extraction. Obtained skills, mental strength enhancement, medium, It was a very ordinary skill, and the function was also very simple, which was to enhance Yang Hui's mental strength, but this was exactly what Yang Hui needed most at the moment, because using the power of the transformer required mental strength. Ordinary communication may not be necessary, but it is very energy-consuming in battle. If Yang Hui activates the transformer state and explodes recklessly, he will be exhausted in 5 minutes at most. Moreover, Yang Hui discovered other functions of mental power, because he found that when he extracted this skill, his brain became a little clearer than before, and his thinking speed and reaction speed were a little faster. How is it? Wang asked Yang Hui. Not bad, my thinking speed has become faster, and the transformer state can be maintained longer. Yang Hui told everyone his discovery. In this case, I suggest strengthening the skill, mental power strengthening, medium. Ms. Design is mainly aimed at scientific research, but mental power strengthening, medium, covers scientific research, combat, command and other aspects. Well, I also agree with Sister Wang's opinion. Wang Liumi agreed. The Judies of Graham, Sitsuna, Lal and Iria were to nod their heads. Anyway, they couldn't make any comments. It was enough that Wang's analysis was correct. Okay, then strengthen, mental power strengthening, medium. After strengthening, Yang Hui felt that his brain was a little clearer. Many problems that had never been solved before were suddenly figured out, and more and better Ms. Design plans emerged in his mind. It must be said that Wang's suggestion was completely correct, and Yang Hui was also very glad to bring her to Promise Fortress. As for the construction opportunities and building strengthening opportunities, I suggest building a production area and a scientific research area and a mining area respectively. The production area and scientific research area are necessary because we lack the necessary combat capabilities now, and they are also an important part of the future reorganization of combat power. As for the mining area, it is the basis for the recovery of Promise Fortress, so it must not be lacking. As for the strengthening opportunities, I suggest strengthening the scientific research area once and the production area once, for the same reason as above. Should we strengthen the central hall first? We need to unlock more permissions to better master the full functions of Promise Fortress. Wang Liumi raised an objection. That's true, but there is a problem. What's the problem? We are short of manpower. Wang looked around at the people present with some helplessness, and also told Wang Liumi that there were only 7 of them in the entire Promise Fortress, and no one would go to perform them after unlocking more functions. For example, Memphis mentioned accepting and submitting tasks before. What if someone needs to go to other worlds to perform some tasks, then what should they do? Team. Please, there are only a few people left, and they are divided into teams. Can they complete the mission in the dark? It is even a question whether they can come back alive. They have just arrived and are not exposed to the basic functions of Promise Fortress for the first time. There is still a lot of intelligence that has not been sorted out and analyzed. It would be better if someone can follow Yang Hui to carry out a mission, so that there will be a new leader, instead of going to a brand new world blindly. Wang Liumi thought about it for a while and found that it was indeed the truth, so she did not object. What about you? What suggestions? Wang asked Graham and the other 4, but the words and actions of the 4 almost made her angry to death. You said it very well. Let's do it. Well, Miss Wang's predictions and plans are always the best. Agree. Support. Wang, if you like to be a flatterer, then why come to the meeting? After the meeting, can't you just shout 666? Question mark. Alice, I am also a fool to ask you. Wang covered his face and cursed. Ahaha, you are the best at this, but I agree with your plan, so let's do it this way, especially the research area and the production area. Build them up earlier so that we can understand the situation earlier. Yes. Then, Yang Hui called up the operation panel and directly built a research area, a production area, and a mining area, and placed the opportunity for strengthening on the production area and the research area. After clicking OK, the holographic projection showed that 3 closely connected new areas appeared around the central hall. Everyone couldn't wait and ran out to see that, as expected, with the floating island where the central hall was located as the center point. New land had been built in the left, right and back directions. Let's go to the research area first, then the production area, and finally the mining area. Okay. The research area is very small, with only 1 research institute and 2 test sites. If it is not strengthened, there should be only 1 test site. Everyone entered the experimental building first, and they could call up the newly unlocked scientific research panel. When the scientific research panel was opened, it was a tree diagram, and the content was still the various technologies of the Gundam world that everyone was familiar with. There was also a separate branch, and the content on it was the most familiar to Yang Hui, because it was all designed by him. There were Trap, BYE, Flag Bearer, Flag Grabber, White Tiger class cruisers that had been successfully launched. There were also technologies that were only on the design drawings, separate from the original technologies of the Gundam world. However, only part of the current technology tree diagram was lit, and another part was dark, such as the subsequent research and development type of GNX, Distress, various Gundams that have not yet appeared, cruisers, etc. According to the prompts, Yang Hui needs to go to the corresponding world to unlock, or use resources to upgrade. Yang Hui wanted to upgrade because the icons of the two most important technologies in the Gundam world, the Solar Furnace and Veda, were hidden, but after looking at the resources required, forget it. These resources are enough for him to strengthen and build many new areas. Even if the Promise Fortress has reserved startup funds for them, the current value is not even enough. When the resources are gathered, maybe a two-way channel with the Gundam world has been established. Mephis, can I research technology on my own? Yang Hui asked. With his current knowledge reserve, he might not be able to do it, but what if he absorbs knowledge from other worlds? Yes, new technology will be automatically included in the scientific research list when it reaches the difference within the allowable range in the test field, but the experiment consumes resources. Okay, I know, let's go to the production area next. Everyone came to the production area again, which is actually a large production workshop, which contains two complete multifunctional production lines. From small parts, shells, missiles to large MIs, battleships, and even space fortresses can be produced directly on the production line, but the time required is different. The production goal is closely related to the level of the production area and the complexity of the product. Of course, the premise is that the technology tree is lit up, and the things that can be produced in the production area are all technologies that have been lit up in the scientific research area. Finally, they went to the mining area to understand the situation, but they saw 3 different shapes and colors of generation devices, which continuously extracted some substances from the void for conversion, and finally produced 3 different resources. The generation device does not require human operation or to maintenance, and the resources produced will be automatically transmitted to the warehouse, which can be said to save trouble, worry and labor. Let's arrange the work now. This is our first world mission, so we must be fully prepared. Yang Hui said, Wang, Liu Mei, I'll leave the organization of the database to you. There must be a lot of information stored in the central database. Analyze, organize, and classify it to find out the information we need to know at present. Leave it to us. Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, Tiria, you are in charge of the training room. Find out what functions it has and whether it can improve you, all of them. Understood. I will be in charge of the scientific research area. I will try my best to light up more technologies through experiments. The technology area can light up icons with existing knowledge reserves. Some technologies are still useful at this stage. Since we can't return to the Gundam world for the time being, we can study them ourselves. What about the production area? I won't take care of the production area for the time being. Now that the solar furnace and GN drive can't be made, it's better to go directly to the new world and use brand new technology to build them. After assigning the tasks, they dispersed. Except for going back to the room every night to rest and reward himself, Wang and Wang Liumei, Yang Hui's eating, drinking, and defecating were all solved in the scientific research building and the test field. Horizontal ellipsis. 1 month later, the mission was about to begin, and everyone was waiting for Mephis's final announcement in the lobby on the first floor of the central building. Mission world confirmed, Gundam Age World, participants, Yang Hui, Graham Aka. Chapter 105, First Entry into the World of Gundam Age, heading to Nora. The blue sky, the flying swallows, the gentle breeze, everything is a quiet and peaceful scene. Yang Hui lay on the lawn and looked up at the fake sky of the colony satellite. He raised his hands and put them in front of his eyes, sighing. Oh, why did it get smaller again? Is this Mephis's bad taste? Will it get smaller every time I travel through the world? Hey Yang Hui, when are we going to leave? Hearing the voice, Yang Hui stood up and saw a blonde boy who was also only 15 or 16 years old running over in a hurry. We're leaving tomorrow, didn't I tell you? Yang Hui said speechlessly. Huh? Did you say that? Graham was stunned for a moment and asked. Hearing this, Yang Hui rolled his eyes wildly, Flint called a week ago and said that the Gundam was about to conduct a startup experiment and asked us to visit. Have you forgotten? Oh, it seems that this is true. Graham thought about it and finally pulled out this memory from his mind. So I'm going to leave tomorrow. It will only take about 3 days to get to Nora, so I should be able to catch up. Okay. Graham ignored Yang Hui's insults and shrugged, but soon his expression became playful. Do you think Fleet would be surprised if he saw that we were also driving 2 Gundams, and they were better than his? When did you care about this? Yang Hui said in surprise. Because I'm bored. I actually became a child with you, and we have to go to elementary school together. Going to elementary school is fine, but you actually abandoned me and skipped grades, and even graduated from college before I graduated from high school. How could you be so excessive? Haha, you blame me for being too smart. Yang Hui spread his hands. It must be said that the identities arranged by Memphis for them are still very reliable. The Yang family of the space colony satellite is no less than the Asuno family, a family of MIS manufacturers. The Genoa is used by the Federation Army is now produced and manufactured by Yang's enterprise, but Yang Hui sneered at it, and any design he took out of his mind is better than Genoa's. Ahem, back to the point, Yang Hui and Graham are the youngest generation of the Yang family, although Graham is only adopted. As the few military-industrial enterprises and MIS manufacturing families in the Eiji era, the Yang family and the Asuno family naturally have a very close relationship, and they have known Flint since childhood. It's just that a few years ago, the colony satellite oven where the Asuno family was located was attacked and destroyed by Vegan, now called Hui, and only Flint was left, so it fell into decline. However, the Yang family once expressed its willingness to adopt Flint, but Flint also loved to argue with Yang Hui about the Gundam and Savior since he was a child, so Flint refused the adoption of the Yang family in anger and was adopted by Commander Hendry Bruza of Nora. Now it has been almost 10 years, and Flint has finally created the Savior he dreamed of, and naturally wants to invite Yang Hui and Graham to enjoy this joy together. What Fleet didn't know was that 3 years ago, Yang Hui had already used the Yang family's secret factory to produce 2 Gundams, and the performance was definitely better than the AG-1 standard model designed by Fleet in the original plot. As for the upgraded form later, it's hard to say. However, Yang Hui naturally also set his sights on the age system invented by Fleet. In theory, the principle is not difficult. In fact, it is a product of the fusion of supercomputers and advanced 3D printing technology. The principle is very simple, but Yang Hui doesn't know any of them. 3D printing technology is okay, because the Gundam world has been using it, whether it is the production of MIS or the manufacture of battleships. It's just that the level is not enough and it can't reach the speed of the age system. But the supercomputer technology. Yang Hui said that he would have more advanced quantum computer technology, but the technology reserves of this world are still several centuries away. He doesn't know how to reverse the supercomputer technology, so if you can't make it, just borrow it, and if it doesn't work, steal it. Speaking of Yang Hui, Fleet should be the protagonist of this world, right? Graham asked. See. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and asked back. It's not surprising that Graham made such a statement. Everyone who came to Promise Fortress knew that Yang Hui was a reborn person, and that the Gundam world he originally lived in was just an anime. Now that he has come to a new world, he will naturally think that this is another anime or some other work. This world is called Gundam Age, and from the current point of view, the level of MIS technology is so low that it can't be seen. The first person who can build Gundam and has a close relationship with Gundam, what else can he be but the protagonist? So? You want a challenge? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Fleet is only a 14-year-old kid now. If you challenged him, it's better to say that you are bullying him. How could that be? Graham spread his hands. I won't do such a tasteless thing. I just want to witness his growth and train him when necessary. When he has enough strength, I will compete with him. Is there any difference between these two things? But this is very Graham. Let's go and confirm the loading of the machine. We should set off tomorrow. So there will be a battle soon. Graham was a little excited. He had lived in this world for more than 10 years, and except for sparring with Yang Hui, he had never experienced a decent battle. He felt that his body was rusting. Who knows? Yang Hui grinned. Anyway, since we came to this world, the plot has been taken into the ditch. 3 days later, Yang Hui and Graham arrived at the space colony satellite Nora on a transport plane carrying the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam. Welcome, Mr. Yang Hui, Mr. Graham. Commander Bruza personally came to greet them with Lieutenant Inoa, who was still the deputy commander, and Lieutenant Colonel Miles Alloy, the commander of the secret technique. Although Yang Hui and Graham are still minors, they are the core members of the Yang group. Their reputation as geniuses has long been known in the Federation. When Graham was 15 years old, he participated in Genoa's military simulation battle and defeated 5 elite pilots of the Federation alone. Yang Hui also left the same record. At the same time, he is also a genius research institute. At the age of 15, he is a multi-talented doctor, which naturally attracted the attention of the Federation. If it weren't for the fact that Yang's Yang Enterprise has been supporting the Federation's MIS production and its status in the Federation is very important, the senior officials of the Federation would have wanted to kidnap them a long time ago. Can you stop being so unfamiliar? Commander Bruza, this is not the first time we meet. Yang Hui said. Ha, then I will call you Xiaohu as before. Graham, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that the military leaders have been asking you to join, but they have been rejected. Please spare me, Commander Bruza. I am not interested in bullying those noobs all day long. It's very ungentlemanly. Noobs? Ha, this sentence can only be refuted when it comes from the two of you. Commander Bruza laughed. It was not the first time he met Yang Hui and Graham. They also came to visit Fleet and communicated with them several times. It must be said that Commander Bruza likes Yang Hui and Graham very much. They have achieved success at a young age and were born into a large consortium, but they are not arrogant or domineering because of this. By the way, Commander Bruza, is Fleet okay? Well, Fleet, everything is fine, but he is a little too hard. A few days ago, the teacher at school called me to complain about Fleet being late every day. Speaking of Fleet, Commander Bruza felt a headache. It's not that he doesn't like Fleet, but he likes it too much. Although he said to Fleet when they first met, I'm not taking you in out of pity, but I'm interested in the ability of the Asuno family in MIS construction and research and development. But Commander Bruza just wanted to inspire Fleet's fighting spirit and hope for life, instead of indulging in sadness. Commander Bruza is an old man living alone, and has been raising Fleet as his own grandson. But I don't know if the effect of that sentence was too good, causing Fleet to study Gundam day and night. From the age of 7, it took only 7 years to build a test machine of Gundam. Although the results have always been good, but he is late every day. Very much like that boy. That's right, but Xiaohu, I remember that there is an agreement between you and Fleet, right? It seems that you are going to lose. Commander Bruza laughed. When Yang Hui and Graham came to visit Fleet for the first time, Fleet made an agreement with Yang Hui that he would definitely build a Gundam, and then use the Gundam to defeat Yang Hui and Graham and become the savior. It was in line with the child's nature, so Yang Hui accepted it as a joke. Anyway, it would be impossible for Fleet to beat himself and Graham in this life. That's not necessarily true, Commander Bruza. Yang Hui smiled mysteriously. Huh? Are you also? Commander Bruza was shocked. He knew the experimental data of the standard model of Gundam Age 1 made by Fleet, which far exceeded Genoa's. He took a look at the transport ship that could carry MIS, and thought of Yang Hui's reputation as a genius, so he naturally understood the hidden meaning of Yang Hui's words. Then I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry, Commander Bruza, I will never let you down. Yang Hui's words were double entendres. He not only said that he and Graham would not lose to Fleet, but also stated that he would save him at the critical moment. If the biggest regret in Gundam Age is Yulin, then the first regret is Commander Bruza. Whether as a kind old grandfather or a conscientious commander, it is worth saving by Yang Hui, and there is also a degree of deviation. Let's go in first. The cargo on the ship. Commander Bruza hesitated. If it was as he guessed, it would be a hot potato, and it would not be appropriate for many people to know about it. Someone will be responsible for the cargo. Don't worry. That's good. Let's go to the headquarters. I'll call Fleet. Thank you, Commander Bruza. Chapter 160 in Fleet. Yang Hui refused Commander Bruza's offer to take them to the commander's office, and went directly to the Gundam Age 1 hangar. They would have to go there anyway, so why take a detour? After arriving at the hangar where the Gundam was parked, Yang Hui and Graham finally saw the true appearance of the Gundam Age 1 standard. This kid did a pretty good job, Yang Hui exclaimed. The two Gundams he built for himself and Graham were definitely better than the Gundam Age 1 standard, but this was because he was not a real child, and he had the bonus of skills to do this. But Fleet was a real 14-year-old child who could build a MIS that was a generation beyond the current technology. He was worthy of the name of a genius. Is it on your list? Graham nudged Yang Hui with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Not yet, let's talk about it when he grows up. Fleet's abilities were indeed very powerful. For example, his X-Rounder ability level was very strong, and it was definitely ranked in the top 3 in this world. In addition, his technical ability, command ability, and MIS driving ability were all excellent. But there is one biggest problem with Fleet that Yang Hui has no intention of taking him back to Promise Fortress for the time being. That is, his personality is too extreme. His hatred for vegan runs through his life and has reached the point of exterminating his race. If it weren't for the persuasion of the Space Ghost Girl at the end, he might have succeeded. But now that Yang Hui has appeared, many people will be saved. Whether Fleet's hatred will continue to deepen or change halfway depends on future developments. If Fleet changes, then Yang Hui will naturally not let go of a genius, but if he doesn't change, no matter how outstanding he is, Yang Hui is unwilling to accept the evil ghost whose reason is devoured by hatred. Oh. Yang Hui, Graham, are you here? The bearded MIS maintenance engineer Vangs Dyson came over. Vangs Dyson and his granddaughter Emily are also known to Yang Hui and Graham since childhood. Originally, Vangs was a MIS engineer of the Asuno family. After the Asuno family was destroyed, he followed Fleet to Nora and became a MIS maintenance engineer for the military, but most of the time he accompanied Fleet to make Gundam. Long time no see, Vangs. It seems that you are still in good health. Ha ha ha, of course. Vangs looked at the Gundam beside him with pride, as if it was his work. I still want to see this guy completed and watch it fulfill Fleet's wish. Savior. Yang Hui murmured, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. Saviors and the like never exist, or they do exist, but they are never a certain person or a certain machine. Changing the world is not something that can be accomplished by one person. Moreover, this is a war. There is never right or wrong on both sides of a war. Maybe vegans' methods are indeed cruel, but this is all part of the war. If the Earth Federation has the same conditions, the methods may be even more cruel. There is never a righteous side in a war, only killing and being killed. Yang Hui. Graham. Are you here? At this time, Fleet ran over with his future wife Emily. Hey, Fleet, you look very energetic. Yang Hui reached out and rubbed Fleet's head, making his already untidy hair even more messy. Don't mess with me. I'm not a child anymore. Fleet slapped Yang Hui's hand and said angrily. Oh? A 14-year-old little adult? That's really disrespectful. Yang Hui teased, causing everyone present to laugh. Humph. Look. That's the Gundam I built. With it, I can definitely become the savior. Fleet pointed at the Gundam in a rage and said, refuting Yang Hui. Gundam? Haha, it's okay. It is indeed excellent, but Yang Hui will not praise him. First, he can't compare with himself, and second, he doesn't want him to be proud and complacent because of this. Humph. Tomorrow is the startup experiment of the Gundam. You will be my test subject. Fleet said proudly with his head held high, with a hint of expectation and excitement in his eyes. He has been suppressed by Yang Hui since he was a child, and he has heard rumors about Yang Hui and Graham from time to time in the army. The child's competitive spirit is naturally aroused. He knows best how big the gap between the ability of Gundam and Genoese is. This time he will definitely defeat Yang Hui. Are you sure? Yang Hui raised his lips in a provocative arc. It's easy to guess what a child is thinking. Yes, I'm sure. Well, don't cry if you lose tomorrow. No way. Gundam and I won't lose to you. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Watching Yang Hui teasing Fleet, Commander Bruiser mourned for Fleet. Although he didn't know what the Gundam Yang Hui built would look like, it would definitely not be bad. After all, there is no false reputation under a great reputation. Graham pursed his lips to hold back a smile, hoping that Fleet would not be so depressed that he would lose hope in life. Everyone gathered together and chatted with each other. Commander Bruiser took Ludic and Myra away. There was still a lot of work to be done at the Nora military base. As the commander and deputy commander, they didn't have that much free time. However, Ludic, who was the focus of observation, had a thoughtful look in his eyes before leaving, which did not escape Yang Hui's eyes. Okay, everyone else has left. Show me the specific data of the Gundam. Since you are here, I will help you debug it. Yang Hui said. You don't want to spy on the military intelligence and find a way to defeat Gundam, do you? Fleet took a step back and questioned Yang Hui. Yang Hui, Cyrillic letter deck, you stinky boy. I am your brother after all, right? How could you do such a rude thing? Yang Hui used both hands to mess up Fleet's hair and cursed. Humph, who knows? Fleet pushed Yang Hui away, put his hands on his waist and turned his head away without looking at Yang Hui. Vangs on the side handed Yang Hui the pad loaded with Gundam data. Vangs. Well, isn't this good? The test will be launched tomorrow, so it's a good opportunity for Yang Hui to take a look. What if we find some problems that we overlooked? Vangs advised, knowing that Fleet was just being sundeer. Humph. Yang Hui ignored Fleet at all, took the pad and started to read it. How should I put it? If it was just this world, it would be really excellent, but there are still many flaws. Fleet, come here. What for? Fleet walked over reluctantly. If the lines and pipes here are rearranged like this, the conductivity of energy can be increased by 2% minus 4%. The skeleton protection at the joints is a bit fragile, so we can add some armor. The output power of the beam sword is a bit low. If we adjust the internal structure slightly, we can increase the output power by about 5%. And, at first, Fleet didn't care, thinking that Yang Hui was just trying to provoke him, but after really listening to him, Fleet focused his attention. Every point Yang Hui raised was accurate, such as the arrangement of lines and pipes that he had never expected could actually improve the conductivity of energy. Vangs. It seems that we have to get busy. Vangs is also an excellent MIS maintenance technician. Naturally, he understood what Yang Hui was saying. Without saying a word, he picked up the tools and began to maintain the Gundam Age 1. Fleet asked Yang Hui, is there anything else that can be improved? There are only so many small changes that can be made at present. Other problems need major changes. Aren't there startup tests and basic tests tomorrow? Let's talk about it after they are over. Besides, don't you still have the age system? Yang Hui said. Yes, I see. Seeing Fleet also running to help Fangs, Graham asked Yang Hui with a smile, is this okay? This guy is thinking about defeating you tomorrow. You have no confidence in me and my work. Yang Hui glanced at Graham unhappily. What work? Huh? Emily. Emily has been invisible since she followed Fleet to the hangar. She was talking about business before, so Emily didn't talk to him. What did you say the work was? Emily asked. Oh? Are you worried about your boyfriend now? Yang Hui teased. I'm not. No. Fleet and I are not. Although Emily is also a smart girl, she is just a little girl after all. How can she take the teasing of Yang Hui, an old man? In an instant, she became a steamed girl, blushing and lowering her head, denying it in a mascara voice while secretly looking at Fleet. Haha, it seems you still have a long way to go. Yang Hui laughed. Listen to me, Emily, if you want to win Fleet, you must take the initiative, otherwise that guy might marry Gundam. No. No way. Fleet won't. Halfway through, Emily knew that she was being tricked, her pretty face flushed, and she ran away with her face covered. Haha, it's really interesting. You were obviously won over by the woman, why are you pretending to be a love saint? Graham complained. That's because I'm good enough. Otherwise, why would they chase me? Yang Hui retorted angrily. Haha. Graham smiled, with an expression that said, you're right, but I just don't believe it. HMPH. I'm different from someone else, I'm a single dog. It doesn't matter, I just need a fierce battle. Yang Hui. What are you still doing there? Come and help. Fleet and Fangs worked hard, but Yang Hui, the one who proposed it, was chatting on the side, which made Fleet urge him. I'll be there soon. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and sighed that he really became a babysitter. Graham doesn't know how to maintain Ms., so he naturally won't stay here any longer. Then I'll go first and see if they have taken good care of our machine. Well, go ahead. It's good for Graham to stay by the machine. From the perspective of time, Nora will be attacked by Yui the day before the startup test of Gundam Age 1. The hangar is still a bit far from the dock where the transport ship is docked. If the attack happens, it will be too late to start the Gundam. Try to minimize the losses as much as possible. There should be no problem with 2 more actors for Fleet's debut. Yang Hui thought as he started to maintain the Gundam Age 1. Chapter 107 Yui Attack. At night, with the joint efforts of Yang Hui, Fleet and Fangs, the Gundam Age 1 was finally adjusted to the best condition. Huh? Finally done. Fangs wiped the sweat off his head. After all, he was old and couldn't compare with the young people. This way, the Gundam will be more perfect. Although Fleet was also very tired, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Don't be too proud, you still have a lot to learn. Yang Hui flicked Fleet's forehead and said. What's wrong? Fleet complained, covering his slightly red forehead. There is no end to the progress of technology. Your Gundam is still just a basic model. It doesn't even have a decent weapon, let alone other things. When Yang Hui thought of the Gundam's first show, he picked up a standard beam spray gun of Genoese on the ground and fought against a Yui's Giranfu, and he felt full of slots. If the beam spray gun was useful, would the Federation still be unable to destroy a Giranfu for 14 years? You know, the Giranfu is just the most basic miscellaneous soldier machine in the UE. Yang Hui was also impressed by Fleet's practice of manufacturing the machine without making the matching weapons. As for weapons, don't we have the Federation Army standard? If those things were useful, would they be beaten so badly by the UE? Fleet was speechless. Although he was a little angry, he couldn't find a reason to refute Yang Hui, but when he thought of his trump card, his passion burned again. It doesn't matter. I have the Age system, which can quickly manufacture weapons based on the combat data of the Gundam, and help the Gundam evolve infinitely. Well, what Fleet said was indeed right, but it also takes time to collect combat data. What if it was shot down before it could evolve? So the child was still too naive? Yang Hui decided to help Fleet and teach him what it meant to consider defeat before considering victory. Can the Age system manually input relevant data and then generate weapons? Yes, it can. Then activate it, increase the beam output power, clustering, and penetration of the standard beam spray gun by 5 times, and the output power of the beam sword by 2 times, and see what you can make. Huh? Fleet and Fangs were stunned, but. No buts, do it first, and then we'll talk about it after it's done. Oh, okay. Fleet and Fangs felt that Yang Hui had become different at this time, full of the majesty of a superior, and a unique personal charm, making it impossible for people to refuse and oppose his instructions. At this time, Emily ran in and shouted in horror, Fleet. Grandpa. It's bad, the city. What's wrong with the city? Fleet and Fangs were startled and asked quickly. But before Emily answered, the alarm of the base sounded. Nora is under attack from UE. Enter the first level combat posture. Repeat, enter the first level combat posture. Ms. Troops immediately attacked to meet the enemy. What? It's UE. Fleet and Fangs ran outside the hangar and saw the city in the distance with flames rising to the sky. The pterosaur-like Ms. in the sky continued to attack the city. It's UE. Why would UE attack Nora? Now is not the time to talk about this. Fangs, activate the Gundam. No. The Gundam only moved 2 steps during the test, which is too far from actual combat. But the mobility of the Gundam. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Yang Hui interrupted the quarrel between Fleet and Fangs. The two turned their heads and found that Yang Hui's expression had changed again. He was calm and composed, like a warrior who had experienced many battles. Under the illumination of the fire, he revealed a murderous aura. Fangs, start the Gundam immediately. The current situation does not allow the Gundam to be tested slowly. Fleet, you go and drive it. But Fleet is still a child. Fleet is the one who knows the performance of the Gundam best, and Yang Hui looked at Fleet. Haven't you been waiting for this day? I'll go right away. Fleet nodded seriously and ran towards the Gundam. Fangs had no choice but to help Fleet start the Gundam. Emily, you go in and take shelter first. The battle will be over soon. Yang Hui said to the bewildered Emily. But Fleet. This is his dream and his lifelong goal. Although it is very dangerous, Emily, you should know that if you really like him, you should support him instead of hindering him from fulfilling his dream. Yang Hui said. I see. What about you? Me? Of course I'm joining the battle. You're going to join the battle too? Using Genoese? Of course not, no, my mobile suit is here. Emily followed Yang Hui's line of sight and saw a mobile suit in the air carrying another mobile suit and approaching them quickly. It was not until they were in front of her that Emily covered her mouth in surprise. There might be some differences, but Emily recognized at a glance that these 2 mobile suits were also Gundams. This is it. The Gundam that was dragged here was purple-gray in color. Compared with the Gundam Age 1, It had a thruster backpack installed on its back. There were several small steering nozzles under the skirt armor. It held 2 beam rifles that she had never seen before in both hands, and a small shield hung on its left arm. The other one was black and red in color. The rest was almost exactly the same as the previous one, except that the beam gun in its hand was replaced with a high drop rate beam sword. My ride, the Dawn Gundam, and the other one is Graham's Samurai Gundam. The goods have been delivered. I'll go first. Graham's voice came from the Samurai Gundam. Well, I'll follow immediately and try to avoid the city. Understood. I've passed the enemy's intelligence to the Dawn Gundam. After the Samurai Gundam soared into the sky and flew towards the UEMS hovering in the air, Yang Hui pushed Emily into the hangar and boarded the Dawn Gundam to attack. Emily looked at the 2 Gundams going away and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It's not made by Flit. Nora's headquarters was in chaos under the bombardment of the enemy Ms. Fortunately, Commander Bruiser was also an excellent commander and quickly stabilized the situation. What's the situation with the Ms? They are so slow to move out. Genoa's, who is outside, go directly to meet them. Hangar number 3, can the Dres squad attack? Tell them to hold on. If this goes on, the exit will be controlled by the enemy. As the deputy commander, Grudek looked at the screen in the command room in the city destroyed by the UE, panting, as if his brain could not think. Grudek, Deputy Commander Grudek. Here. Grudek came back to his senses at the call of Commander Bruiser. You will be in charge of commanding the 4th to 8th defense zones. They will come here. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Miles's exclamation interrupted the noisy communication in the command room. What's wrong? Report the situation. Gundam. It's Gundam. Gundam joins the battle. Go and snipe the UE in the air. What? Everyone was shocked. Hasn't the Gundam been tested yet? How could it participate in the battle? And, there are 2 of them. Call up the video. Following Commander Bruiser's order, Miles put the video on the big screen, and everyone's eyes widened when they saw it. This is not a Gundam made by Flit, could it be? Contact the 2 Gundams immediately. Soon, the communication between the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam was connected. It was Yang Hui and Graham as Bruiser guessed. Yang Hui. Graham. As expected, you have some too. Commander Bruiser, the situation is urgent. Let's talk about it later. We will deal with the 6 Ms in the city, and the other 2 are heading towards you. I see. I will dispatch the Ms troops to intercept. Well, Fleet is flying the Gundam. Add him to the deployment. What? Fleet. Believe him, Commander Bruiser. He has been waiting for this day for 7 years. Hearing this, Commander Bruiser was silent, with a little entanglement on his face. He treated Fleet as his own grandson, so he didn't want him to be involved in the vortex of war at such a young age. But Commander Bruiser also knew Fleet. As Yang Hui said, Fleet had been developing the Gundam day and night for 7 years, just waiting for this day to defeat the UE by driving the Gundam. Okay, I see. I will contact Fleet. Understood. The communication was hung up, but the Battle of the Gundam was already playing on the screen. Only a few minutes later, exclamations came from the command room again. 6, how about I take care of them myself? Graham said to Yang Hui. Don't be careless, it's just a C+ class machine. Yang Hui rejected Graham's request. Machines are also divided into grades, just like driving skills. This is also a newly unlocked function of Promise Fortress. Parts, weapons, frames, engines, armor, etc. are all graded, from the worst D grade to the highest S grade. The grading standard is comprehensive performance. For example, the output power of a single solar furnace is not high, that is, the level of B, but considering other characteristics, the solar furnace is directly rated as A. The level of the machine is the same. There may be various flaws, but only a comprehensive evaluation will be made. For example, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam currently driven by the 2 are only C+ grade, while the Secret Angel, which has been transformed and strengthened by Yang Hui and equipped with a twin drive system, is a B-grade machine. The pilot level and the machine level are interrelated. For example, Yang Hui, a B-class pilot, can fully utilize the performance of the Secret Angel when driving a B-class Archangel. If he uses the skills of a B-class pilot to drive an A-class machine, he can only utilize 80% of the machine's performance at most. The current Dawn Gundam cannot keep up with Yang Hui's operation, which can only limit Yang Hui's own strength. In addition, In high-intensity battles, there is also the danger of disintegration due to Yang Hui's high-intensity operation. So Yang Hui told Graham not to kill himself. Now he is a B-class pilot like Yang Hui, but the Samurai Gundam is only a C-plus class machine. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Just make do with it. This is the best we can do at present. 1 person and 3 machines, quickly solve it. Understood. Is there any kind reader who can provide pictures for the characters? Thank you. Chapter 108, the first appearance of 3 Gundams, a chance to counterattack. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam separated the 6 UEMISs. According to the plan, 1 person would deal with 3. Take one first. Graham shouted excitedly, and the Samurai Gundam thrusters burst into fierce flames. The speed increased instantly and rushed to the front of a Giranfu. The high-rate beam sword flashed pink light and directly cut into the waist and abdomen of the Giranfu, splitting it in 2 without any hindrance. Tisk, rubbish machine. Although he shot down an enemy plane, Graham's expression was not very good, and his eyes were full of disgust for the Samurai Gundam. When he was in the Promise Fortress, the training simulation cabin could use all the machines he had seen, including all the Gundams. But after Graham got used to the anti-gravity characteristics of the GN drive during training, he felt uncomfortable with the influence of gravity when driving the Samurai Gundam without the GN drive. Moreover, the burst acceleration just now was only Graham's most basic operation, but he clearly felt that the machine was shaking, and there was a slight creaking sound. Graham also knew that the Samurai Gundam was too low in level. Not only could it not keep up with his reaction speed, but it was also too fragile. This was quite fatal to Graham, who liked to treat himself as a fool and play extreme operations. While dodging the shooting of the Giranf, he circled and maneuvered to find an opportunity. He quickly circled behind a Giranf, and his 2 swords came out, leaving a flaming cross on the body of the Giranf. The second one, but it's really weak as an enemy. It's playing technology suppression again. Graham complained. The UEMIS movements were too monotonous. It was completely at the level of a miscellaneous soldier. Huh? Wait, why did I say again? Abandoning the familiar feeling that he couldn't find a reason for, Graham circled again, dodging and speeding up, and finally played a right-angle change of direction and killed the last Giranf. Beep, beep. Victory, but the alarm in the cockpit kept ringing. The area on the screen where the Samurai Gundam was in the situation had turned bright yellow, and only a few parts of the body were still green. From the outside, the appearance of the Samurai Gundam remained intact, but every time it moved, it would make a harsh creaking sound, and occasionally there would be arcs jumping. Graham was sweating profusely when he saw this, and swallowed hard. It's over, I won't be put in a sack, right? On the other side, Yang Hui was naturally different from the impulsive Graham. Surrounded by 3 Giranfu in the center, he could still calmly dodge their attacks, and symbolically fire a shot from time to time, and it didn't matter if he didn't hit. Mobility, torsion, output power, beam weapon performance, standard C-class machine. It seems that the data given by Memphis is still very accurate, and it is still a complete crushing of the D-class Genoas. Alice, why is the Earth Federation crushed by technology every time? Do you think that you don't need to develop armaments after leaving the universe? All the tests that should be tested have been tested. Although there is detection support from Memphis, the level distinction of just 1 letter is not rigorous enough. For example, there is a gap between Yang Hui and Graham, who are both B-class pilots, so it is safer to test it in person. The test was over, so it was time to end it. The Dawn Gundam, which seemed to be suppressed and unable to move, suddenly changed its movements. A bright yellow beam cannon attacked, but the Dawn Gundam just slightly turned sideways to avoid the beam cannon, and fired its 2 guns at the same time, directly hitting 2 Giranfu in different directions. The Giranfu, which was shot in half, exploded in the air. The last Giranfu saw that the situation was not good, and quickly landed on the ground, using the city's buildings and the innocent people fleeing in all directions as a way to restrain the Dawn Gundam. Too naive? The Dawn Gundam followed a descent to the city, hung its 2 guns on both sides of its waist, and rushed towards the Giranfu. The driver of the Giranfu might have been frightened by the Dawn Gundam's actions, and hurriedly fired, but all of his shots missed in the Dawn Gundam's coquettish movement. The Dawn Gundam came in front of Giranfu. Giranfu hurriedly gathered a beam sword at the muzzle of his palm. Just as he was about to swing it, the Dawn Gundam raised his hand to block it. The forearm of his other hand ejected a cylindrical hilt and held it against his chest. It's over. Before the beam diffusion cannon on Giranfu's chest could fire, it was pierced by the pink beam. The flames of the wings and the light of the head were completely extinguished, and his body fell limply. Yang Hui did not relax his vigilance, but cut off Giranfu's limbs and most of his torso, flew into the air with the remaining body, and then threw it out with force. Finally, he crossed his arms in front of him and quickly retreated. Sure enough, not long after he was thrown out, the Giranfu, which had completely stopped working, exploded in the air. Sure enough, there is a self-destruct system, and it is installed directly on the energy source. It's really crazy. The battle between the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam ended. The headquarters was silent. Everyone stared at the big screen in amazement, and they had not yet recovered from the shock. If the Gundam made by Fleet is just a beautiful hope, then the two Gundams driven by Yang Hui and Gram are opportunities that can be touched. For 14 years, the identity of Hui has not been found out. Every time Hui attacks, the Earth Federation is helpless. Every time, they suffer heavy losses and have not been able to destroy even one Hui-Mas. And now, the dawn of mankind has appeared. Two Gundams can deal with 3 Hui-Mas alone, and they can easily destroy them. What if there are more than 2? What if they can be mass-produced? Then what threat does Hui pose? If Yang Hui knew this idea, he would probably be ridiculed. Gundam still wants to be mass-produced? Are you kidding? The production cost of Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam is higher than Fleet's Age 1. The Earth Federation, which can't even mass-produce Gundam Age 1, wants to mass-produce Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam? Dream on. And even if you have the ability to mass-produce, where can you find pilots like Yang Hui and Gram? They are not bragging. There is no better Miss pilot in the Gundam Age world than them. Yang Hui estimated that even a fully grown Gerhardt would be at most on par with them now. A fully grown Chio might have the chance to surpass them now, but that is only the now them. How is Flit? Commander Bruiser was the first to come to his senses. The battle was not over yet. There were 2 more Hui-Mas invading Nora, and they were attacking the headquarters. Enemy contacted, play the video. On the other side of the battlefield, the Gundam Age 1 was successfully activated, but the Age system did not have time to create new weapons for the Gundam Age 1, so it could only use the standard beam spray gun to fight the enemy. 2 Giranfus attacked, one of which was purple, obviously the captain's machine. Fleet, who was participating in the battle for the first time, could not hold back 3 enemy planes and easily destroy them like Yang Hui and Gram did. For a moment, the defensive positions arranged in advance were torn apart by the Hui, and all the generals were destroyed, leaving only the Gundam Age 1 fighting with the 2 Giranfus. Damn it! Fleet's emotions fluctuated greatly: hatred for the Hui, anger for other companions being shot down, and the feeling of powerlessness that he could not quickly destroy the enemy. Fortunately, the armor of the Gundam was enough to resist the beam Vulcan cannon of the Giranfu. Although Fleet was in a hard fight, he was not injured. Damn Hui! Vangs! Isn't the weapon ready yet? Almost. The data is being analyzed. Hurry up. I'll try. At this moment, the beam cannon machine directly hit the shield of the Gundam Age 1, and the huge force knocked it out, leaving the Gundam Age 1 wide open. Giranfu seized the opportunity and rushed up with a beam sword in his palm. Oh no! Watching the tip of the beam sword getting closer and closer on the screen, Flit suddenly lost the ability to think, and all his actions were completely replaced by his subconscious. The joystick sank and pulled, and the Gundam Age 1 squatted down, and the beam sword passed by his head. It's not over yet. Ha! As Flit roared, the Gundam Age 1 twitched a beam sword at its waist and directly inserted it into the abdomen of Giranfu, then pulled it out and inserted it again, stabbing several times as if to vent his anger before stopping. Throwing the broken Giranfu aside, Flit gasped heavily, and the Gundam Age 1 held the beam sword and confronted the captain machine in the sky. The captain machine's HUD flashed, and it seemed to know that its subordinates had been defeated, and 2 powerful enemies had appeared, so it was ready to retreat directly. However, before retreating, it also destroyed the powerless Giranfu, and then transformed into a pterosaur and left. Haha, retreating? Great! Flit was very tired now. He had been in a highly tense state, and both his physical strength and energy consumption were very large. Flit, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, Yang Hui's communication was connected, and Flit answered subconsciously, but he was dumbfounded when he saw the machine falling from the sky in front of him. What's wrong? This Is this Gundam? Ah, you ask this. This is my machine, the Dawn Gundam. And my Samurai Gundam is also here. At the same time, Graham drove the Samurai Gundam and walked over from the other side. As for why he walked, just look at Yang Hui's face as black as carbon. But he won't do it now. He can't let the Samurai Gundam, which was already seriously damaged, get hurt again. If you want to teach it a lesson, just go for Mortal Kombat. There's another one. What is this? Flit was completely confused. He always thought that the one he built was the only Gundam, and that his mother gave him the age device before she died, so that he could find the goal of life from it, which was to drive the Gundam to fight and become the savior. And now, there are two brand new Gundams in front of him, so can he still be the savior? Flit's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what the answer was. Flit, have you forgotten that our Yang family is a famous manufacturing family on par with the Asuno family? Yang Hui asked Flit. Huh? Flit was stunned, as if it was indeed the case. So is it surprising that I can build a Gundam? It seems. I can. I'm glad you understand. Take a good rest now. The damage this time is not small, and there will be many troubles later. Oh, okay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Nora's Crisis, Perfect Evacuation Plan. The battle was temporarily over. Perhaps the addition of two new Gundams ended the battle early, or perhaps it was the difference between reality and animation. Anyway, in the original plot, after the battle, the exterior of Nora was attacked immediately and did not arrive, which also left everyone some time to rest. But it will always come, so. Yang Hui thought about what would happen later. The attack of Yue would only be late but not absent. After all, it was impossible for Yue to attack with only a few misses. There must be warships following, and according to their previous way of doing things, they would not give up until they achieved their goal. However, Graham's boasting to fleet on the side interrupted Yang Hui's thinking. Looking at Graham with excitement and complacency on his face, Yang Hui's evil spirit in his heart awakened and walked over silently. So, this Gundam can't keep up with my movements, otherwise. Graham was talking, and saw Fleet and Emily trembling and retreating, not knowing why. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet, what are you doing? Fleet and Emily didn't say anything, but just pointed behind Graham with trembling fingers. Suddenly, Graham seemed to remember something, and felt a chill on his back, as if he was going to freeze him. Graham turned his head very stiffly, just in time to meet Yang Hui's emotionless gaze. Yang Hui, listen to me. Puha. Before the stuttering Graham could finish his words, a heavy punch hit his abdomen, almost killing him. The entire skeleton was damaged, cracks appeared in the joints, the sensor system was damaged, the line pipes were damaged, and the outer armor almost fell off. Yang Hui listed the crimes one by one with an expressionless face, his tone as cold as ice for thousands of years. Then, Yang Hui grabbed Graham by the collar and yelled, "Are you an idiot? Did I remind you to take it easy? Do you want to perform the 360-degree spiral ascension disintegration method in front of the enemy? If you like to die, go and dismantle the Gundam with your bare hands. Don't persecute a machine I built. Bastard." Then Yang Hui took a deep breath, and continued to yell, "The skeleton needs to be fully repaired, the lines and pipes need to be replaced with new ones, and the outer armor needs to be dismantled and reinstalled. Do you know how much work this is? Huh? I'm very sorry. Please be generous and let me go." Graham prostrated himself and apologized most sincerely. "Next time, I will let you drive the skeleton to the battlefield. I won't even give you a cockpit." After saying that, Yang Hui turned around and left angrily. He also had to arrange the transportation of the Samurai Gundam. The Yue attack would arrive soon, and there was no time to repair the Samurai Gundam now, so Graham's coquettish operation directly destroyed an effective combat force of his own side, so it would be better to transport it directly. As for the fact that the attack has not yet occurred, there is no need to use the Songgirl. This is not a problem, anyway, our own transport ship is parked next to the Songgirl. Flit, the new weapon is made. Fangs ran over and said. Really? Flit was excited when he heard this. He was frustrated that he didn't have a suitable weapon in the previous battle. Yet, At this time, the Age system opened with white smoke, and a brand new beam rifle was placed on the platform. The DAS rifle can make the beam track rotate in a spiral shape and has amazing penetration. Great! This way you can fight Hui. This is a new weapon created based on the data provided by Yang Hui and the data of your first battle. However, the new beam sword requires more combat data to create the most suitable weapon for you. Feng said. That's it. As long as we can fight Hui, even if there is only the DAS rifle, it will be fine. Flit was surprised. How is it? Awesome, right? Feng showed off to Yang Hui. Well, the Age system is really good. If it can be improved, it will be perfect if you can input the established data in advance to directly manufacture new equipment. Yang Hui commented. No one is perfect, and the same is true for things. That's right, Vangs, send me a copy of the data of the DAS rifle later, and compare it with the beam rifle I developed. If the DAS rifle is better, I can contact my family to start mass production. Yang Hui said. The beam rifle and the DAS rifle of the Dawn Gundam can both penetrate the armor of the Hui's Ms, but Yang Hui did not immediately let his family produce and configure them for the Earth Federation. The reason is that he is waiting for the DAS rifle to appear. One is to strengthen the beam's clustering to enhance the penetration, and the other is to use spiral firing to enhance the penetration. Only by comparing can we draw a conclusion, and at the same time, we also need to look at the production cost. After all, it needs to be mass-produced. However, I think the cost of the DAS rifle is not high, and it will not be too difficult to manufacture. After all, at the end of the first stage of the plot, everyone in the bad driving operation has a DAS rifle. It can't be too difficult to make so many in such a short time. No problem. Vangs nodded, and Fleet did not object. Although everything about the Gundam is a treasure to him, if more powerful weapons are produced for the Earth Federation, won't it be better to resist the Hui? By the way, Fleet, let's study it together when we have time and try whether the Age system can bind multiple machines. Yang Hui said to Fleet. Do you want to strengthen the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam? Yes, although Graham, that combat idiot, deserves a beating, he is telling the truth. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam are the best crystallization of all the technologies I can use now, but they still can't keep up with our actions. I see. But the connection of the Age system requires an Age device, and there is only one Age device. Fleet took out the Age device and said with some embarrassment. It's not that he didn't want to help, but he didn't know what to do. Building the Age system and the Gundam was already his limit. It's okay, we can study it slowly later. Yet, at this moment, a huge roar came from outside the hangar, and the entire space colony satellite was shaking. What's wrong? What happened? Fleet and others hurriedly ran out of the hangar. Yang Hui followed slowly behind, thinking to himself, here it comes. Sure enough, there was a violent explosion outside the hangar, and Fleet also guessed that this was an attack launched by the Hui from the outside. Horizontal ellipsis. At the same time, the headquarters also confirmed the situation. The outer wall of Area 95, damage level 7, can no longer maintain the living environment inside the colony satellite. The rotation control system inside the satellite has failed. Hearing the report, Geludic's eyes flashed, and a plan in his mind finally had the opportunity to be implemented. Commander Bruza, please allow the Song Song to attack. The Song Song? Do you mean the new ship that is anchored? Commander Bruza thought. As long as we have the ship and the Gundam, we can launch a counterattack against the Hui. But, the Gundam is. Commander Bruza did not think that he could launch a counterattack against the Hui with only one ship and 3 Gundams, but he also admitted that this would be an excellent opportunity, at least to break the undefeated myth of the Hui and boost the morale within the Federation. But the Gundam is not something he can mobilize at will. The Gundam Age 1 is okay, because it was originally a development project funded by him, but he has no right to mobilize Yang Hui and Graham's Gundam. Based on his understanding of Yang Hui, if he made a request, Yang Hui would most likely not refuse, but the problem was that Yang Hui and Graham's identities were too sensitive. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't the Yang group go crazy? So he was unwilling to put Yang Hui and Graham in such a dangerous position. However, the next report from Miles made Commander Bruza determined. Emergency report from the monitoring system. The explosion caused abnormal vibrations in various parts of the satellite. If this continues, Nora will be distorted and disintegrated in less than 6 hours. What? Everyone panicked for a moment and immediately prepared to arrange a lifeboat, but the lifeboat that could only carry hundreds of people could not evacuate all the residents of Nora to a safe area, and the UE outside would not let them evacuate safely. So Commander Bruza made up his mind. Battleship Diva, prepare to set sail. Urgently contact Captain Diane von Rode. Understood, Commander. Although Geludik was happy that his plan had successfully taken the first step, he was also puzzled as to why Commander Bruza changed his attitude. This is not a counterattack, but to save the residents of Nora. Commander Bruza called all the staff together and began to talk about his evacuation plan. A holographic image of Nora was projected on the console, and the main axis in the middle was marked in yellow. The main axis of the colony satellite in the core part of Nora is completely separated from the inner wall that serves as the living area, so it is almost unaffected by the attack. Let the residents take refuge there. If the transport elevators in each area are used, the evacuation speed will be much faster than the escape boat, and then. As he spoke, Commander Bruza called up the projection of the songbird and placed it at the front of the colony satellite. Connect the songbird to the axis and directly pull it apart. This is a perfect plan. The axis has an independent life support system. Relying on the songbird's traction and separation can avoid the damage caused by the distortion and separation of the colony satellite, and at the same time, all residents can be safely evacuated at the fastest speed. But it faces the biggest problem, the attack of the UE. The time limit is 5 hours. Although it is not enough, it is entirely possible. Success or failure depends on everyone's efforts. Yes. Geludik smiled. As expected, the old ones are still the best. He worked out a perfect evacuation plan in such a short time. However, he will not give up his plan. Commander, please let me report the situation to Captain Diane of the Diva. Okay, please. The situation was urgent at this time. Commander Bruza did not notice Geludik's abnormality and agreed directly. But will the enemy sit idly by and watch our actions? I will ask Yang Hui and Graham for help. With him and fleet, we still have hope. Understood. Chapter 110 Girl Yulin. As Nora began the tense but orderly evacuation procedure, Yang Hui also received a request from Commander Bruza. No problem, leave it to me, fleet will help too. Yang Hui agreed to Commander Bruza's request without hesitation, but it was not just out of kindness. Yang Hui originally planned to follow the Diva, otherwise how could he participate in the final, bat drive operation? You know, the first mission of the Gundam Age world is to complete the first stage with a Diva, participate in the bat drive operation, and reveal the true face of the UE. If it weren't for this opportunity, Yang Hui really couldn't find a good reason to follow the Diva all the time. Geludik is not a person who is easy to fool. If he insists on joining later, it will inevitably make him doubt his motives. Please. After hanging up the communication, Yang Hui found Fleet and Fangs, and asked Fleet to drive the Gundam Age 1 to escort the Age system to the Diva. If the Gundam is gone, it can be rebuilt, but if the Age system is gone, it's hard to say. Didn't you see that there is only 1 through 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren? Although there were also factors of the military's higher-ranking self-esteem and face, in the end, they only said that it was modified, and did not say that mass production was enough to prove its preciousness. But UE. Fleet still wanted to fight UE, so he planned to refute. Yang Hui had no choice but to patiently explain to him. Listen, Fleet, the battle is endless. The most important thing now is to protect the Diva to smoothly pull the axis separation. Don't you want to be a savior? The savior's job is to save more people, and fighting is just one of the ways. I understand. Well, I will let Graham transport the Samurai Gundam and some spare parts to the Diva. Fangs, you help to receive it, and I will drive the Dawn Gundam directly to the outside to fight the enemy through the shortest route. Leave it to me. After the task arrangement was completed, Yang Hui set off in the Dawn Gundam and followed a route sent by the headquarters. This route should not be Fleet's route in the original plot. Should I fly over and intercept Yulin first? Yang Hui suddenly thought so, but he immediately drove away this idea. No, she's just a 15-year-old girl. How could she do such a cruel thing? No, I'm only 17 now, only 2 years younger. But that's not my real age. Isn't there a precedent of Wang Liumi? Just wait until she grows up. It was as if an angel and a devil appeared in his mind, arguing with each other, making Yang Hui's whole brain confused. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Hui slapped his face hard to drive the angel and the devil away. Now was not the time to think about these things. This was the real world, not the anime world. It was still a question whether he could touch it or not. What if? Beep, the feedback from the sensor made Yang Hui Piapia slap his face, because Yulin was not far ahead, and because of the strong wind, he had to hold on to the guardrail to avoid being blown away. Oh my god. What do these mean? They are not the same road, right? Don't they change the scene? Although he was complaining about himself, Yang Hui still couldn't just stand by and watch her die. After all, she was the biggest regret in this world. He wanted to save her from the beginning, and the deviation caused by saving Yulin would definitely not be small. Sure enough, Yulin was frightened by the Dawn Gundam at first and ran away desperately. It was not until she fell that Yang Hui walked out of the cockpit and took Yulin to the cockpit. The cockpit of the Dawn Gundam is a simplified version of the all-around linear cockpit. The space is still very large, so although Yulin is holding her, it is not crowded. Sorry, the conditions are limited, so you have to make do with it. I am really sorry for what happened just now. It's okay, after all, ordinary people will be scared when they see Ms. approaching. Well, my name is Yulin, what about you? Just call me Yang Hui. Yulin, where are your parents? Why are you alone? My parents. Yulin thought of her parents who died in the attack of Hui when she was very young, and she was sad and tearful. Sorry, I was too talkative. It's okay. Yulin wiped her tears and smiled and shook her head. Yang Hui was amazed by Yulin's smile, a smile as warm as the sun, pure as clear water. This was the first time Yang Hui had seen such a smile. What's wrong? Yulin asked with her head tilted. Nothing, nothing. Yang Hui blushed and shifted his gaze. He really wanted to slap himself. After all, he had 3 wives, so why was he so impatient? So cute. How about, obey her? Take her. Take her. The angel and the devil didn't quarrel this time, but agreed. Question mark. Could it be that he was really moved? However, these random thoughts were interrupted by a sudden explosion. The ground collapsed, and the Dawn Gundam immediately started the backpack engine, reducing the force of the fall and slowly landed. Is this a problem? It should have fallen into the quarantine zone. Yang Hui had a headache. The transformer mode could be used even without GN particles, and Yang Hui could control it now, but the transformer was different from the NT, and there was no mental sensing function. However, what he didn't know was that Yulin had closed her eyes. Just keep walking. Yang Hui realized at this time that he couldn't find the way, but Yulin could. Yulin is one of the few people born with X-rounder ability in this world, and she has the strongest endurance and foresight in this world. Following Yulin's guidance, they went all the way to a dead end. Before Yang Hui could blast away the obstacles with a shot, an explosion occurred outside. The strong airflow sucked the Dawn Gundam directly out of the quarantine area and arrived in the universe. Yulin's X-rounder ability is really amazing. Yang Hui exclaimed. X-rounder ability. Well, you should be able to sense something, right? Just like you just showed me the way. Hearing this, Yulin lowered her head and answered in a low voice, and even her body began to tighten. She had never revealed that she was different from ordinary people before. Even her parents didn't know, because they were afraid that others would treat her as a monster after knowing it. You don't have to be afraid, Yulin. In fact, I am not an ordinary person either. Yang Hui comforted. Really? Yulin looked up and saw colorful lights flowing in Yang Hui's eyes. His gentle expression became dull. However, this state lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared. Without the support of GN particles, the ability of the transformer was really weakened infinitely. Is this also X-rounder? Yulin asked, with a smile on her face again, because she found her kind and she was no longer a lonely monster. It's different. I'm a transformer. Humans will evolve themselves to adapt to life in the universe. The way of evolution is different. My ability will enhance communication ability in certain situations. Then mine. It's also a kind of evolution, which enhances the ability of foreknowledge and induction. In fact, X-rounder is not evolution. Although it is very similar to NT, it is completely opposite. It is the awakening of the fighting instinct of the beast that has been sealed in the brain for a long time in the constant war. It can make people sensitively perceive crises and respond quickly. It can only be used in combat, so it is a manifestation of degeneration in a strict sense. But Yang Hui certainly won't tell Yulin the truth. Otherwise I don't know what the little girl will think. As it happened, they encountered the enemy as soon as they arrived in the universe. Unlike the original novel, 3 Garanfs swarmed up, including a captain machine. Wow! It's really a warm welcome ceremony. Yang Hui looked at the 3 approaching enemy planes and grinned. Yang Hui. Yulin felt obvious malice from the enemy and subconsciously grabbed Yang Hui's clothes. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me yet, but hold on tight, Yulin, the exercise later may be more intense. Yet, after making sure Yulin was holding him tightly, Yang Hui also controlled the Dawn Gundam to move towards the enemy plane. Perhaps it was because Yui was better at fighting in the space environment, and the movements and coordination were completely different from the enemies inside the colony satellite before, and even the formation connection was much better. This is more like it, but the Dawn Gundam fired while shuttling in the beam. 2 pink beams directly hit the enemy plane, and a Garanf was directly shot down, while the captain machine that was attacked at the same time might be stronger, so it dodged to the side and only destroyed one of its arms. Then, 2 more Garanfu teams attacked from behind. A total of 10 enemy planes began to besiege the Dawn Gundam. Perhaps they knew how powerful the Dawn Gundam was, so the attack was not as fierce as at the beginning, but mainly focused on containment, trying to trap the Dawn Gundam in place. However, this was not difficult for Yang Hui. During the dodge, he fired 2 guns in a row. The few pink ones were particularly cute in the large area of yellow, but also very deadly. Every shot fired by the Dawn Gundam would hit the enemy plane, either directly shooting it down or breaking its hands and feet. In a few minutes, the firepower network maintained by the 10 Mizes was torn apart by the Dawn Gundam, leaving 4 Garanfu with missing arms and legs slowly retreating, wanting to attack but not having the courage. And seeing that Yang Hui didn't even have the change in his expression, Yulin easily solved the crisis, with an admiration in his eyes. Yang Hui, so powerful. It's okay, this level is nothing. Yang Hui said that this was all basic operations, don't worry too much. If it weren't for the Dawn Gundam limiting his performance, 10 Garanfu would be wiped out when they met. At this moment, the communication of the Dawn Gundam was connected. Yang Hui, are you okay? Fleet asked anxiously. It's okay. How is the situation of the Diva? How far has the towing operation progressed? 3 UEMAs attacked the Diva. I shut down one and the other 2 retreated. The towing work has been completed and the separation operation will begin soon. Okay, the Diva and Nora are handed over to you. Tell Graham to pick up Commander Bruza. If the Samurai Gundam can't be used, use Genoa's. What about you? I have guests here and may not be able to leave. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the small red dot on the radar, which was approaching at a speed more than twice that of the Garanf. Something is coming. Yulin's expression was a little painful, because the malice that was approaching quickly was stronger than the 10 machines just now. It's okay, believe me. Yang Hui patted Yulin on the back and comforted her. Well, I believe Yang Hui. After receiving Yang Hui's comfort, Yulin smiled innocently again and faced the upcoming malice with Yang Hui. Chapter 111 The duck in the mouth flies away. The bright tail flame gradually approached, and the dark fuselage seemed to merge with the deep universe, but the malice it exuded was as bright as the sun at night. This maneuverability and flexibility, should be right. Yang Hui commented as he watched the Jedis, who was changing directions like a flower and approaching the Dawn Gundam. If someone didn't know the truth, they would be puzzled by Jedis' maneuvers at this time, because the Dawn Gundam didn't even raise its gun to aim, let alone shoot, so why did it do such a fancy evasive maneuver? But Yang Hui knew very well that the pilot of Jedis was just a little kid, and this was just a kid playing around, a kind of showing off. He also attacked Nora but didn't completely destroy her at once, but left a small amount of time, seemingly giving people a chance, but making them struggle in despair. This was a typical behavior of a distorted child. This also made Yang Hui unhappy with Yui's approach. Even though Dixie's X-Rounder ability was very strong, he was still a child. If he was not properly educated and had a correct outlook on life and death, and was sent to the battlefield without being properly educated and having a correct outlook on life and death, and if he treated war and killing as a game, he should be sentenced to death. So in the Gundam Age world, there were many people on both sides who were worth saving, but only Dixie, and Yang Hui did not change his mind at all. So Yang Hui planned to teach this naughty child a lesson and let him know what a social beating was. As expected by Yang Hui, just like the original plot, After Jedis told the change of direction, he transformed directly into Ms. form while moving and stopped in front of the Dawn Gundam, just like showing off his strength and mocking the other party for not being able to see his movements clearly. But an embarrassing thing happened. Just when Jedis stopped in front of the Dawn Gundam, the right arm of the Dawn Gundam had been raised, and the muzzle was just against Jedis's abdomen. It did not shoot or retreat, and the two sides were frozen like this. How is it? Is it fun? Yang Hui opened the public communication channel and asked Jedis's driver jokingly. Tisk. The childish voice on the other side only replied with one word in exasperation, and then disappeared from the Dawn Gundam again, performing various fancy maneuvers around the Dawn Gundam. Alice, a good machine means you can do whatever you want, but... Before the words fell, the Dawn Gundam raised its hand and fired a shot, accurately hitting the left wing of the flower-covered Jedis. Although it failed to penetrate Jedis' electromagnetic armor directly, the impact caused it to lose its balance. It seems chaotic, but there is still a regular movement trajectory. It is indeed a mistake to let a brat go to the battlefield. Yang Hui shook his head and said. Jedis, who adjusted his balance, did not believe in evil and continued to swing back and forth around the Dawn Gundam, just like a sulking child who wanted to prove his excellence. Yang Hui had completely mastered the movement pattern of Jedis, but did not directly break it. First, the performance of the Dawn Gundam did not allow it, and second, his purpose was to entangle Jedis here to prevent him from interfering with Nora's separation operation. Jedis, in the state of a high-speed jet, wanted to run, and the current Dawn Gundam really couldn't catch up. So he shot at random, sometimes hitting Jedis to make him lose balance, sometimes blocking his route and making his movements chaotic. You damn adult. Don't underestimate me. The public channel heard the crying voice of a child. He didn't expect that he would make Dixel cry just by trying to delay the other party. Well, but it's normal. It was the same during the bat driving operation. He was severely slashed by Flit after he ran away, and then ran away in anger, in great pain. Sure enough, he is still a child. Yang Hui knew he was a child from the beginning. Yulin covered her mouth and laughed, and the previous fear disappeared. The specialty of the Transformer is communication. Although the environment is not right, I can also sense the other party's brain quantum waves. He is immature and willful. What else can he be but a child? Yang Hui explained. Yang Hui is really mean. Well, a naughty child, if he doesn't listen, he will be good after a beating. If one beating is not enough, he will be beaten several times. Yang Hui defended himself. He would never admit that when he was a child, he would be beaten by the old bear for being naughty, but he would do it again the next time and be beaten again. He also had a black history of being mixed doubles after framing Sergei. Hehe. Yulin covered her mouth and chuckled. She could feel Yang Hui's embarrassment and guessed that Yang Hui's past should not be so glorious, but she didn't point it out. For some reason, although this was the first time they met, she felt very safe to be with Yang Hui. It might be that like attracts like, or it might be that Yang Hui has a unique charm. Huh? The action changed? Are you furious? While the two were talking, Jedis stopped playing. While moving, the beam Vulcan cannon continued to pour towards the Dawn Gundam. I have to say that although Dixel is just a kid, his driving skills are still good, at least at the C+ level. The beam shooting is not like chasing the enemy plane like a soldier, but purposefully blocking the action space of the Dawn Gundam, and compressing it step by step, and finally delivering a fatal blow. Wow! You are quite capable, but not enough. Yulin, hold on tight. Yet, Yang Hui is not a person who likes to sit and wait for death. Since the opponent has started to attack, Yang Hui will let the kid see what a real attack is. The fire was blazing, and the Dawn Gundam suddenly turned on its full power, instantly accelerating to break through the fire blockade of Jedis and rushing directly towards it. Jedis was also startled by the sudden change, and the shooting suddenly became flustered, but the dense beam seemed to actively avoid the Dawn Gundam, just dancing around it, and all missed. During the assault, the Dawn Gundam fired 2 shots continuously, raining down on the body of the Jedis. Although it could not directly penetrate the electromagnetic armor, the large number of attacks still exhausted the durability of the armor, and small-scale explosions occurred in various parts of the fuselage. Ah! Dixie and the Jedis screamed miserably because of the violent shock and impact. When he came to his senses, the Dawn Gundam had already arrived in front of the Jedis. The screen in the cockpit was occupied by the dark muzzle. Dixie trembled all over, and tears could not stop pouring out. Remember this, Kid, this is fighting. Find a good family in your next life. Yang Hui's voice came from the public channel, like the judgment of the god of death. Yang Hui did not intend to let Dixie live. He would be responsible for all the troubles in the future. Killing him directly would not only gain a lot of deviation, but also reduce many variables. But just as Yang Hui was about to pull the trigger, the alarm in the cockpit sounded. Yang Hui. Up there. What? Sensing the arrival of the crisis, the Dawn Gundam raised the shield above its head and retreated at the same time. The next second, several beam cannons landed on the shield, forcing Yang Hui to retreat. At the same time, 3 Garanfs attacked from high altitude and blocked the Dawn Gundam and Jetis, protecting Jetis and retreating quickly. Tisk, I was careless. Yang Hui gritted his teeth and the duck in his hand flew away, unwilling to do so. Although he kept shooting, wanting to keep Dixie here completely, the 3 Garanfs that came to rescue seemed to be emotionless machines protecting Jetis's retreat, and even risked their lives to resist the shooting of the Dawn Gundam. Calm down, Yang Hui. Yulin soothed, soothing Yang Hui's unwilling and irritable heart with a voice as warm as the spring breeze. With Yulin's comfort, Yang Hui's mood slowly calmed down. Sorry, Yulin, I lost my temper. Yet, it's okay. The two looked at each other, and suddenly felt the temperature in the cockpit rising, and their eyes slowly became a little blurred from clear. But at this moment, the communication from the diva suddenly rang, and the two of them looked away as if they were electrocuted. Yulin's pretty face flushed, and she took back the hand that she had held with Yang Hui at some point, and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Yang Hui shook his head and adjusted his posture before answering the call from the diva. This is the Dawn Gundam, Yang Hui, please speak. Yang Hui, the separation of the axis is about to be completed. Who is this girl over there? In the video, Milezi showed a puzzled expression after seeing Yulin. Her name is Yulin, a resident of Nora. She got separated from her family during the evacuation. Time was running out, so I took her with me. I see. Although Milezi noticed a hint of unnaturalness in Yang Hui's expression, she didn't ask any more questions because there was less than an hour left before Nora collapsed. How is the situation on your side? We were attacked by the UE's troops, but we have repelled them all. There should be no more attacks. Understood. It has been confirmed that all residents of Nora have evacuated to the Axis. The connection process between the diva and the Axis is currently at 95%. Please return quickly and strengthen the defense of the diva. Said Miles. Understood. How is the situation with the Gram and Commander Bruza? Yang Hui asked while driving the Dawn Gundam close to the diva. The separation operation is ready. The connection operation between the diva and the Axis will be carried out immediately. Gram will lead Commander Bruza to evacuate safely. Understood. After the communication ended, Yang Hui also breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that with their participation, the progress of Nora's evacuation has been greatly improved. Dixie did not attack the headquarters. Calculating the time, it will not be as dangerous as in the original plot. Yulin, I'm sorry, I can't return to the ship yet, so. No problem. Yulin still lowered her head and replied softly, still not out of the shy state. Yang Hui was speechless and wanted to slap himself. This was the first time they met, and the other party was so young, how could he do it? Why was his concentration so poor? Beep. As soon as he returned to the vicinity of the Song Princess, the communication rang. Yang Hui, are you okay? Fleet was worried. When he received the news that Yang Hui was facing the large UE force alone, he was very worried. If it weren't for the fact that there were enemies on the Song Princess and he couldn't get away, he would have gone to help Yang Hui a long time ago. However, when he saw the girl in Yang Hui's arms, his expression became puzzled. Who is this girl? The Nor resident who was rescued on the way. Oh, I'm glad to see that you are okay. Fleet was a child and didn't pay attention to the atmosphere between Yang Hui and Yulin. Very good, it's no big deal at this level. That's good. Fleet was also relieved, but his expression was dimmed. He had always regarded Yang Hui as a competitor. Now the other party not only built a Gundam, but also had much better driving skills than himself, which hit Fleet very hard. Don't let your guard down, Fleet. We'll talk later. Now concentrate on protecting the diva and the Axis. Yang Hui noticed Fleet's strangeness and scolded him in a low voice. Ah. Yes. Under Yang Hui's scolding, Fleet came back to his senses and put aside some inappropriate thoughts. Yang Hui was right. Although the enemies had been driven away, The evacuation operation had not been completed. Now was not the time to think about it. Chapter 112 Safe Evacuation, Agreement, Cooperation. The connection between the Diva and the Axis is complete. Confirmed that the first and second main rotating axes have been separated successfully. There are still 30 minutes before complete collapse. Check the connection of the control cable, intact. Colony satellite axis, plasma propulsion furnace, high-density ignition preparation. Genoa's Graham confirmed that Commander Bruza has been received and has been safely evacuated. Good. Axis plasma propulsion furnace high-density ignition. Diva towing speed forward, control the axis attitude. As Galudic gave the order, the 4 large plasma thrusters of the Diva and the colony satellite axis ignited at the same time, dozens of cables were pulled straight, and the huge drag force pulled the axis out of the collapsing space colony satellite little by little. It seems that the operation was successful. Well done. Genoa's driven by Graham also reunited with Yang Hui and fleet after successfully rescuing Commander Bruza. I'm glad you're okay, Commander Bruza. Yang Hui said with a smile. Ha ha ha, thanks to Graham's rescue, otherwise I would. So, Commander Bruza, don't always think about sacrificing yourself. There are not many outstanding commanders like you in the Federal Army. Ha ha. Commander Bruza was a little embarrassed at this time, secretly cursing Yang Hui. This bastard, is it really okay to say such words in front of a senior federal officer like himself? How can I respond to you? However, the old and immortal are thieves, and Commander Bruza, this old fox, naturally knows how to change the subject. By the way, Yang Hui, that girl is. She was rescued on the way and was a resident who didn't have time to evacuate. Wow? Yang Hui, are you so inhuman now? She's still just a child, right? Graham immediately took over. He would never let go of such an opportunity. Is Yang Hui related to her in this way? Although Fleet was still a child, he was also 14 years old, and he could still understand some of the words, at least, half of them. Wait, we are not. Yang Hui's face also turned red, and he argued excitedly, but Yulin lowered her head shyly and said nothing, and the posture of the two was that Yang Hui held Yulin horizontally, so it was not convincing at all. Wow, being young is good. Isn't this good? Facing the joint teasing of Commander Bruza and Graham, Yulin's face was red and almost dripping blood. She curled up in Yang Hui's arms nervously, and her hands were still tightly holding Yang Hui's clothes. And Yang Hui's face was completely black as ink. Graham. What's wrong? Are you going to admit it? Obviously, Graham has not realized the seriousness of the problem. You can fix the Samurai Gundam yourself. If you can't fix it, drive the Genoas. I think you like it very much? Sorry, I was wrong. If he was not still in the cab, Graham would definitely perform a stunt for everyone, 720-degree spiral ascension to the sky and prostrating himself. Although the Samurai Gundam could not meet his expectations, it was much stronger than Genoa's, who looked like a drowning puppet. And Commander Bruza, Flit, the operation is not over yet. Can you concentrate? Ahem. Commander Bruza coughed awkwardly and hung up the communication. Flit scratched his hair and found that he seemed to be completely unable to understand the adult's twists and turns, and Yang Hui seemed angry, so he decided to hide. When the Axis was completely dragged away from the space colony satellite by the Diva, there were still 5 minutes before the colony satellite was completely destroyed, which was more than enough time. Diva, maximum combat speed. The Diva's engine burst into a dazzling tail flame, and the speed of dragging the Axis increased by a few points. After the Diva and the Axis completely arrived at the safe area, the time for Nora to completely disintegrate was also up. The huge torque twisted and pulled the rotating Nora, tore it into pieces, and then completely turned into cosmic dust in the violent explosion. Whether it was the people who took refuge in the Axis or the people on the Songbird, watching Nora disappear in the gorgeous fireworks, they felt only endless sadness in their hearts. Since the first generation of colonists arrived in Nora, they have been the second or even third generation. They were born in Nora, lived in Nora, and now their home is gone. They are sad about the destruction of Nora, hate the UE, and are confused about the future. After the evacuation operation was over, the Songbird also contacted the Federal Army headquarters. The rescue fleet will arrive in 10 hours. In addition to supplying enough supplies for the Axis, Galudic also ordered the transfer of all civilians staying in the ship. His plan has begun, but this is only the first step. There's still a long way to go. Guludek wants to use the power of the songbird and Gundam to reveal the true face of the Yui. Of course, he does not think that he can do it with the existing combat power alone, so he needs to gather more combat power, and this goal needs to be completed on the space colony satellite fading. Yulin, are you leaving? To be honest, Yang Hui was naturally reluctant to leave Yulin, not only because of the ambiguous relationship between the two, but also because of Yulin's future experience. If Yulin had stayed on the songstress, she would not have been discovered and kidnapped by Dixir, and finally died. And this action would definitely bring a lot of deviation. Yet, although Yulin was a little reluctant, she knew that Yang Hui and others were going to fight. She was not a soldier, so she couldn't help him, and might even be a drag, and she couldn't fully understand what kind of feelings she had for Yang Hui. She didn't understand these things, so she was a little afraid to stay with Yang Hui. Okay, take care of yourself, Yulin. I believe we will meet again in the future. Yes, I believe you. As she said that, Yulin took off her pink headscarf and handed it to Yang Hui. This is a token of our agreement, and also, a talisman. Yes, I will keep it well and return it to you in person when we meet again. Yes. Although she was reluctant, time was limited, and under urging, Yulin boarded the shuttle to the Axis. Is it really okay? Just let her go like this. Graham came to Yang Hui and asked in a low voice. There's nothing wrong with it. If there is a destiny, we will meet. If we can't meet again, then it's not destiny. Yang Hui said with a smile. Wow? You understand this now? Graham was surprised. The Yang Hui he knew was a complete love novice and a straight man. Taking the initiative had nothing to do with him. Wang Liumei, and Katie all took him down in the opposite way. Before the relationship was confirmed, he didn't understand the behavior that outsiders could see clearly. I will grow up after all, right? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. He admitted that he was indeed so stupid that Nuwa wanted to retighten his emotional intelligence. But after going through so much and having 3 wives, if he still hasn't grown in his relationship, then he is not stupid, but has emotional intelligence cancer, and it is in the terminal stage and there is no cure. Then you should do your best, great lover. Wait? Yang Hui grabbed Graham who was about to leave, and scared him. What? Did it? I apologize. If you didn't say it, I would have almost forgotten it. Graham's face fell, and he also wanted to slap himself. Why did he bring it up for no reason? Just as he was about to perform his killer move, Yang Hui's words made him temporarily relieved. Remember this first, accompany me to meet the new captain of this ship, I want to have a good talk with him. Hearing this, Graham also put away his playful look and went to the captain's room with Yang Hui. The two came to the captain's room and found that in addition to Guludek, Commander Bruza was also there as expected. It seemed that there must have been an argument. Yang Hui, Graham, what's the matter? Guludek asked in surprise. His plan must have Yang Hui's support, not only for the two's personal combat power, but also for the Yang Enterprise behind them, a military enterprise that specializes in providing MIS to the Federation. Even if it is just a few Genoas, it will enhance combat power. But now Commander Bruza's problem has not been solved yet, and it is obviously not the best time. Our purpose should be the opposite of Commander Bruza. Yang Hui and Graham entered the door and locked the door from the inside to prevent anyone from breaking in. Opposite. The two were stunned for a moment, and Guludek's face showed surprise. That's right. As the most advanced warship in the Federation, all the crew members, including the captain, are missing, and even their identity information has been deleted. From Nora's letter to the Federation headquarters, Giant Ring, it needs to go through multiple transfers. It is impossible to complete it during the period from when you went to notify Captain Diane to when you announced the emergency appointment of the Giant Ring base, so. Yang Hui spread his hands and didn't finish his words, but the meaning was already very clear. There were many tricks in Guludek's appointment as the captain of the songstress. It was indeed me, so what do you want to do? Yang Hui said so much, Guludek naturally couldn't refute it, and directly admitted it and asked Yang Hui back. I checked your information. Your wife and children should be the victims of the day the angel fell, right? That's right. Guludek's eyes flashed with sadness when he heard it, and he subconsciously glanced at the photo at hand. It was a photo of a family of 3, and it was also the last memorial left by his wife and children for her. Then before I tell you my purpose, I would like to ask you about your purpose first, Captain Guludek. Yang Hui. Commander Bruiser was surprised, because Yang Hui's address to Guludik had changed, indicating that Yang Hui temporarily recognized Guludik's identity as the captain of the Diva. My purpose is very simple, to defeat the Yui. Guludik said firmly. Only one Diva and 3 Gundams. No, I need to gather more combat power, and going to Fardin is also for this purpose. I see, Zeram and Iuban? Not enough, although they have battleships and Ms, but they are just a group of rabble, without much combat power. So I need your help, Yang Hui. I know that with the current combat power alone, even with the entire Yang Enterprise, it is impossible to defeat the Yui. My goal is to expose the true face of the Yui, so that it can attract the attention of the top leaders of the Federation, and concentrate the power of the entire Federation, and it is possible to defeat the Yui. So, please. Guludik bowed and asked. Yang Hui and Yang Enterprise were the most important part of his plan, and they must not fail. Well, okay, I agree. Really? Guludik was pleasantly surprised, and Commander Bruiser was horrified. But Yang Hui, this is... Commander Bruiser wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yang Hui waving his hand. I also have my own purpose. Captain Guludik and I have the same goal in exposing the true face of Yui. The identity of Yui is still unknown, so it cannot attract the attention of the Federation. Once the Federation pays attention, it will vigorously develop its armaments. In addition, important members of the Yang family participated in the battle to expose the true face of Yui, and played an irreplaceable role. These 2 points are beneficial to the development of the Yang family. Finally, Yang Hui paused, and the corners of his mouth raised a terrifying arc. I have been unhappy with Yui for a long time. I don't care about the war between armies, but I am very unhappy about attacking civilians. Chapter 113, White Wolf meets his nemesis. On behalf of the Yang family, Yang Hui reached a temporary cooperation agreement with Brudik. First, Yang Hui and Graham will advance as the combat power of the songstress, and help Brudik obtain the assistance of Zeram and Abba. At the same time, they will contact Yang's Enterprise to support a batch of new weapons and equipment, which will be delivered before the final battle. What Brudik needs to do is very simple, that is, to bear all the guilt in the end, and it will not affect other people on the ship. Brudik agreed to this condition without thinking about it. After all, he planned to do so from the beginning. Moreover, Yang Hui took advantage of the situation to propose conditions that suited his wishes, and naturally he would use his relationship to help Brudik reduce his sentence. Is there any problem with pulling a real man? Commander Bruiser will naturally not participate in this plan, because he is a senior federal officer and is involved in too many relationships. So in order to help him get rid of all the responsibilities, he will take the spaceship to Tortia directly in Fardin and leave, and claim that he does not know Grudik's plan. After boarding the ship, he has been under house arrest and cannot be stopped. After the cooperation was agreed, Yang Hui and Graham had to solve the problems of the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, as well as the multi-machine connection and improvement of the age system. But before that, let's fill our stomachs first. When we arrived at the cafeteria, we heard a familiar voice throwing out countless questions like a string of cannonballs. What's going on? What's going on? Why is this not Nora? When did it set sail? Is it true that there was a battle? By the way, who are you? Ah, Wolfenic. The little fat man exclaimed. Do you know him? The others were confused. He's a famous person. The former star player of the Ms. World Championship. I heard that he joined the Federation Army, and he's on this ship. Sorry for the rudeness. I'm the navigation control of this ship. The navigation control Adams Dinnell introduced himself excitedly, but was ruthlessly rejected. I'm not interested in men's self-introductions, but I want to listen carefully to yours. After Wolf rejected Adams, he leaned over to Honeylace and said, I refuse. Unfortunately, Millis was not interested in frivolous people like Wolf, and she hated him. Wow. You are awesome, Mr. Yuan Mixing. What? You still can't change after being rejected by women so many times? Pervert Ziobe. Humph. I am awesome. By the way, what the hell is the name of pervert Ziobe? Ah. Wolf didn't hear who the voice behind him was, but when he turned around, he was stunned, and then stepped back quickly as if he saw a ghost. You, why are you here? Wolf asked in panic. It's fate. Yang Hui smiled playfully, and then sat at Fleet's table with Graham. So that's it, it's fate. What the hell? Do you think I will believe it? Wolf said angrily. Sully Wolf has become smart. Graham pretended to be shocked. Shut up. What the hell is a silly wolf? I'm a white wolf. Try it, you little white wolf. Coo. You two bastards. Wolf was furious, but seeing his appearance, he didn't dare to step forward to get back at him. Puchy, everyone laughed. They were very upset by Wolf's arrogant attitude just now. Yang Hui, Graham, do you know him? Fleet asked with a smile. Of course I know him, he's a defeated opponent. Graham said jokingly. Eh? Really? The Fatic was a fan of Wolf, and the news that Yang Hui and Graham were ace-miss pilots was only spread within the military, and every time they came to see Fleet, they were in a military-restricted area, so Dick didn't know Yang Hui and Graham. Graham shrugged, looked at Wolf in the corner and asked, how many times have you lost to me? Who knows? I've forgotten that kind of thing a long time ago. Wolf pretended to be stupid, but Yang Hui would not give him a chance. 1-on-1, 17 losses and 0 wins, 5-on-1, 3 losses and 0 wins. This is the record of Wolf's challenge to Graham, all using Genoa's. The cafeteria fell into silence. Wolf was a well-known ace pilot in the army, but he didn't expect to lose so badly to Graham. He couldn't even beat 5 against 1, and Graham didn't use the Samurai Gundam. This gap is too big, right? You. Yang Hui. Don't go too far. Wolf saw that his dark history was exposed, and he almost rolled up his sleeves to fight with Yang Hui, with the attitude of you or me. Too much? I haven't told you about our record. Wolf put down his half-rolled sleeves, then walked behind Yang Hui obediently, put his hands on his shoulders and pinched them gently. Okay, please be merciful. Everyone tried not to laugh out loud. The arrogant Wolf just now was like a good boy in front of Yang Hui and Graham. It was really a case of one thing conquering another. However, this also made everyone present clearly realize how strong Yang Hui and Graham were. At first, they just thought that the high performance of the Gundam could achieve such an excellent result, but now they understand that Yang Hui and Graham are also the best in terms of driving skills. Oh, I'm hungry. Yes, I don't know what's wrong, I want to say something when I'm hungry. I'll get you food right away. As many as you want. Pachihohahoha. Now everyone really couldn't hold it back. The famous white wolf was now little white dog. However, Yang Hui also noticed Fleet's low mood and asked, are you hit? A little bit, I didn't know you were so good all the time. Fleet replied disappointedly. What's the matter? Where's the drive you swore to give back to me after I hit you? But you're not bad, Fleet. At least I can't make the age system. Well, okay, eat quickly. After eating, let's study together how to modify the age system. I will also train your driving skills. Yang Hui patted Fleet on the shoulder and said, well, I know. After that, the meal that Wolf helped to bring also arrived. Several people quickly finished the food and then went back to their positions. Wolf naturally followed Yang Hui and others to the hangar. Dick also liked Ms. very much, so he pestered Fangs to teach him the maintenance technology. Only Emily was worried when she watched Fleet leave. She also remembered Yang Hui's words. She wanted to support Fleet but found that she couldn't convince herself. She was scared when she thought that Fleet would join the dangerous battle again. Oh. Is this the new machine prepared for me? It's quite handsome. The moment Olaf arrived at the hangar, he was attracted by the heroic appearance of the Gundam, and he liked Yang Hui's Dawn Gundam the most. That's mine. Yang Hui said calmly. Up, then this one. Olaf moved his finger to the Samurai Gundam. That's mine. Graham said jokingly. Then, finally. That's my Gundam. Fleet said angrily. He would never give his Gundam to anyone else. Then, Olaf thought Fleet was easy to bully, so he planned to grab the driving rights, but the flame of excitement was extinguished as soon as it ignited. He's my brother. Yang Hui said, putting his arm around Fleet's shoulder. Wolves also have dog rights. Ignoring the heartbroken Olaf, Yang Hui and Fleet began to study the age system. I've seen the data on the Dodge rifle. It's an excellent weapon. Its power and penetration are stronger than the high-rate beam rifle I designed. Hearing this, Fleet raised his head proudly. This is a weapon made by the age system he invented. But the next second, Yang Hui naturally pointed out the shortcomings, but the number of ammunition is too small. The design of the age system does not reserve much room for upgrades. The high-rate beam rifle I designed is only the first version, and many positions are reserved. For example, Lengthening the barrel can increase the range, replacing large magazines to increase the number of ammunition. Hearing this, Fleet began to feel lost again. Then, is the DAS rifle not good? Of course not. Huh? Alice, Fleet, although you have created the Gundam and the age system, you are not a qualified R&D worker at all. Yang Hui sighed and said, the age system is indeed excellent. It can create a variety of new equipment to help the Gundam evolve according to different combat situations, but this is only the Gundam. A war cannot be won by just one Gundam, so what we have to do is to develop more weapons and equipment that can be mass-produced to help the Federation Army improve its strength, so that we can have the possibility of defeating the UE. Well, I understand. Fleet is also a smart man. He understood what Yang Hui meant. In the subtle influence, Fleet's personality was also changing little by little, from himself to the people around him, and then to everyone. I've studied it and found that the most important part of the DAS rifle is the beam rotation unit. If we can take this unit out separately and combine it with a high-rate beam rifle, we can get a new beam rifle that combines the advantages of both. Yes, that's true. Vangus, is it okay for you to do this? No problem, I'll take care of it. Well, thank you for your hard work. Fleet and I will focus on the transformation of the age system and the repair of the Samurai Gundam. At this point, Yang Hui glared at Graham fiercely, scaring him to flee. But for the transformation of the age system, which direction should we start from? Fleet asked. For now, we will focus on two projects. One is multi-machine connection, and the other is pre-input of data. Okay. Chapter 114 Yang Hui's target, Fleet's X-Rounder. The study of the age system will naturally extend to the age device. In fact, the age device is not some black technology. It is just a pad that uses unique technology. It is a high-end pad that collects data, stores data, transmits data, and activates the key of Gundam. The Gundam of the Gundam Age series must have the age device to connect to the age system because Fleet completely manufactures it according to the design drawings and basic technology inside the age device. It is just an anti-theft method of the Asuno family. With Fleet's willingness to disclose the technology, Yang Hui quickly figured out all the technologies of the age device and solved the problem of multi-machine connection. However, the biggest problem is the priority of data analysis and rapid manufacturing of new weapons. All data cannot be mixed together, otherwise the age system will have major errors. Therefore, Yang Hui did not copy the age device, but directly solved the project of pre-entering relevant data to manufacture the required products. Moreover, neither Yang Hui nor Graham could accept the habit of changing limbs in battle. This is completely a suicidal behavior of stripping oneself naked and lying in front of the enemy, watching how they want to cut. At present, what Yang Hui needs most is not powerful weapons. His and Graham's fighting styles have been determined long ago, so powerful related weapons have always been in his mind. What he lacks is only technical support. What he needs most now is a new type of metal material. The special steel currently used has met the hardness standard, but it is far from tough enough to support the operation of Yang Hui and Graham. As long as it is a little more intense, the metal will be over-fatigued, and then the whole skeleton will have a tear-like crack. After entering the relevant data, Yang Hui observed the operation process of the age system. How to say it? The computer hardware and software should be updated. This was Yang Hui's first thought, which also made him figure out why Gundam always changed equipment during battle. The calculation speed of the supercomputer is too slow, and a large number of invalid calculations have occurred, which led to the need to collect enough combat data every time to produce new weapons. How is it? Have you found a way? Fleet asked Yang Hui. Now he will not be hit by Yang Hui. Yang Hui figured out the secret of the age device in a few seconds and found the defects of the age system, making Fleet completely become Yang Hui's little fan. Of course, he was just a little fanboy in technology research and development. In terms of misdriving, he had already regarded Yang Hui as his ultimate goal and believed that he could surpass him one day. I changed the code and algorithm of the age system, so that a lot of invalid calculations can be avoided. However, if we need to upgrade it again, it will not be completed under the current conditions. Really? Can we directly manufacture new equipment? Fleet asked excitedly. You think too much? No matter how fast it is, it still needs data. The more accurate the data, the more perfect the manufactured weapons will be. Isn't the beam sort of Gundam Age 1 not yet completed? I have entered the data, and it should be completed soon. Yes. The output power of the beam sword Fleet made by himself was too small. It was better to say that it was a beam dagger than a beam sword. It couldn't even cut through the armor of Yang Hui directly, but it was better than nothing. Sure enough, not long after, the Age device started up. There were two very thick cylindrical hilts on the open platform. Just looking at the hilts, you can tell that it is definitely much stronger than the beam sword of Gundam Age 1. Did you make it? So fast. Fleet now had an intuitive feeling, and realized how much help Yang Hui brought to the Age system by just changing the code and algorithm. Well, your training time is coming, and you can try the new beam sword by the way. Yes. Fleet now not only needs to study the transformation of the Age system with Yang Hui, but also needs to conduct MIS training. This is the real world, not anime. There is no such thing as a protagonist. Yang Hui can't expect Fleet to explode and win by luck every time he fights like in anime. The instructor's job naturally fell on Wolf. When Fleet can fight Wolf back and forth, he can change the instructor. Next, try to see if you can make a brand new frame and armor. Alice, the material is a hard flaw. This is also one of Yang Hui's experimental goals. The Age system has only made weapons, but the Age system envisioned by Yang Hui is not limited to this. It can also make armor, radar, and even engines, materials and other components. An excellent MIS is not only about the weapons. If Fleet only needs the Age system to serve the Gundam, Yang Hui's goal is to use the Age system to serve the development. Only in this way can the Age system be useful to Promise Fortress. Otherwise, what is the meaning of a system that exists only for a MIS? If there is anything that Yang Hui values in the Gundam Age world besides talent, it is only the Age system and a cursed secret treasure. Beep beep beep. Looking at the Age system display error, Yang Hui sighed and terminated the calculation. Alice, it seems that it is not working yet. Let's study it after, bad driving operation, and try other things first. Just as Yang Hui was about to enter new data, Vangs ran over to tell Yang Hui that a new beam rifle had been designed. Yang Hui looked at the beam rifle that Vangs finally tinkered with, and sighed that Vangs was worthy of being the official mechanic of the former Asukino family. He could not bring forth new things, but it was no problem to combine existing things. I tried to shrink the beam spiral unit, and then replace the original beam device you designed. Although it reduced some reserved space, I think it's totally worth it. Fangs introduced his new work incessantly, with a proud look of a skilled sword. Well, all the data are within the allowable error range. I immediately contacted the Yang family and asked them to produce a few for testing. If there is no problem, they will go into mass production directly. By the way, Yang Hui, the name of this beam rifle. Yang Hui looked at Fangs in surprise, and seeing his hesitant look of expectation, he couldn't help laughing. What's the name? Fangs rifle. Can't you give it a more artistic name? Yang Hui's mouth twitched when he heard it. Isn't this the first step in the reform of the Federation Army? It's good to leave a name. Okay, when the experiment is successful, we'll name it this way. Haha, thank you. With Yang Hui's consent, Vangs was as happy as a child, jumping back. He felt full of energy now, and even if Graham broke the Samurai Gundam again, he could fix it immediately. Looking at Vangs's back as he left happily, Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. What a naughty old boy. Then, he focused his attention on the research of the Age system, and at the same time absorbed a lot of knowledge about supercomputers. Since strengthening his mental power, Yang Hui found that his learning ability has also improved a lot. Now that he has the opportunity to learn a technology that he didn't know before, he will naturally not miss it. He doesn't want to encounter the embarrassing situation of knowing a higher level but not knowing a lower level. In the universe, Flit and Wolf were training as usual. Graham drove the Samurai Gundam and watched as a spectator. He couldn't help shaking his head as he watched the Gundam Age 1 being hit by the marking gun countless times. Flit, pay attention to the opponent's movements, don't just chase him blindly. Graham taught him. Yes. Hearing Graham's teachings, Flit's already heated brain instantly cooled down. The first lesson Graham taught Flit was to stay calm, but he was still a child, with a competitive and impulsive personality. Once he encountered difficulties, he would easily get excited, so Graham's role on the side was to constantly remind Flit to calm down. After calming down, Flit's shooting accuracy improved significantly, and Wolf would be hit by a bullet if he was not careful. Tisk, are you using me as a stepping stone? Wolf complained dissatisfiedly. It must be said that Flitt's progress really surprised him. At the beginning, Flitt's shooting couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and he just knew to rush forward recklessly, but it's only been a few days? It can threaten him. The places where he hit the Gundam were mostly limbs, shoulders and other places, but whenever he was hit, it must be a fatal place. This made him sweat coldly for many times. If it was a real battle, the Gundam might be broken, but he would definitely die. Tisk, is the monster's brother also a monster? After Fleet calmed down, he found that his intuition seemed to have become stronger. There was always an inexplicable feeling reminding him where Wolf would appear in the next second. I saw it. Another shot was fired, hitting the cockpit of the Genost. Fleet tried to grasp that feeling and found that it not only improved the shooting accuracy, but also allowed him to see Wolf's attack in advance and dodge in advance. I saw it again. Another shot hit the cockpit of the Genost again, which almost made Wolf autistic. The frequency of Gundam's shooting decreased, but the improvement in accuracy was terrifying. Hey, kid, are you cheating? Wolf scolded. No. All of this was seen by Graham, especially the huge change in Fleet, which reminded him of the information Yang Hui had told him before. Has Fleet's X-Rounder ability awakened? It must be said that this is a huge improvement for driving Ms. Even a novice like Fleet can force the ace pilot, Wolf, to flee in panic. Although Yang Hui and Graham have been beating Wolf up, Wolf can really be called an ace in this world. There are not many people in the entire Federation army who have better driving skills than him, and those are veterans who have fought hundreds of battles. Only with experience can they suppress Wolf. But Graham is not envious, just like he does not envy Yang Hui for being a reformer. This special opportunity is a blessing in disguise. Graham has always believed that he can be powerful even without these special abilities. At this moment, Graham noticed the red dot on the radar and immediately stopped Fleet and Wolf's training battle. Stop. Retract the Diva. Chapter 115 Encountering a Large UE Force, Crisis. What's wrong? Graham, is there a problem? Both aircraft stopped at the same time and looked at Graham in confusion, but the next second, their radar alarm also sounded. That's UE. Fleet's auger and flying from a distance, and the emotions that he had finally controlled became excited again. Is that Chewie? Damn, I actually met him at this time. Wolf was much calmer. He didn't think about knocking him down at the first time, but considered that both he and the Gundam were equipped with marking guns and had no weapons for combat. While he hasn't completely discovered us, let's return to the Diva immediately. Graham said. But. No buts. Hurry up. When it comes to fighting maniacs, even Yang Hui is inferior to him, let alone Fleet, but Graham will not be stupid. A UE Ms appeared in such a place, it couldn't be a lost unit. After all, there was no major battle in UE. The current Federation army would not let a complete Ms get lost without a war, let alone a UE with a higher level of technology. So there is only one possibility, that is, a reconnaissance unit. Since there is a reconnaissance unit, there must be a large force behind them, and there must be a mothership. At least Yang Hui does not think that there is a possibility that Ms in this world can travel long distances in the universe alone. Wolf naturally obeyed Graham's orders. He did not think that a UE Ms would scare Graham, but Fleet was reluctant to leave until. No. We've been discovered. Graham saw the UE Ms rushing straight towards them, and he knew it was bad. One was not scary. Graham could also drag a dozen of them and wait for Yang Hui to arrive to destroy them all, but if it was a mothership, this was not necessarily the case. First, the UE mothership was unknown, and second, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam could not support the two of them in a too intense battle. UE. Sure enough, after Garanf approached, Fleet threw Graham's order aside, drew the beam sword at his waist and rushed up. It happened that the new beam sword had not been tested yet. After the new beam sword was activated, it flashed a brighter pink than before, and the blade was thicker and longer. As soon as it touched the surrounding gravel, it cut it in half. Awesome. Fleet was amazed at the power of the new beam sword, so he looked at the Garanf with a more determined look, then. Just as he was about to rush forward, the Samurai Gundam had already hugged the Gundam Age 1 from behind, and at the same time, Wolf hit the Garanf's head with a marking gun, blocking its sight. Taking this opportunity, the three machines quietly hid behind a large meteorite. What are you doing? SHH, be quiet, look over there. Fleet looked at Graham's instructions and immediately stopped making noise. A huge mothership was moving forward, surrounded by dozens of Garanfs, and several lone Garanfs were conducting reconnaissance around. Is that the UE mothership? This is troublesome. Wolof was sweating profusely. If it was just a UE-MiS, with complete weapons and equipment, he would dare to go up and touch it, but with dozens of enemy planes and a mothership staring at him, his first thought was to run as fast as possible. We can't detect the enemy's mothership and MiS here, which means that the enemy has some special means to block the detection signal. Graham analyzed. What should we do, Graham? We can't hide for long. Wolof asked nervously. Garanf, whose vision was blocked just now, has cleared the obstacles of the main camera and started searching around. Otherwise, he will find them soon. There's no way. Wolof, Fleet, you go first, I'll hold them back. Among the three machines, only the Samurai Gundam is fully armed. Although the Gundam Age 1 also has a beam sword, he really doesn't believe in Fleet's level. But don't worry about it, go. After saying that, without waiting for Wolof and Fleet to respond, he rushed out directly and took the initiative to enter the UE's field of vision. Graham. Hey. Wait. Damn, our children nowadays so disobedient. Genos didn't have time to react at all, and the Gundam Age 1 rushed out and joined the battle with the Samurai Gundam, which put Wolof in a dilemma. Hey. If I die, I will haunt you for the rest of my life. In the end, Wolf gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Although he could not harm the UE's MiS, he could still harass them. He believed that Yang Hui would not ignore them after discovering something was wrong. The Samurai Gundam faced the dense artillery fire of the Garanfu troops, dodging left and right. It finally approached the enemy formation and cut down one, but was immediately forced back by the fire suppression. Tisk, bring a gun next time. I'm stupid. I said that a beam sword is enough. Graham wanted to slap himself. At the beginning, his requirement for the machine was the ultimate close combat, which could stimulate his bloodiness and excitement for fighting. Yang Hui also advised him, but he didn't listen. As a result, he was suppressed by firepower and felt very uncomfortable. Graham, let me help. The Gundam Age 1 came to the side of the Samurai Gundam, but it had no effect except using the shield to help Graham resist a few artillery attacks. The bullets of the marking gun were annihilated by the beam before they could even touch the enemy plane. Why are you causing trouble? Hurry back to the Diva. Graham yelled. I can't let you get into danger alone. I can fight too. You. Graham wanted to yell, but dodging the enemy's attacks and taking care of the Gundam Age 1 had already left him no energy. If he could go back, he would definitely scold Fleet. There is a time for passion. Not only is it useless, but you are also holding Graham back. Originally, as long as Fleet and Wolf retreated to a safe area, he could retreat calmly, but now it's not easy to leave. To make matters worse, there are more than one person holding him back. Graham, Fleet, fight and retreat. Why are you? You all went up, are you going to leave me alone to be a deserter? You idiot. Graham had a headache, and his heart was about to burst. Why didn't one or two of them obey orders? Boom, the artillery fire was too dense, and the Samurai Gundam was able to dodge all the attacks, but the price was that the parts display turned bright yellow again. The Gundam Age 1 could still resist one or two with its high protection shield, and Fleet's X-Rounder ability could also help him dodge some attacks, but Wolof's Genoster suit was quickly broken and a leg was broken. In desperation, the Samurai Gundam had to take the Genoster suit with it to dodge and resist the attacks. At the same time, Graham had to pay attention to the situation of the Gundam Age 1, which made him miserable. At this time, a surrounding Garanf had rushed up, and the beam sword stabbed towards the blind spot of the Samurai Gundam. Danger. The Genoster suit pushed the Samurai Gundam away, but it was exposed to the attack of the beam sword. The bright yellow beam sword was about to pierce the cockpit of the Genoster suit, and a pink beam shot from a distance, piercing the Garanf. Boom, supporting fire. It's Yang Hui. Seeing the Dawn Gundam flying quickly from a distance, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Retreat. Understood. X2 The Dawn Gundam fired its two guns continuously hitting the Garanf that surrounded the three machines, tearing a hole for them. The Samurai Gundam took the opportunity to evacuate directly to the Diva with the Genost, but the Gundam Age 1 was still reluctant to retreat. Yang Hui. You're just in time, Bang. Fleet still wanted to destroy all the UE in front of him with Yang Hui, but before he could finish his words, the Dawn Gundam kicked the Gundam Age 1 in the abdomen and kicked it towards the Samurai Gundam and the Genost. Take him with you. If he doesn't obey, I'll cut him into a stick. Understood. X2 dodged and fought back. Although he didn't destroy too many enemy planes, he successfully blocked all the Garanfs who wanted to chase the 3 planes. After they successfully retreated to a safe area, Yang Hui aimed at a meteorite close to the enemy camp and exploded it directly. With the obstruction of gravel and smoke, the Dawn Gundam went all out and left the battle area. After the smoke and dust dissipated, there was no trace of the Dawn Gundam in the UE's sight, but they did not chase it, but continued to protect the battleship and disappeared into the universe. On the way back to the Diva, Yang Hui was relieved to see that the UE did not catch up. When he learned that the signals of the Samurai Gundam, Gundam Age 1 and Genost in the training area disappeared, he secretly thought that he was in trouble. He was so fascinated by studying the age system that he forgot about this plot for a while, so Yang Hui drove the Dawn Gundam directly to rescue. Although I was also confused when I watched the anime at that time why the UE let Flit and Wolf go. Maybe they didn't take them seriously, or maybe they were in a hurry to complete the mission. But who cares? At this moment, he felt that it was great that the UE didn't pester them. Fabozer is also an aircraft carrier-level battleship in the UE. The Diva without the photon destruction cannon is really no match for it. Not to mention how many mobile suits Fabozer carries, its 36 twin beam cannons and 54 beam cannons can beat the current Diva to pieces. After returning to the Diva, Yang Hui first passed the information about Fabozer and the UE to the bridge of the Diva, and then heard the battle report from Graham. Yang Hui. Why did you? Pa. The angry Flit originally wanted to find Yang Hui to argue why he didn't join him in destroying the UE, and even kicked him, but he was slapped by Yang Hui as soon as he opened his mouth. Why didn't you listen to Graham's orders? Yang Hui asked harshly. A slap in the face made Flit lose the ability to think, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Do you know that your disobedience almost killed Graham and Wolf? I didn't. Do you know that if I had been a few seconds later, Wolf would have been dead? You and Wolf could have retreated safely. Without you holding them back, Graham could have also evacuated safely. It was because of your impulsiveness. Wolf and Graham were in danger. Remember this, Fleet, war is not the stage for you to play the savior game. Any impulsive behavior may lead to the death of your companions. If you can't cool your brain down in battle, then go home and don't think about becoming a savior. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Finding the Meaning of Survival. As mentioned before, Yang Hui hated 2 types of people the most, deserters and traitors, and the next 2 were self-righteous individual heroes. On the battlefield, the commander's orders may not be completely correct, and the front-line combat troops also need to make judgments on the spot, but this is completely different from stupid individual heroism. For example, this time, if Fleet had obeyed Graham's orders and retreated with Wolof, the 3 of them would not be in any danger, but because of his impulsiveness, he almost killed Wolof, and even more so Graham and himself. War has never been a one-man hero game. Even Yang Hui and Graham dare not say that they have the ability to change the situation of a large-scale battle with the right body, let alone Fleet. Fleet was still stunned at this time, not waking up from Yang Hui's scolding. Emily and Dick on the side were very worried, but they didn't know what to say to Fleet. If everyone was safe, Emily would definitely complain that Yang Hui said too much, but this time Wolof almost died, and she couldn't say the complaints in her heart. Flit. Emily organized her words and went forward to comfort Flit, but Flit pushed Elemi away and ran out of the hangar crying. Flit. Wait for us. Emily and Dick followed naturally, and Graham and Wolof shook their heads. Yeah, so I say, the kids should just go to school peacefully, why drive him is? Wolof said speechlessly. I agree with this. Graham nodded and agreed with Wolof's point of view. They fought hard on the battlefield, wasn't it just for children like Flit to have a peaceful and happy living environment? But Yang Hui let him drive the Gundam Age 1, he should have his own plans, and you can feel it, right? Flit's growth. Wolof was silent. To be honest, Flit was born to be a pilot. His talent was too terrible. He could suppress the ace pilot with just a few days of training, and he was only 14 years old. I really owed you guys this in my last life. Wolf was helpless. At the request of Yang Hui and Graham, he could only continue to be a nanny. Yang Hui and Graham, who had just reprimanded Fleet, were not convenient to say some things, so he was the only one who went. Although Fleet was wrong, your words were too harsh, weren't they? Fangs complained to Yang Hui. He knew Fleet very well. Although he was always positive and strong, he knew that Fleet was actually very fragile. Gundam was his only hope, and becoming a savior was the meaning of his existence. He won't learn a lesson if he doesn't. Fangs, you are not a child anymore, you should know that. But he is still a child. War will not let him off just because he is a child. Well, Fangs could not object. War has always been ruthless. Old people, women, and children will not let them go just because of their identities. There is no justice or evil in war, only killing and being killed. Don't worry, Fangus, Flint won't be defeated so easily. I hope so. Wallach finally found Flint in the observation corridor on the side of the ship. Emily and Dick were comforting him. Flint, fighting is too dangerous. Why don't you just give up? Yet, don't we have Yang Hui and the others? But, if I don't fight, if I don't drive the Gundam, what's the meaning of my existence? Flint said in confusion. He was impulsive, but also very smart. After being scolded by Yang Hui, he realized what mistake he had made, but he really couldn't control the impulse to destroy the UE. If you don't know, then go find it. Whether it's fighting or ordinary life, find the meaning of your own existence, and then carry it out. Mr. Wolf. I don't know why Yang Hui would agree to let a kid like you go to the battlefield, but this is not an excuse for you to act recklessly. War and fighting have never been a place for children to play. Mom was killed by UE. Alice. Looking at Fleet's head crying, Wolf felt that he was really not suitable to be a nanny. I don't care about your past, and UE won't care either. As long as you step onto the battlefield, you are a warrior. Then, Mr. Wolf, why are you fighting? We? Are you asking me, Graham and Yang Hui? Yes. I don't know about Yang Hui. To be honest, I'm also curious why a rich young man like Yang Hui would be interested in fighting, but as for Graham, he and I are the same type of people. Fighting is addictive. Once you have experienced that excitement, peaceful daily life will become boring. We are born to fight. We can only fight, and this is the meaning of our survival. Wolf said. But, isn't it dangerous to fight? And fighting will also bring more sacrifices. Emily retorted with some fear. Awareness and the like should be prepared from the beginning. It is better to die gloriously on the battlefield than to die in mediocrity in a peaceful life. As for sacrifice, if we don't fight, will you stop? If we don't fight, what will you do? Wolf asked Emily. This. But Flint doesn't need it. No. Flint interrupted Emily. Wolf-san is right. UE will not stop, so we have to fight. If we don't fight, how can we become the savior? How can we defeat UE? Flint. Emily looked at Flint with a complicated expression. She didn't want to see him fall into crisis, but she also wanted to support him in fulfilling his ideals. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. So, Fleet, since you have chosen to fight, then go and fight, and then find out clearly in the battle what the meaning of your own survival is. Yes. Fleet's face finally revived with a smile. Wolf was right. If you can't see the meaning of survival, then go and find it. Once you find it, stick to it. So he won't give up. He will continue to drive the Gundam and continue to fight the UE. That? Mr. Wolf. What's wrong? Wolf, who is leaving, turned his head and looked at Fleet. I'm sorry about the previous battle. Fleet bowed to Wolf and apologized. Don't care too much about that kind of thing. It was my own decision. I can't blame you. But, if you want me to forgive you, grow up quickly and kill more enemies. Wolf waved his hand and left. Yes. On the other side, after arranging the repair and maintenance of the formases and entering the new data into the age system, Yang Hui and Graham found Gundam in the captain's room. I have received the intelligence, and the truth about UE is gradually coming to light. Gundam said with a smile. For so many years, the Federation had no clue about UE, but now it has finally revealed the tip of the iceberg. His plan can be said to have been half successful. Technology that cannot be detected by radar and optical sensors, invisible umbrella? UE's technology is really ahead of the Federation by a lot. Yang Hui said helplessly. As for why the technology level of Yui is so high, Yang Hui certainly knows it, but even if they know where the source is, they can't get it now. Using C-Class Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam to deal with Sid is courting death. Can you find a means of counterattack? Do you have any misunderstandings about my profession? Yang Hui said depressedly. Even if he didn't have the technology, he could probably figure out the principle of the blind umbrella system and come up with countermeasures by getting some fragments back, but you asked Yang Hui to create something out of nothing, how could he do it? Is that so? But it's not a big problem. When our goal is achieved, you will have a chance to get the other party's technology. Although Geludik felt a little pity, it didn't matter. As long as the plan could succeed, technology and other things were trivial. Have you found the target? Well, it took a lot of effort, but I still found it. Geludik turned off the lights in the captain's room and projected a huge space fortress. Space Fortress Ambit, the military fortress of UE, departs from the colony satellite Minsley to Mars, a 10-day voyage. How did you get this information? Yang Hui asked. I analyzed the pattern of UE's appearance and analyzed it. According to the analysis, UE has been lurking in the Space Fortress Ambit that has been abandoned by the Federation. It's really hard work. Yang Hui sighed. If you want to draw this conclusion through analysis, there are too many data to analyze. Geludik alone analyzed the UE's lurking location. On the one hand, it is his ability, and on the other hand, it is his obsession. Moreover, Yang Hui knows Geludik better. Even if it is just analysis and calculation, if he is not more than 90% sure, he will not take such a risk. He only has this chance. If he is wrong, there will be no second chance. As long as the truth about UE can be revealed, everything is worth it. Okay, that's it. I'll contact my family and ask them to send the things directly to Minsley. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Hui waved and left with Graham. Geludik looked at the portrait of his wife and children and showed a rare sad, worried and warm smile. Soon, I will be able to avenge you soon. Yang Hui and Graham did not rest and returned directly to the hangar. Graham had to watch the maintenance of the Samurai Gundam and prepare for the next training. Yang Hui naturally continued to adjust the age system and strive to refit the Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam before arriving in Farting. After arriving in Farting, there will be a big battle with UE, and Dixel will appear again. It may not be appropriate to kill him directly in front of everyone, but as long as he drives the Jettis to attack again, don't blame him for being ruthless. This time he can't be allowed to escape again. Chapter 117 Arriving in Farting, Dixel suffers another setback. After several days of sailing, the Diva finally arrived in Farting. However, as soon as it arrived, the Federal Supervisory Bureau came and prepared to arrest Geludik. What should we do? Graham asked Yang Hui. They had been preparing for so long, and they couldn't let the plan die here. I'll go. You guard the hangar. No one is allowed to touch the Gundam, including children. Children. Yes, children. Well, it's inexplicable. Graham scratched his hair, but still accepted Yang Hui's instructions. It's normal that Graham didn't understand. Who made Dixier's appearance so confusing? Who would have thought that a 7-year-old child would be the UE's ace pilot? Yang Hui just came to the captain's room and met the Federal Supervisory Bureau. Oh? What's going on? Yang Hui pretended not to know. You are young Master Yang Hui of Yang Enterprise. Why are you here? The officer who arrested Geludik was also shocked by Yang Hui. The superiors didn't tell him this news. The Diva is carrying out a top-secret mission, and I happen to be able to help, so I followed along. As a good citizen of the Federation, I naturally have to contribute to the Federation. But, the arrest warrant for Lieutenant Colonel Geludik Inoue. Don't say that. Yang Hui gently put his arm around the officer's shoulder, with a cunning smile on his face. We will only stay in Farting for 6 days and then leave. Can you not see us? How is this possible? Really? I wanted to help you keep some small secrets. As he said that, Yang Hui gave Geludik a look. Geludik understood and retrieved the officer's secret account in Farting Bank that he had found out privately. All the money in it was illegal income, and there were also records of ships that were allowed to pass without port entry permits. It was very detailed. If this information was handed over, this officer might be Geludik's cellmate. Damn, how did you find out? The officer thought he had done it very secretly, and the number of people who knew about it was no more than a handful. But Yang Hui was here. Don't you know? Some of the ships belong to me. What? In that case, You also. How about giving it a try? Am I okay? Yang Hui asked with a joking smile, his expression sinister and cunning. In the final analysis, it's just some gray income, especially since Yang's enterprise is the leading military-industrial enterprise in the Federation. It's normal to have some secret transactions. Even if it's really exposed, it doesn't matter. With the help of the network of relationships, the impact can be minimized, and then just push someone out to confess the crime, or even find a little money to solve the problem. Moreover, Yang Hui has never participated in this great transaction, so Yang Hui is still Yang Hui, Yang's enterprise is still Yang's enterprise, the top leaders of the Federation are still the top leaders of the Federation, and fading is still fading, but he is no longer a federal officer. Damn. What do you want to do? The officer asked with a twisted face, feeling aggrieved but not daring to get angry. Didn't I just tell you? Just pretend you haven't seen us. We will leave naturally in 6 days. These secrets have never existed and... Yang Hui leaned close to the officer's ear and whispered, if our mission is successful, I can also consider adding your name. Then you may be able to move up a little bit. After saying that, Yang Hui took 2 steps back and asked the officer confidently, how? The officer's face was like a dyeing factory, with colors constantly changing. On the one hand, he was afraid that his improper operation would be exposed and he would be imprisoned. On the other hand, he was tempted by the secret mission mentioned by Yang Hui. On the other hand, he didn't know how to face the accusations from above. In the end, fear and desire overcame reason and he agreed. Tisk. Lieutenant Colonel Guludik and the songstress have obtained the right to stay in farting for 6 days. Leave quickly when the time is up. No problem. After sending away the officer with an ugly expression, Guludik nodded to Yang Hui to express his gratitude. Although he could also find out the information, it would definitely take a lot of effort. Besides, with the Yang group to cover for him, his guilt would be reduced a lot in the future, and the officer who left would not be implicated. Let's go and meet our future comrades. By the way, put away the EZ7 file. If you really take that thing to trade, I can't help you even if I want to. How can you? It seems that I still underestimated the intelligence network of Yang's enterprise. Your methods are indeed secretive, but as long as you take action, you will definitely leave traces, and it will not be difficult to find you by following the clues. Then, are you sure? So do you have any misunderstandings about my profession? Don't forget that I am also the next head of Yang's enterprise. Well, I know. Yang Hui followed Guludik to find the 2 major forces of Fatan to trade, while Graham stayed in the hangar. On the one hand, it was Yang Hui's instruction, and on the other hand, he didn't like to wander around. Instead of having time to go out and play, it would be more relaxing to stay with him. So Yang Hui's evaluation of him, lonely for the rest of his life, there is no hope. Graham, who was browsing the previous battle records, suddenly saw a child rushing into the hangar, followed closely by Fleet. An unfamiliar child? That direction. Graham noticed that the intruder was heading straight for the Gundam. He remembered Yang Hui's instructions and immediately stepped in front of the child. Hey, kid, this is not a place for you to play. Leave now. Don't be so stingy. Let me play. Dixie tried to confuse Graham with his innocent appearance, and then used his petite body to bypass Graham and get into the cockpit of the Dawn Gundam. However, he didn't expect that Graham was not affected at all. He grabbed Dixie and handed her to Fleet. That won't work. This is not a child's toy, Fleet. Yes. I don't know who he is. Take him away quickly. This is a military stronghold. Don't bring strangers in casually. I know. Graham was very serious at this time. Fleet knew that he had made a mistake again, and regardless of Dixie's struggle, he quickly took him away. Really, this kid still doesn't realize it, but that kid. With him watching, Fleet's mistakes were not very big, so he only needed to educate him afterwards, but Graham felt that Dixel was different. As an experienced fighter, Graham could see that everything Dixel showed was a disguise, and his intuition actually felt a hint of threat from Dixel. In the end, he felt that Yang Hui's instructions seemed to be aimed at Dixel, but it was just a guess without evidence. Forget it, I'll ask Yang Hui when the time comes. Dixel also knew that his goal could not be achieved, so he said goodbye to Fleet and left the diva. After leaving, Dixel's expression became distorted, and he was very upset that his plan had failed. This was very similar to the feeling when he was defeated by the Dawn Gundam in Nora. However, it was not completely without gain. Fleet was not Graham. He did not see through Dixel's disguise at all, and almost answered every question. The information about Yang Hui, Graham, and Gundam was all leaked out. Tisk, that's really infuriating. Your unauthorized actions are troubling us, Dixel. Several people in black robes came up behind Dixel, and the leader, Yak Dory, said dissatisfiedly. Dixel adjusted his expression and turned around with his usual cute disguise. Were you discovered so soon? You, who have been recognized as a resident of Eden, actually had a relationship with such a guy. I thought it would be fun, but I didn't expect the plan to fail. Dixel stuck out his tongue in a cute way, trying to get away with it. Don't do it next time, Dixel. Hey, I know, but it's not completely useless. I got the information of 3 new machines, all called Gundam. The white one and Brother Fleet are not interesting, but the purple gray and black red pilots are called Yang Hui and Graham. You can check them out. Dixel said, knowing that he might not be able to get away with it, so he planned to make amends once. What? This is very important information, Dixel, well done. Dixel was young and only liked to do what he loved, but Yak Dory was different. He was an arms dealer in various colonies and was also responsible for collecting intelligence. Moreover, he was also an arms dealer, so it was impossible for him not to have heard of the names of Yang Hui and Graham. But let's talk about this later. Let's leave here first. Well, I'm hungry. Take me to eat something delicious. And Fleet, who was deceived by Dixel, was naturally accepting Graham's education. Fleet, although we haven't joined the Federation Army yet, the Diva is also a battleship of the Federation Army. Emily and Dick are fine, but how can you bring outsiders on board at will? Graham educated. As a new battleship of the Federation, it is no exaggeration to say that every brick and tile inside it can be regarded as a military secret, not to mention the Gundam. Maybe this is something that can change the Federation. But, isn't Dixel still a child? Are you qualified to say that? Graham covered his face and said nothing. Remember, Fleet, you can't just bring anyone into a military stronghold, especially a stranger. They might be spies, even if they're just children. Graham, who had experienced the world of Gundam, was not exaggerating. The most dangerous people on the battlefield are children. Under the extremely deceptive appearance, you may never know what kind of heart is hidden until you die. Juvenile soldiers, secret agencies, etc. are not uncommon. It's not that serious. Fleet muttered unconvinced. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. I get it. Just as Fleet was about to run away, Wolof was about to enter Genoa's cockpit. Hey. Wolof, where are you going? Visiting an old friend at an old place. I've got permission. Huh? Chapter 118 Negotiations with Zerem, Yang Hui in control of everything. Don't you want to go to Tordia? Fleet. LME asked. Well, I want to stay on the Diva and officially join the Federation Army. Fleet said seriously. Do you really think so? I know you hate UE because of your aunt's matter. No, that's not the case. I'm not as powerful as Yang Hui and Graham, and I may not be as powerful as the Savior, but I can't just sit there and watch. I want to use Gundam to help everyone. Fleet said. After several battles and a lot of conversations with Yang Hui, Graham, Wolf and others, Fleet has learned to think, learned to let go of hatred and see clearly what is in front of him. Really? Then I want to join the Federation Army too. Emily? Why? Aren't you always afraid and want to stay away from danger? Fleet was surprised. He was ready for Emily to persuade him to leave together, but Emily gave a completely opposite answer. You and Grandpa are staying on the songstress. How can I go to Tordia alone? And Emily became shy. If Fleet is alone, Brother Yang Hui and Brother Graham will definitely scold him, right? I may be useless, but at least I can be with you. Emily's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face became redder and redder. Emily. Since we have decided, let's go. We don't know when the battle will come. Let's go to Farden quickly. Emily did not wait for Fleet to give her a complete answer, and took the initiative to pull Fleet to Farden. Even if she was rejected, she still wanted to have a complete date. On the other side, Yang Hui and Geludik found the contemporary leader of Zerem, Dong Boyuki. This is a rare guest, Yang Hui, you actually came to see me in person. Yes. The boss is right. Uncle Dong, I'm not here to listen to crosstalk. I have a business that I want to do with you. I wonder if you are interested. Yang Hui said. Although the two younger brothers in the cartoon looked a little funny, it was very embarrassing in person. I am a businessman, and I am naturally willing to do business. But before that, please answer me a question first. Do you want to do business with Yang's enterprise or with you? Dong Boyki asked with interest. Zeram and Awuba can call the wind and rain in farting, and they have developed many industries outside of farting, but compared with the leaders of the Earth Federation, they are still little brats. He is not so conceited as to think that he is on par with the genius young master of Yang's enterprise. Let my captain talk to you about the specific content. Yang Hui pointed to Geludik beside him. Captain. Captain of the Earth Federation, the battleship Diva, Geludik Enoa. A Federation officer is looking for me to do business? Ha ha ha, today is really a strange day. Dong Boyki laughed. We know that you and Yuba are engaged in the sale and purchase of MIS battleships on this colony satellite. I want 4 battleships and a fully equipped MIS unit. What are you talking about? I don't understand it all. Can this kind of roundabout talk stop here, Uncle Dong? Yang Hui interrupted Dong Boyki's perfunctory. Do you need me to list one by one how much goods you bought from Yang's enterprise every year? Humph, what a difficult kid. If it was just Geludik, he could still perfunctorily. After all, the sale of weapons was expressly prohibited after the Silver Cup Treaty. Maybe this was a test from the Federation Army? But if Yang Hui was there, it would be a different situation, and judging from Yang Hui's attitude, the other party was also serious. For this kind of deal, shouldn't you go directly to the eldest son of the Yang family? He is much stronger than our small temple. Dong Boyki pointed at Yang Hui and asked Geludik. I have reached a cooperation with Captain Geludik, but you also know that although my family has many MIS production lines, they are basically under the close surveillance of the Federation and cannot be easily moved, and warships are not within the scope of the Yang family's business. Yang Hui explained. I see, the eldest son of the leading military family cooperates with the federal military control, and even hides it from the Federation. I am very curious about what your purpose is. Can you tell me in detail? Dong Boyki was so confident that he also laughed at Yang Hui for being too naive and actually took the initiative to hand the handle to him. Uncle Dong, you should know that being too curious is not a good habit, and this is just an ordinary deal. Don't you want to listen to our price? Yang Hui asked with the same confidence, because he knew that Dong Boyki could not refuse his offer. Interesting, tell me about it. You're not going to talk about it here, are you? Interesting. Dong Boyki felt Yang Hui's difficulty again. He didn't feel like an underage teenager at all, but an old fox who had been in the business world for a long time. He always maintained a confident attitude and had everything in his hands. Then let's change the place, prepare the car, and greet the guests at the mansion. Yes. He got in the car prepared by Dong Boyki and drove towards his mansion. There were MIS guards on the way, and then not far away, he fought with MIS from another camp. Although MIS fighting in the city was excessive, Zeram and Ayuba were still very considerate. They installed protective walls for the buildings, and their MIS used small-caliber live ammunition weapons, which could not even penetrate the most ordinary alloy armor, let alone protective walls. Don't worry about it, it's just a common occurrence. Zeram and Ayuba's warlord faction struggle. Uncle Dong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, fighting like this is just a child's play. Yang Hui laughed. Are you insulting the honor of our ancestors? Dong Boyki asked sternly. Honor? The truth may not sound good. If you really care about the honor of your ancestors, you should go to the universe to fight, bet everything in your family, and fight to the death, instead of fighting like this. Yang Hui turned his head to look at the battle behind him, his eyes full of contempt. No matter what, Zeram and Awuba were once two powerful warlord countries. Look at you now, it's just a fight between street gangs. Boy, some things you said wrong can't be solved by apologizing. Is it a crime to tell the truth these days? Yang Hui spread his hands indifferently, but the playful look on his face did not diminish at all. He deliberately provoked Dong Boyki. The feud between Zeram and Awuba has continued to this day, and it is not so easy to resolve. If you want to truly turn hostility into friendship, you must take a ruthless medicine. Again, reality is not anime. Without the aura of the protagonist, how could the grudges that lasted for hundreds of years be loosened by Fleet's few words? Although Dong Boyki's final life-threatening charge was indeed tearful, it was possible for an old man with deep-rooted traditional ideas to undergo a huge change all of a sudden? Yang Hui respected their traditions and recognized their will to pass on for hundreds of years, but after all, How much of the honor of the past was still left? The warlords have all become mixed up in societies, so what about the glory of their ancestors? Little ghost, aren't you afraid of not being able to get out of fading? Do you dare to touch me? Dong Boyki was very angry at Yang Hui's attitude, but he really did what Yang Hui said. He really didn't dare to do anything to Yang Hui. It was rumored that the two morning stars of the Yang family were never separated. Now that he didn't see the other one, Dong Boyki naturally had to be afraid that Graham was nearby. If Yang Hui got into trouble in his hands, the news would be passed back to the Yang family. Without the Yang family doing it themselves, the Federation would peel off his skin. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The three of them didn't speak. They came to Zeram's mansion in silence. Dong Boyki didn't exchange pleasantries with Yang Hui and Geludik anymore. He got straight to the point and asked, "Can you tell me your price now?" Of course. Yang Hui handed the pad to Dong Boyki, which contained the information of the Vang's rifle. "This is it. Ho ha ho ha. Are you worthy of being the eldest son of the Yang family? So bold." Dong Boyki just glanced at it at first, then read it word by word, and finally laughed out loud. "How is it? Is my price enough?" As expected, Dong Boyki couldn't resist the temptation of the Vang's rifle. "Of course, but, kid, this new beam rifle is not cheap, right? What do you think? This will be one of the new products of Yang's enterprise, and it will also be a new weapon for the Federation Army Ms. Really? If I use this good thing, the Federation may not sit idly by, right? You have a good calculation." Dong Boyki smiled a little gloomily. Yang Hui was silent. The reason why the Federation turned a blind eye to the fighting between Zeram and Yuba was that both of them were local tyrants, and the senior officials of the Federation were fat and worked had a vested interest in them. Secondly, the weapons and equipment of both families were not strong, and fighting each other would not have much impact, so they turned a blind eye. But if the two families were equipped with the same weapons and equipment as the Federation would not be able to turn a blind eye to it, and would definitely send a large force to suppress it. That depends on your operation. I am just a supplier, just selling my products. As for how to deal with the Federation, that is your business." Yang Hui spread his hands and said indifferently. Yang Hui was really not worried about the impact of Zeram and Yuba getting the Vangus rifle. Anyway, in the end, they would trick the two families into carrying out a bad driving operation with them. Even if they could come back alive, both forces would be seriously injured. Moreover, after experiencing life and death together, fighting with Yui, and seeing what a real war is, the relationship will definitely change. Either they will become part of the Federation together, or they will work together and coexist peacefully. These are all good results. This makes me even more curious, kid, what is your purpose? Dong Boyki asked seriously. As for whether to answer this question, Yang Hui gave the decision to Geludik, because this was originally his plan, and Yang Hui was just an assistant. And Geludik did not hesitate and said directly, "We are going to attack the Yui's space fortress." "What did you say?" Dong Boyki was completely defeated, feeling like he heard a fairy tale. "That's why we need more combat power." Dong Boyki looked at Yang Hui and saw him nod seriously, and then he was sure that he was not joking. "Ha ha ha, you are really interesting. How can we make a deal?" Geludik asked. "Well, this." Dong Boyki began to think about the pros and cons. It didn't matter to him how crazy Geludik and Yang Hui wanted to do, but he was really tempted by the cutting-edge beam rifle. This was a good opportunity to completely defeat Ayuba, but the risk was too great. At this moment, Zeram's little brother rushed in and reported in a panic, "It's bad. Boss. The battle in the city was suddenly intruded by a white Miz that we have never seen before, and it fell into chaos." "What? A white Miz?" Yang Hui and Geludik, who heard the words, had a bad premonition in their hearts. "Is it him?" Chapter 119, What glory and unity is there in infighting? Looking at the screen in the video, Geludik tried to maintain a serious expression, but Yang Hui was already depressed. He thought that after being trained by him and Graham, Fleet would be more mature than the original plot, but he didn't expect to be involved. "Is this the legendary correction power? What? Is that your Miz?" Dong Boyki asked. "That's my brother." Yang Hui pointed at the screen and said that although it was uncomfortable to be controlled by the other party, Fleet's identity could be found out with a little check. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, so he might as well tell the truth directly. "Huh? Graham Aka?" "No, it's another one, a distant relative." Yang Hui replied. At this time, he really hoped that there was no younger brother like Fleet. Really? Dong Boyki smiled triumphantly. This way, he had another bargaining chip to negotiate with Yang Hui. Huh? The situation is not right. Why are they running away? From the perspective of the current surveillance footage, the Gundam has not done anything yet, but the Ms of Zerum and Ayuba are actually fleeing, which is very abnormal. But the next second, Yang Hui and Geludik knew the reason. That's it. What's wrong? Do you like watching battles? Dong Boyki was still very proud. After all, it was not easy to take advantage of Yang Hui. He really wanted to thank Yang Hui's distant brother whom he had never met. But Geludik's answer made Dong Boyki's face change drastically. No, it's Yui. What? Dong Boyki turned his head and looked. Sure enough, another Ms that he had never seen appeared. In terms of appearance, it was very different from all the Ms he had seen. It still had the appearance of a dinosaur, with a light green paint job, a more sturdy body than Giranfu, thicker limbs and tail, and 5 orange crystals embedded in the chest, shining with a terrifying cold light. And it's a new type of machine. The size, armor, and armament. It's a power type. Gundam will suffer. Yang Hui was a professional and could tell at a glance what type of Ms the newly appeared Bacto was. I'll contact the Diva and ask Ram to go for support. Wait. Yang Hui stopped Geludik, because in the surveillance footage, Bacto only had a brief contact with a Gundam and then left, as if testing the power ratio between the two sides, and the Gundam was obviously suppressed. After Bacto disappeared, the Gundam was surrounded by Zalram's Jira. They had not been seen before, but now they all came out at once. Uncle Dong, please invite my brother over. Really? But the fee, No problem. Then I won't be polite. Hey, let them invite this guy over, remember to be polite. Dong Boyki ordered. Yes. After his men left, only Dong Boyki, Yang Hui and Geludik were left in the room. Dong Boyki also put away his previous face of success and looked serious. Is that really Yui? Yes. Yang Hui connected his pad to the screen and called up the image of Garanf. Does it look very similar? Damn it. After confirming that it was Yui, Dong Boyki slammed the table with a ferocious look on his face. Why would Yui appear in fitting? Are the people in the Federal Army just eating for free? Or is it Yuba and the others? Impossible. Yang Hui directly rejected this guess. How do you know? Dong Boyki asked. Before arriving in Fading, I read the intelligence of Zerum and Yuba. Although they are both doing things that kill people, they will never collude with Yui. As their old rival, you should know this best. Yang Hui said. Dong Boyki was silent. Yang Hui's words were undeniable. Although Zerum and Yuba had been fighting for hundreds of years and both wanted the other to die early, they would never collude with the enemy of mankind, Yui. Speaking of valuing the honor of ancestors, Yuba is better than Zerum. Moreover, Farding is the territory they are fighting for and the home they love. If Yui wants to destroy Farding, they will put aside their hatred and temporarily unite to resist the foreign enemy. The three of them waited quietly like this, and soon Gundam and Flint were sent to Zerum's mansion. Yang Hui. Mr. Geludik. Why are you, Flit, who was brought to the room, was still surprised that Yang Hui and Geludik were here, and Yang Hui pinched his face. Can you explain why a Gundam appeared in the city first, Flit? Woo. Faced with the amiable, nuclear, and kind, cancer, hydrogen, Yang Hui, Flint trembled, and his brain was running faster than when he made Gundam an age system. If he didn't give Yang Hui a satisfactory answer, his wish to be the savior might die. By the way, I went there because Yui appeared. Pa. Yang Hui slapped Flit on the back of his head in annoyance. You think we didn't see it? And, using the DAS rifle inside Farding, do you think the Yui's attack is not enough, and are you accelerating Farding's destruction? Woo. Fleet's eyes were filled with tears, but he had no words to refute. Okay, you stay aside now, and I'll take you back to the Song Girl after I finish the business. Yet, Yang Hui didn't pursue it to the end. Fleet felt that he had saved his life, and didn't dare to say much, and stood aside obediently. Okay, Uncle Dong, I won't beat around the bush with you. What do you think? If it doesn't work, we'll leave first. Well, don't be impatient, I want to improve 2 more, what do you think? Dong Boyki said. No problem, the deal is done, and I'll have someone send it to you after the test is successful. Yang Hui stood up and prepared to leave, But Dong Boyki was unwilling to let Yang Hui leave just like that. How about adding another condition? Uncle Dong, the deal is over, and this is another deal for you. Yang Hui turned his head and said in a very calm tone. You can also treat it as another deal. The condition is that you don't sell the same product to Yuba. That's difficult. I'm planning to go to Yuba again. Sure enough. Dong Boyki confirmed his guess. His face turned a little ugly. He was willing to pay the price of 4 battleships and fully equipped MIs in exchange for the Vangus rifle. Wasn't it just to widen the gap with Yuba? But if Yang Hui also sold it to Yuba, what would the deal mean to him? So that's what you planned from the beginning, kid? Dong Boyki asked Yang Hui with an ugly face. Of course, since there are potential customers, why not promote your own products? Yang Hui spread his hands and asked, shouldn't this be the behavior of a businessman? Especially for arms dealers, selling weapons to both sides of the battle to ensure greater benefits is basic operation. Fleet was dumbfounded. He had never seen Yang Hui, who was like a profiteer. Even Geludik found it incredible. Yang Hui was strong and calm in battle, wise in research, and cunning and treacherous in negotiation. Which side of him was the real him? Don't play tricks on me. Dong Boyki yelled, you kid don't really want to trade with Zeram, right? How could it be? 4 battleships and a fully equipped MIS force in exchange for a batch of the latest beam weapons, isn't that a fair trade? And you agreed to it yourself, or do you plan to break the contract? Zeram's Dong Boyki. You. Yang Hui's suddenly cold face made Dong Boyki feel more stressed. He didn't dare to say yes because it would destroy the deal that had been reached before and would also make Zeram's reputation completely stinky. It was a fact that Yang Hui would contact Ayuba, and he couldn't change it. But if he ruined the previous deal and Ayuba reached a deal with Yang Hui, then Zeram would be in danger of destruction. I say. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yang Hui finally spoke his mind and stopped arguing with Dong Boyki. If you really want to maintain the honor of your ancestors, go fight Yui. What's the point of fighting among yourself? After that, Yang Hui and Geludik took Fleet away. It was too conspicuous for the Gundam to stay here. They should send it back to the songstress. Maybe they could go back early to change new equipment and avoid being beaten by the new UE machines. After Yang Hui and others left, Dong Boyki slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth. How can a mere kid understand our honor and dignity? Yes. The boss is right. Yui. Dong Boyki looked at Bacto on the screen and fell into deep thought. Are we going to Yuba now? Geludik asked Yang Hui. At this time, he had put Yang Hui ahead of himself. He claimed that he did not have the negotiation ability of Yang Hui. As long as he could achieve the desired effect, he did not mind Yang Hui taking the lead. Yang Hui was about to nod when his pad rang. It was Graham's call. It's me. Yang Hui, if you have time, go back to the Diva first. What's wrong? The new equipment made by the age system for the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam is complete. Vangs is not here and I can't contact him, so I can only ask you to come back to debug it. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui looked at Geludik helplessly. It can only be postponed. I have to return to the Diva now. Well, no problem. On the way back, they ran into Emily and Vangs who were preparing to rescue Fleet. Emily? Vangs? Why are you here? And Yang Hui turned his attention to the children in the car. What's going on? Yang Hui? Mr. Geludik? Why are you here? And, is Fleet okay? Emily looked at the Gundam next to him and asked. Yang Hui was speechless. Fortunately, they ran into Emily and others who were preparing to make trouble on their way back, otherwise they would be in danger later. Let's return to the Diva immediately. Yang Hui said. What happened? Everyone was confused. Don't worry about it. Let's go back immediately. Fangus, the new equipment of the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam has been completed. Debug it with me. Also manufacture the new equipment of the Gundam Age 1. Okay. But the next second, an explosion occurred in front of Zeram's mansion. 5 purple missiles could be seen heading towards Zeram's mansion. Is it too late? Fleet, you go and stop the infighting between the two sides. We will return to the Diva immediately. I know. Chapter 120 Evolution of Gundam. Fleet drove the Gundam to stop Zeram and Ayuba from fighting. Yang Hui and Geludik ignored everything else and drove straight to the elevator of the spaceport. The elevator was already in sight, but Yang Hui and Geludik saw the shadows of the aircraft flashing in the sky. Sure enough, there are differences. Yang Hui's face became not very good, because there were 9 flashes in the sky. Graham, how is the refitting of the Samurai Gundam going? Yang Hui immediately connected to Graham's communication and asked. The refitting has been completed, but the final debugging is still in progress. What's wrong? Yui's miss was found. 9 machines. What? I will drive the Samurai Gundam to attack immediately. Well, Genoa's, who is on standby, will also attack. Give the high-rate beam rifle of the Dawn Gundam to Logan. Although it may not be a match, it can delay time. Understood. Shortly after hanging up the communication, Yang Hui saw the 9 machines in the sky separated into a small team and approached them quickly. Soon, the shadows of a Bacto and 2 Giranfu entered the observation distance of the naked eye. Damn it. It's too late. Yang Hui almost bit his back teeth to pieces. According to the speed of the enemy, they would be caught up before he and his men could enter the elevator. The firepower net of 3 misses could easily tear a car apart. Graham, if you don't come soon, I'm done for you. At this moment, pink beams tore through the sky. Genoa's, driven by Lagan, shot at the sky with a high-rate beam rifle, advancing step by step. At the same time, the Samurai Gundam also appeared from the elevator, with its engine backpack blazing, rushing towards the approaching 3-machine formation. A closer look showed that the armor on the limbs of the Samurai Gundam was much reduced, but it was more flexible, and Graham's sudden acceleration did not cause any damage to the skeleton. In addition to the 2 super beam swords hanging on his waist, the Samurai Gundam held 2 high-vibration knives emitting red light. There were 2 shooting ports on both sides of the handle, which was a sword-gun composite weapon. There were 2 sheet-like handles on the shoulders. Yang Hui recognized that they were beam boomerangs. Is this the answer of the age system? Now I am also looking forward to how the Dawn Gundam will evolve. Yang Hui grinned. Leave these 3 machines to me, Lagan. You go to support fleet. Understood. Lagan followed the instructions and headed towards the area where the Gundam was. He was not worried that Graham would be in danger. On the contrary, there were more enemy planes on fleet's side, and the pressure was greater. Graham was very happy at this time. The newly upgraded Samurai Gundam could barely keep up with his movements. According to the classification of Promise Fortress, it barely reached the B level, but this also made Graham more comfortable. Feel the power of the new Samurai Gundam. With an emergency stop and turn, and an instant acceleration, Graham used his best Graham maneuver, dodged the cannon fire of Bacto at the extreme position, and rushed to it all at once. The high-vibration knife in his hand shone with a ruby-like brilliance, and the high-frequency vibration made the surrounding air begin to tremble. With a swing of the knife, Bacto's proud heavy armor was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the high-vibration knife, and was directly cut in half. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining 2 Garanfs planned to retreat while holding back with firepower. Wow? Have you mastered my fighting style? But the Samurai Gundam did not pursue immediately. Instead, it hung the high-vibration knife behind its waist while dodging, grasped the handles on its shoulders with both hands, and threw them hard. The 2 beam boomerangs rotated through the dense firepower blockade, cut off the 2 Garanfs with a strange arc, and then drew a circle in the air and returned to the hands of the Samurai Gundam. It is worthy of being the age system valued by Yang Hui. It actually knows me so well. Graham enjoyed the joy. The improved Samurai Gundam was too suitable for him, but it still couldn't keep up with his movements. However, there was a second time after the first time, and he was looking forward to the next evolution of the age system. Let's go save fleet first, he looks like he's dying. Graham, got it, please reply. This is Graham. New enemies have appeared in the city, 6 new machines, rush to support. Understood, fleet's side. I'll go to fleet's side, my weapons are not suitable for fighting in the city. Okay. Bang. Bacto's tail swept across the belly of the Gundam, knocking him out, and the huge impact made Fleet scream. Damn, if this goes on. Fleet gritted his teeth and controlled the Gundam Age 1 to stand up. The surface of the Gundam was arcing, and the outer armor was broken a lot, revealing the skeleton. The simple action of standing up could hear a crunch sound. But Fleet still stood in front of the enemy, because behind him were Logan, Dong Boyki and Laket Fame, as well as the Mizes belonging to Zerim and Iuba, who had completely lost their combat capabilities. At first, Zerim and Iuba were very confident and launched a fierce attack on the UE's Miz, but even though Fleet played exceptionally well and held back 2 Bactus, the 4 Garanfis defeated them all like playing a game, and there were only 5 left out of the original dozen misses. Then Lagan drove Genoa's to support, and took advantage of the opportunity when the UE was not aware of it, and shot down 2 Garanfus, but the performance of Genoa's was far inferior to that of Garanfu, and was eventually surrounded and defeated, with only 1 hand and 1 foot left on the ground. If it weren't for Flit's desperate rescue, Lagan would have been killed. Flit, leave us alone. What a pity, kid. You finally persuaded us to form a temporary alliance, but the result is such a miserable situation. That's right, so go quickly. Swear by the noble Yuba, we will definitely stop them and protect Fardin. Go and finish your unfinished business. No. I won't leave. Fardin finally united as one. Move, Gundam, move. Flit kept pushing the joystick, but the Gundam still kept kneeling on one knee, like a person about to be executed, looking up in despair at the executioner's blade getting closer and closer. It's no more. It's too early to give up. Bacto's beam sword was about to swing down, and the electromagnetic shell fell from the sky, exploding sparks in Bacto's chest. Although it failed to penetrate it, the impact made it stay away from the Gundam Age 1. That's it. Everyone looked up, and the purple-gray Dawn Gundam fell from the sky. The 2 electromagnetic cannons on its waist were still emitting black smoke, and 2 beam cannons that could be rapid-fired or stored were mounted on its shoulders. 2 super beam swords were hung on its waist, and it held 2 extended beam rifles in its hands. Yang Hui. Well, you did a good job, and you look like a savior. Yang Hui rarely praised Quavlet. Yes. Leave it to me next, you protect the friendly forces behind you. Understood. Looking at Bardock and Garanf who were ready for battle, Yang Hui's expression was calm, but the light in his eyes was like a burning flame of anger. Thank you for taking care of my brother. Yang Hui's mumbling could not be heard. The 2 Bardock charged forward, and Garanf provided fire cover from both wings. But just as the 2 Garanf stopped moving, the Dawn Gundam crossed its arms and shot 1 shot from each side, piercing their heads. At this time, the Bacto was approaching, with a beam spike flashing on its chest and a beam sword raised high. The Dawn Gundam immediately threw away its beam rifle, stepped aside to avoid the beam spike of the Bacto in front of it, pulled out the super beam sword, pierced it from behind, and held the hilt with the other hand. The energy activated by the super beam sword pierced the head of the next Bacto, melting the driver inside. Wow, so powerful. This is Yang Hui of Yang Enterprise. This elegance, this power, too scary. The audience behind him was stunned. Their helpless UE was completely destroyed in such a casual manner. From the time it appeared on the stage until now, it was completely like an outing, or attending a noble ball. It was powerful and elegant, just like a noble, taking gorgeous steps to kill the enemy. After solving the enemy, he asked about the situation in Graham City. Graham, what's the situation? 3 have been destroyed. We are now chasing the remaining enemies, but they are too scattered. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the communication, Yang Hui instructed Fleet, go back to the Diva to replace the new equipment. The city does not need your support. Come back to rescue the friendly forces. New equipment. Yes, the new equipment of the Gundam Age 1. The Age system has given the answer. Understood. Looking at the Dawn Gundam soaring into the sky, Fleet's eyes flashed with brilliance as his back moved away between jumps. This is his goal, and this is the one he wants to surpass. But now is not the time to think about it. Lagan, Mr. Boyke, Mr. Lackett, please wait for me to come back. No problem, I won't die yet. If I die now, it will be a disgrace to noble Yuba. Don't worry, Fleet, there are no enemies nearby. Yes. Relying on the mobility of the Dawn Gundam, Yang Hui cut into the urban battlefield. Looking at the billowing smoke, the light in Yang Hui's eyes became even brighter. Have they all been twisted mentally? Then let's destroy them all. After receiving the coordinates sent by Graham, he rushed towards the nearest Bacto, and before the opponent could turn around, he stabbed the beam sword into its abdomen and kicked it into the protective wall, so that the self-explosion would not harm the city. Did Graham also deal with the other machine? Then the last one, huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, because the radar showed that the signal of an unknown machine encountered the last Bacto, but the IF showed that the pilot was indeed Wolf. I'm here. I'm not late, am I? Really? Yang Hui grinned, the light in his eyes disappeared, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Don't be cool if you're late, bastard. Chapter 121, G. Anger appears, Zeram and Ayuba join. The pure white Miz's back was ablaze. With the power of jet propulsion, the G-Anger kept jumping between buildings and soon caught up with the last Bacto. White Wolf Special Super Miz, the first battle of the G-Anger. Bacto noticed the attacking G-Anger, and seeing that it was not the Dawn Gundam or the Samurai Gundam, he did not run away directly, but turned around and punched the G-Anger's shield. Bacto's powerful force stopped the rapidly advancing G-Anger, and it relied on the thrust of the thruster to stalemate with it. You have some skills, and the strength is equal to each other. Wolf praised, but the selling point of this G-Anger is somewhere else. Bacto's fist was swung away by the shield, and the beam diffuser on his chest flashed, but the short charging time gave the G-Anger a chance, and it turned around and came behind Bacto. First of all, it's super sporty. Then he posed like a cool guy and pulled out a beam sword on his back. Then, it's an eye-opening high-power beam saber. Named Double Cross, charging at the charging Bacto. Wolf Fang. Sheathing the saber, standing up, a real man never looks back at the explosion. The cross scar on Bacto's chest exploded, serving as a backdrop for the G-Anger. And the biggest selling point of the G-Anger is me, Wallifenic. Are you an idiot? Wallif was still immersed in his own handsomeness when he was interrupted by Yang Hui's scolding. Fight and get inside the protective wall. Will you pay for the building explosion? Isn't this an emergency? Right. If we don't destroy the enemy planes quickly, won't the damage be even greater? Shut up. Your excuses are useless. I'll let Captain Geludic deduct the loss of that area from your salary and bonus. No. Wallif cried out in grief. He bought the G-Anger privately, and almost emptied his savings for it. He still owed a lot. How could he survive without salary and bonus? Yang Hui ignored Wallif's pleas for mercy and cut off the communication directly. After confirming that there were no UE reinforcements in Fading, he joined Graham to rescue the survivors. It's really too embarrassing, but now that I think about it, what that kid said is really good. Dong Boyki, with the help of his subordinates, struggled to get out of the ruined gala. That kid? Is it the kid named Flit? Lacto Mifa asked. No, it's the eldest son of Yang's enterprise. What? The eldest son of Yang's group is here. Well, he said. Dong Boyki repeated to Lacto Mifa exactly what Yang Hui had said to him before. Really? It seems that we are indeed unworthy of the honor and dignity of our ancestors, Dong Boyki. Well, I've heard of UE before, but I haven't come into contact with it. I arrogantly thought it was nothing special, but after actually facing it, I realized how terrible UE is. Our previous fight was just playing house. If it weren't for these little brats, the Fading protected by our ancestors would have been destroyed. That's right. Lacto Mifa took off his gloves, but immediately retracted them after extending them. Now is not the time. Hearing this, Dong Boyki didn't feel offended, and smiled heroically. Well, yes. The two looked at the Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam flying from the direction of the city. That will have to wait until we defeat UE together. The survivors were sent to the hospital for examination and treatment. The wreckage of the Miz would be cleaned up by Zeram and Yuba's men. Yang Hui and Geludic came to Zeram's mansion again. Dong Boyki seemed to have some important information to tell Yang Hui and Geludic. They were also accompanied by Lacto Mifa. So, what is the important information you are talking about? You know, kid, Zeram has been secretly trading with Yang's enterprise, but it has never involved Miz. Basically, they are some obsolete weapons. After all, we dare not use the Miz produced by Yang's enterprise, so our Miz are all obtained from a black market merchant named Yakdori. Dong Boyki said. Yakdori. Zeram's boss is right. The same is true for Ayuba. He not only sold us a large number of Miz, but also has many amazing design drawings. Yakdori, amazing design drawings, are they the technologies that should have been buried? Geludic murmured. Because his voice was too low, and Geludic had not spoken at the side, like a transparent person, everyone's attention was not on him, so they could not hear clearly what he said. No, nothing. Geludic did not say anything, but Yang Hui beside him knew it very well, the technology that should have been buried. Yang Hui has always known this information, which is also because of Yang Hui's special identity, but it is also remarkable that Geludic could think of this in advance, because the current Federation's statement about UE is aliens. And Geludic has such a guess. Does it mean that he knew from the beginning that UE is a human like him? Then kid, the previous transaction is also invalidated. Dong Boyki said to Yang Hui. Although he knew that something was wrong with eradicate, he did not ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. What? Do you want to raise the price again? This is not right, Uncle Dong. No, I want to cancel the previous deal and draft a new deal with you. Oh. Seeing Dong Boyki's smile with a hint of ruthlessness, Yang Hui became interested. Tell me. It doesn't matter whether it's a battleship or IMAs. You can take whatever Zeram has, but I want you to equip Zeram's guys with that new rifle. So you plan to join the group? Yang Hui grinned. This was his original goal. The previous transactions were all a cover. What for battleships and fully equipped IMAs? How could it be better to just pack them all in? And after the UE attack, Zeram joined the group, so how could Yuba be far behind? Of course, the hateful UE actually did a lot of evil in Farden. How could they let them go easily? Dong Boyki said fiercely. Although Zeram smells of mud, what he said is still accurate. However, I am very interested in the deal you talked about before. Can you tell me about it? Lacto Ilmifa asked. No problem. I was planning to find you tomorrow. Then, Yang Hui told Lacto Ilmifa about the deal he had made with Zeram. Damn it, you didn't come to Noble Yuba first. Do you look down on us? What did you say? Boy, if it weren't for the threat of UE, I would let you know what it means to be immature now. Just what I want. Let's duel. Ah. Yang Hui covered his face. Why did these two people start again? In Fleet's words, they were more like children than him. Humph. Let's talk about this duel later. We Noble Yuba will not be inferior to Zeram who smells of mud. We also want to participate in your battle plan against UE. And we demand equal treatment. Lacto Ilmifa asked after the two of them finished fighting. No problem, tell me the number of your misses, I will contact my family to produce them and send them directly to Minsley. With Zeram and Yuba joining the group, Yang Hui's goal has been achieved, so there is no need to stay in Zeram's mansion. However, Yang Hui was a little surprised that Lacto Ilmifa, who was at odds with Dong Boyki, did not leave immediately, but stayed. After Yang Hui and Geludic left, Dong Boyki and Lacto Ilmifa watched them go in front of the French window. What a cunning kid. Dong Boyki laughed at himself. The initial transaction was just to lure us into the trap. His target was us from the beginning. Lacto Ilmifa had the same expression. Although Zeram and Yuba were only organizations at the level of the underworld society in Fadden, how could the head of the family not be a smart person? It was just that their goals were the same, and they had no way to refuse. Although it's not as good as Zeram, ahem, Yuba isn't bad either. Why be so modest? Zeram's muddy demeanor isn't all bad. It's really fascinating. As soon as Yang Hui returned to the hangar of the Diva, he heard the narcissistic voice of Wolof. How is it? My G anger. Fleet was embarrassed when asked, because, well, no matter how I look at it, I think it's a bit similar to Gundam. Wolof slapped Fleet's back fiercely, with cold sweat on his forehead. Don't care about trivial matters. Isn't it just taking a photo of Gundam and going to find Uncle Madonna to do it? Huh? I was scared to death. Wolof was startled by Yang Hui who suddenly appeared behind him. Yang Hui, you're back? How did the discussion go? Fleet asked. Although Yang Hui didn't answer directly, his confident smile and thumbs up had already explained his answer. Really? That's good. Aren't you going to ask me what I'm doing? Yang Hui was a little surprised. The Fleet he knew was a person who would get to the bottom of things he cared about. Yes, I believe you. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then laughed happily, feeling that his younger brother had finally grown up. Really? Yang Hui took Fleet into his arms and rubbed his hair hard. No, don't treat me like a child. Fleet complained as he broke free from Yang Hui's evil hands. Haha, yes, the little savior of the Asuno family. Oh, wait, Yang Hui, do you know Uncle Madonna? Fleet interrupted the quarrel between the brothers and asked Yang Hui. Of course, who do you think is responsible for the current scale of Madonna Workshop and the fact that the Federation turned a blind eye to it? Yang Hui spread his hands and said. Why do I feel like you are in Versailles, but I have no evidence? The corners of Wolf's mouth twitched. Chapter 122, The Different Madonna Workshop, Additional Chapter 12. Yang Hui, do you know him? The maker of the G-Anger. Fleet asked. Of course I know him, Uncle Madonna's craftsmanship is this. Yang Hui gave a thumbs up. I tried to recruit him to Yang's enterprise several times, but was rejected. I haven't heard of this, uncle. Hey? Is there anyone who refuses to be recruited by Yang's enterprise? It seems that he is indeed an incredible Ms. Craftsman. Wolf, Fleet and others were amazed. The salary and benefits of Yang's enterprise are world-class. Countless people are trying their best to join, but those who can enter must be the elite among the elites. I have never heard of anyone refusing the invitation of Yang Group, and it is the invitation of the eldest master himself. Beep beep. At this time, Wolf's pad rang. It was Uncle Madona's call, so he picked up the call. Uncle Madona, Anger is very popular. What? Oh, I see, I'll be there right away. As he spoke, Wolf glanced at Yang Hui and saw him nod, so he said to the other end of the pad, I'll bring a few people over, don't be scared then. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Wolf looked at Yang Hui. What? Haven't you given up poaching yet? But I advise you to give up. Uncle Madona is a very stubborn person. You'll know only after you try. Excellent talents are worth my more attention. Yang Hui shrugged to show that he didn't care. How could Yang Hui, who had been rejected many times, not know that Madona was a stubborn person? But this was just an excuse. The reason why Yang Hui wanted to go with him and let Graham drive the Samurai Gundam to Madona Workshop together was that although the Jetta staying in Madona Workshop was not driven by Dixie, it could be destroyed directly. If the special machine was destroyed, wouldn't Dixie have no excellent machine to use in the subsequent battles? It would be easier to kill him then. Graham, you drive the Samurai Gundam with you. Okay. Hey, there's no need to be so grand, right? Of course it's necessary. As a Ms. Craftsman, he must have heard of the name of Gundam. Let him feel the power of Gundam in person, maybe he will agree directly. Yang Hui said. Tisk, whatever you want, I still think your chances of success are not high. After getting Giludic's permission, Wolf and Yang Hui drove the shuttle to Madona Workshop with Flit, Emily and Dick, and Graham drove the Samurai Gundam closely behind. Not far from Farden, in the space area, you can see a huge space dock. This was built with the sponsorship of Yang Hui, and of course it is about twice as big as in the original plot. The driving job is still given to Volov. The standard Russian landing almost scared Fleet, Emily and Dick to death. After landing, they were glad that they were still alive. Yang Hui didn't care. Although he was not good at this level of tricky operations, he could do a lot when driving the secret angel in the Gundam world, and it was more exciting than this. It is illegal to modify military MIS in facilities that are not approved by the Federation, right? Fleet finally asked the doubts in his mind when he got off the shuttle. Well, even so, there are many drivers like me queuing up to buy it, and this is also thanks to Yang Hui's help. Volov said. Eh? Really? Fleet and the other two looked at Yang Hui. The name of Yang's enterprise and the Yang family is still very useful. You just need to report it to the Federation. Yang Hui said lightly. Although Madona repeatedly rejected Yang Hui's recruitment, Madona's workshop has always been named as an independent MIS research institute of Yang's enterprise, which has prevented the Federation from causing trouble for them. Idiot. At this moment, the screen of the landing capsule lit up, and Madona, who suddenly appeared, cursed, Do you want to destroy my workshop? Don't say that, aren't you urging me? Yes. At this time, a purple-haired woman squeezed Madona aside and said to everyone, Don't mind, come in. Ah. Young Master Yang Hui is here too? What a rare guest. Long time no see, Mrs. Lalapari, you are still so young and beautiful. Yang Hui praised with a thumbs up. Allah, your mouth is still so sweet, come in quickly. Okay. Madona wanted to argue a few more words, but he was helpless. He was a late-stage henpecked patient and couldn't do anything with his wife. The group entered the workshop and passed through the production area, assembly area, modification area, and test area, which made Fleet and others exclaim. Madona Workshop is definitely the top workshop in the universe. Everything is built according to the top configuration. For example, the MIS production line was secretly funded by Yang Hui. Finally, they came to the hangar, where a large number of idle MIS were parked, including the Federation's Genoas and new models that had never been seen, and all of them were completely modified. Oh. There are so many MIS here. I wonder if I can find a MIS that suits me here. Dick said in surprise. He is a MIS fan and has always wanted to drive a MIS. It was just a coincidence that he himself might not have thought that he would become the MIS maintenance director of the songstress in the future. If you want a MIS, why don't you let Master Yang Hui design one for you? That's much easier than my little shop. Before the people arrived, the voice came first. With sour words, Madonna and his wife Lalapari came to greet them. Dear, why are you talking to Master Yang Hui like that? Isn't it because of him that our workshop is now big? Lalapari scolded. Tisk, he just wants to swallow up our family business, as if he is so selfless. Madonna muttered. Shut up. Lalapari was furious, and the whole person turned into tigress, which was terrifying. Aren't you just not convinced? Master Yang Hui made a more powerful Ms. than you. How old are you? Are you still angry like a child? Who said I'm not convinced? Isn't the G anger powerful? It's just that we haven't compared it. Maybe it's better than the Gundam. Madonna looked at Wolf. Wolf, you quickly drive the G anger and fight the Gundam. You must win for me. Oh. Wolf's mouth twitched, and he quickly found an excuse to shirk. Sorry, Uncle Madonna, we still have an important mission to perform, and we can't lose our combat power because of internal fighting. Fight with Yang Hui and Graham? Are you kidding? I have fought them so many times, but I have never won a single battle. Do I have to be suppressed by them to the point where I can't raise my head? Uncle Madonna, is the Gundam powerful? Why don't you see it with your own eyes? For this purpose, I specially asked Graham to drive the Samurai Gundam. Yang Hui said. Well, then let me take a good look. How powerful is the Gundam you designed? As the Samurai Gundam was moved into the warehouse, Madonna also fell into observing the Gundam. At first, he was still unconvinced, but after seeing the various data, he was completely obsessed with it. After learning that Fleet had also built a Gundam himself, he pulled Yang Hui and Fleet into a discussion. Although Graham, Wolf and Dick only understood half of what they heard, they still listened to the discussion of the three with interest, leaving Emily alone to accompany Lalapari to stand behind. Oh, why are men so stupid? Lalapari sighed, especially my man is a supersized misfool. However, the couple's complaints turned into showing off their love. There's nothing you can do about him, but that's just how it is for me. I'm fascinated by the way he works day and night for something. As he said that, he kissed Madonna passionately, regardless of the presence of others, which made the others very embarrassed, as there were children present. However, it was this behavior that interrupted everyone's discussion, and Volif mentioned the business. So why did you call us here? Oh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Actually, there is a Ms. that I need you to help me take a look at. Huh? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then followed Madonna to a sealed hangar. Look at this. The hangar didn't have lights on, but looking along the light of the flashlight, they still recognized the true face of this unknown Ms. This is it. No way. Graham, boarding alert. Is there really a problem? Madonna and Lalapari were not surprised by the attitudes of the others. It was obvious that they thought there was something wrong with this Ms. from the beginning. This is Yui's Ms. Why is this thing in the uncle's hangar? Everyone stepped back a few steps, and even Wolf was ready to draw his gun. This Ms. was entrusted by a certain customer to be shipped here. My job is to improve the performance of this thing, and the price is very high. I also paid half of the commission in advance. Madonna explained. A certain customer. Yakdori. How did you know? Madonna was surprised. It was impossible for his customer list to be leaked. Why did Yang Hui know? Let's talk about these things later. The focus now is this Ms. Be careful. While the few people were talking, the Jadis in the hangar suddenly moved, broke free from the restraint frame, and strode out. Fortunately, Yang Hui was quick to throw Fleet, Emily and Dick out, otherwise they would have been crushed into meat patties by the collapsed restraint frame. Go this way. Madonna didn't understand why Jadis suddenly started, but now was not the time to think about this problem. He had to evacuate the people in the workshop quickly. Mr. Madonna, is there any Ms. available? Fleet asked anxiously. Use the Chitoru in the hangar. No need. Yang Hui stopped the impulsive Fleet and Wolf, and connected the communication of the Samurai Gundam. Graham, push this Ms. out of the workshop. Understood. Just when Jadis was about to wreak havoc, the Samurai Gundam rushed out, hugged Jadis around the waist and flew forward. Uncle Madonna, open the passage. Understood. Open the GA gate. Watching Samurai Gundam and Jadis leave the workshop, the group hurried to the control room. On the one hand, they had to determine the damage to the workshop, and on the other hand, they were also concerned about the battle situation outside. Valentine's Day is here. But as a single person, I can only lock myself at home to update for you. Alice, It's so hard for me. Puff, the joke is over. Although it is true that I am typing at home, it is enough for me to have the company of all the readers. Okay, the joke is over. I wish all the readers a happy Valentine's Day. Readers who have a significant other are happy with their significant other, sweet and happy, and every day is like first love. Readers who don't have a significant other, what novels are you still reading? Hurry up and go out and chat with me. Auspicious day, beautiful scenery, right place and right time. If you still can't find the right person, then I won't update for you. Humph. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Capturing Jedis, Additional Chapter 22. In the universe, Jedis was transformed and strengthened by Madonna. With a high mobility, Graham was put into passive position at the beginning, but soon Graham mastered the opponent's movement rules and fell into a stalemate. Damn, if the Gundam is here, I'll let Fangs launch the Gundam over. Flit was about to take out the pad to contact Fangs, but was stopped by Yang Hui. No, Graham can deal with it. But the Gundam Brave is a power-type Gundam, more suitable for ground combat, and can't keep up with the enemy's speed. How could this be? Flit was very disappointed. He originally thought that the Gundam had evolved and could show the power of the Gundam Age 1 again, but Yang Hui disliked it before he used it. Flit, you may need to determine your driving style. Yang Hui said. Driving style. Not only Flit, but even Wolf and Madonna were stunned. That's right. I divide Ms into 4 types: combat assault, fire support, and sniper support. You should be able to see that Graham prefers close combat and is very good at it. Even if I only focus on close combat, I will not be his opponent. On the contrary, I can easily defeat him with my best medium and long-range shooting. Of course, this is not an absolute classification. Some people are good at multiple styles, but no matter what, you must find a clear and visible path to move forward better. And you, Fleet, maybe because you have just started driving Ms not long ago, and Gundam has been evolving, so your driving style has been changing all the time, and you have not formed a complete system. Driving a standard Gundam, you are used to medium and short-range shooting battles, but the Brave General is completely different from the standard type. It is a standard power-type combat Ms. When you first drive it, will you feel uncomfortable? If you put it that way. Fleet fell into thought. He also drove the Brave General once. The change in the weight of the machine body and the feeling of blockage brought by the new armament are exactly the same as what Yang Hui said. Then what should I do? You need to find it yourself, but now is not the time to talk about this. Now. Everyone followed Yang Hui's line of sight and saw that the Samurai Gundam had escaped from the passive situation and even took the initiative. Great, so powerful. Madonna also witnessed the power of the Samurai Gundam with his own eyes at this time. The high-vibration knife that easily cut off the physical sword of Jedis, the beam gun with a very high firing rate, the maneuverability that was more flexible than the G-Anger, and the beam boomerang with strange attacks, all of them shattered his previous confidence. Mr. Graham is really amazing. Dick cheered. Although Jedis relied on the high maneuverability of the jet flight form to constantly harass the Samurai Gundam, the fact that a piece of wings had been cut off and the physical sword had been cut off showed that Jedis was actually suppressed by the Samurai Gundam. The high-performance body is matched with a highly skilled pilot. It's a perfect match. Wallif said. Yes, that's true. As a top Ms craftsman, Madonna naturally understood one thing: he couldn't blindly pursue the performance of the Ms, but had to design, manufacture, and modify it according to the driver's situation. What Yang Hui said about the classification of Ms today opened a new door for him. Yang Hui was very calm. Graham was a Class B pilot. With a Samurai Gundam blade that could exert 80% of his ability, it would be too easy to kill a remote-controlled Jedis. Graham. Seeing this, Yang Hui thought there was no need to continue playing, so he connected the communication of the Samurai Gundam, tried to separate the head cockpit and the engine before it explodes to ensure the integrity of the body. You're really making things difficult for me. Graham scolded. This requirement was too high for him. If he could directly defeat Jedis, of course there would be no problem. He would not lose to the remote-controlled robot. However, the self-destruction time of UE was only about 1 second. He was asked to use a body that could only exert 80% of its strength to separate the head and engine of a high-mobility specialized MIS in the universe within 1 second. Excuse me, I can't do it. If it doesn't work, bring back a complete arm or leg. The more you can save, the better. Okay, I'll try my best. Graham sighed. Who told him to run into such a black-hearted commander like Yang Hui? At this time, Jedis quickly flew towards the Samurai Gundam, and the beam Vulcan cannon folded in front remained in the firing state, trying to make the Samurai Gundam panic. But facing this degree of firepower tilt, the Samurai Gundam was like doing a twisting exercise on the spot. Every time, it could accurately find the gap in the firepower network, and then twist its body to easily pass through. As the distance between Jedis and the Samurai Gundam got closer and closer, Jedis was like a good baby who was about to throw himself into his mother's arms, without any change in the path. Just before the collision, the Samurai Gundam moved aside. At that moment, the high-vibration swords in his hands were like two red phantoms. One sword cut off the head of Jedis, and the other sword cut off the remaining wings. So fast. Everyone in the command room, except Yang Hui, was amazed at the speed of the two swords. The whole process from the sword to the cut was completed in almost a blink of an eye. Yang Hui was not too surprised when he saw this scene. Although he could not do it so fast, Graham's lightning attack on a MIS with fully mastered movements was Graham's true strength, but the price was not small. What? It's still useful to force it. I'll let you go for the fault of damaging the machine this time, Yang Hui said to himself. Graham looked at the completely red hands of the Samurai Gundam, and sweated profusely. It's over, I've overdone it again, but this time it was Yang Hui's request, so he shouldn't blame me, right? The arms of the Samurai Gundam were completely immobile at this time, and the surface was arcing. Not only was the armor cracked, but even the internal skeleton was still twisted. If there was another big collision, it might disintegrate directly. However, the harvest was still very good. The Jedis did not explode and was preserved intact. This was the most important thing for Yang Hui. The deformable skeleton has extremely high requirements for materials. The materials that the Federation can currently develop cannot complete the deformable MIS. This makes Yang Hui, who knows the relevant technology, also have difficulties in cooking without rice. There are also UE's beam weapon technology, armor technology, etc., which are all good research projects. And this is a great achievement. The Vang's rifle is about to be mass-produced. It will be normal to destroy UE's MIS in the Federation, but it is still difficult to capture one intact. With this credit, Yang Hui can at least help Galudic reduce his sentence by 5 years. Uncle Madonna, please lend me your MIS, Fleet, Wolf, and bring it back. Don't leave any fragments behind. Okay, no problem. That's natural. I can't participate in the battle, but I can still help out. Yang Hui, well, I have a small request. Madonna hesitated. Want to study this MIS with me? Yang Hui raised his lips, thinking of a good idea. But, if possible, I think I can still provide some help. Sure. Great. Don't worry, how about joining Yang Enterprise and doing whatever research you want? Madonna, Greek letter sigma, Cyrillic letter dec. No. I built this workshop with my own hands. You can't take it away. What about the research data on Gundam? Madonna, Cyrillic letter dec. Still no. I believe I can make an MIS that surpasses Gundam. Really? Then, what about jointly developing Gundam? And Yang Enterprise's internal research data will be available for you to read. Madonna, Greek letter omega, deal. Bullshit. Bang. Ouch. The ruthless iron fist fell, and Madonna squatted on the ground holding a smoking head. Lalapali clenched his fists and glared at her disappointing husband. She had been managing the Madonna workshop. Madonna only knew how to build MIS and conduct various experiments. The real boss has always been Lalapali, and she couldn't bear to let her child become someone else's. Madam is so scary. Walif, Fleet, and Dick looked at the furious Lalapali and retreated to the corner and trembled. Emily looked at her with admiration, and admired her courage now. Everything can be discussed. Yang Hui was also startled, but he said with a smile, resisting her tiger-like momentum. Master Yang Hui, you also know how much effort I have put into this workshop. As an investor, I naturally know. No, you don't know, I have a husband who loves to blast things when he has nothing to do. He destroys everywhere from time to time, which is irritating. I also need to dig out a lot of repair fees and hush money from the funds. Faced with Lalapri's chattering, Madonna knelt on the ground and had no desire to live. Yang Hui also sweated coldly, and the corners of his mouth and eyes were twitching wildly. What she is talking about now, is it related to the previous topic? In short, we can't just hand over Madonna's workshop to you like this, Lalapri said. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and then his smile returned to his face. It was not I can't give it to you, but I can't give it to you like this, which means, there is room for negotiation. Then madam, you can tell me your conditions. As long as they are not too excessive, I can agree to them. Is that so? First of all, I will still be in charge of this workshop. Of course, I believe no one can manage it better than you, madam. Hearing this, Lalapri smiled knowingly. This was her main purpose. It didn't matter if she joined Yang's enterprise, but she must not let others take away the control of this workshop. Even if it had been funded by Yang Hui and had opened up the relationship with the Federation, it was their hard work after all. Let's talk about the rest later. There are other things to deal with now, right? Of course. Yang Hui nodded with a smile. He knew that this matter was done, and he also knew where Lalapri's bottom line was, but it didn't matter. Originally, the only thing he valued in the entire Madonna workshop was Madonna's technology. The extra chapter is over, and the fourth chapter is completed. Although it is not much, it is also my little thought. Once again, I wish all readers and their significant others a happy Valentine's Day. Chapter 124, Geludic's Confession, Hearts Come Together Again. Damn it. It's not fun at all. Dixel, who had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle, smashed the remote control in his hand to pieces. In the previous battle, Jedis showed fatigue in the face of the Dawn Gundam, and Jedis couldn't keep up with Dixel's speed, so Yakdori entrusted Jedis to the famous Madonna workshop for improvement. In the attack on Farden, the scene where Bardock was easily defeated by the improved Samurai Gundam and the Dawn Gundam also made him more convinced that his decision was correct. Yakdori's investigation behavior was also within Yakdori's expectations, but he didn't expect that Madonna could actually get in touch with the Federation, that is, Wallif on the Diva, and he didn't expect Yang Hui and Graham to go with him, and even brought the Samurai Gundam with him. This was something that Dixel didn't know. He just wanted to tease Yang Hui and the others, have some fun and get revenge for being bullied before. As a result, Samurai Gundam defeated the improved Jedis cleanly and neatly, and even cut off the cockpit and engine at the same time within 1 second, causing Jedis to be unable to self-destruct and fall into Yang Hui's hands. You acted on your own again, Dixel. Yakdori scolded. Although Dixel was a child that his master paid much attention to and loved very much, and was indeed a genius, he always liked children to play around, which disrupted many of his plans. For example, if Jedis directly self-destructed, it would not only conceal Jedis's information, but also destroy Madonna's workshop, and even directly kill Yang Hui and others, eliminating several powerful enemies. As a result, Dixel's special machine is gone, and it has even been captured, leaking a lot of information. I don't know either. Knowing that Yakdori was really angry, Dixel also acted cute and coquettishly to ask for forgiveness. Fortunately, Jedis still has a backup machine. Go and prepare it. Don't let the information leak out. Yakdori had no choice. Now was not the time for them to be exposed, so he could only use a large force to destroy the evidence and, if possible, destroy Fatin as well. Yes, I know. Dixel jumped off the sofa and prepared for the attack with a nonchalant look on his face. He didn't care about the plan. He just wanted to have fun. Dixier. What's wrong? You stay near Fabozer during the battle. Huh? How can you do that? I don't agree. You are not allowed to attack if you don't obey. Yakdori held Dixier's shoulder and said earnestly, the backup machine cannot compete with the Federation's Numas. You should know this. For the ambition of Lord Iselkant, we can't lose you. Tisk. Dixier looked unhappy, but Yakdori brought up Iselkant, and he really had no choice. I know. You must obey, Dixier. If you sneak to the front line, I will send you back to the mainland. I will obey. Dixier was most afraid of being sent back to the mainland, which meant that he couldn't play happily, and there were always many boring adults following him in the mainland, which was not fun at all. Well, go. After seeing Dixier leave, Yakdori immediately contacted his own people and prepared to attack with the entire army. On the other side, after discussing matters related to the Madonna workshop with Lalapri, Yang Hui and others also returned to the Diva with the captured Jedis. This is incredible, they were able to capture the Yui's Ms. Fangs exclaimed. Well, it's also good luck. This Ms is remotely controlled and the movements are too stiff, otherwise it would be difficult to preserve it. Graham said. Put this Ms aside for now and find a chance to send it to my research institute. Huh? Don't analyze and study it immediately? This is a good opportunity to get intelligence. Fangs asked in confusion. We don't have that much free time, and the equipment here is not enough, so just send it back. As he said that, Yang Hui looked at Fleet. Fleet, think about what I said before, determine your driving style as soon as possible, and then work with Fangs to improve the Gundam Age 1. Yes, I know. Let's go, Graham, let's go find Captain Gerludik. Understood. When they arrived at the bridge, Yang Hui and Graham received enthusiastic applause. Pa. Well done. Graham. Damn Yui, we've finally waited for this day. This really helps us out. This is the first time we've captured a Yui Ms. This is a great achievement. Now we can get more information about Yui. Not only that, if we can reverse study the Yui technology, the Federation's military strength will also increase greatly, and the time for a counterattack is just around the corner. Everyone had a smile on their face, even Gerludik, who had been frowning, was very happy. This achievement had exceeded his original plan. It's just a piece of cake. If I can't even catch a remote-controlled puppet, then where can I put my face? Graham said to the vernal track, asking for a beating. Damn, this guy. He deserves a beating. But I can't beat him. Even Mortal Kombat doesn't work. Quiet. Although it was a day worth celebrating, there were more important things to do now. Gerludik shouted, and the bridge fell silent. Any important information? This Ms was sent by that Yakdori. Now it can be confirmed that Yakdori is a direct associate of Yui. As long as he is found, the true identity of Yui can be confirmed. It's just that Ms. The equipment in the ship is too simple, and there is nothing useful. I will copy the data and send it away. At this point, Gerludik also planned to confess. From now on, the plan will enter the final stage. The reason for hiding it from everyone before was that there was not much danger, but every step of the next action is walking on the edge of a cliff. He can't hide it anymore. Everyone, listen to me, we will set off from Farden in 3 days, and the destination is, the colony satellite Tortia. The intelligence control took it naturally, but this is not Gerludik's destination. No, the destination has been changed. The destination is, the colony satellite Minsley. Huh? What do you mean? Captain, please explain. Except for Yang Hui and Graham, everyone was confused and asked Gerludik to explain. We humans have been tolerant of the Yui's brutal destruction until now, but we can't let the atrocities continue. I analyzed the data so far and finally concluded that the Yui is lurking in the abandoned space fortress Enbit. We can't miss this opportunity. Gerludik said. Captain, what do you want to do? The atmosphere became solemn, and everyone swallowed unconsciously. This ship will join forces with Zerim and Ubis fleets to form a joint fleet to attack the Yui stronghold. Huh? No matter how you look at it, it's too reckless. Moreover, the General Headquarters will never approve of private military organizations outside the Federation. The Federal Army is irrelevant. Huh? I'm not the captain of this ship. Huh? The truths that were revealed one after another made it difficult for everyone to accept. All the way from Nora to Farding, everyone trusted Gerludik very much and had been acting according to his instructions. Now they were told that all this was fake, which made it difficult for them to accept. At this moment, Emily, the only one who knew the truth, mustered up the courage to stand up and defended Gerludik. Actually, there is a reason for all this. Reason? What kind of reason? Calm down, Adams. Mirai stopped the emotional Adams and looked at Emily. If you know, please tell us, Emily. Then, Emily told everyone everything she had overheard before secretly boarding the Diva, including the original captain of the Diva, Diane von Roth, who was about to abandon Nora and escape alone, and Gerludik subdued them and took over the Diva. So, if it was the original captain, Nora's people would have. Everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. If Gerludik did not take the Diva, not only would the people of Nora not be able to evacuate safely, but they would also die in Nora. But what you did was a serious violation of discipline, and it is unforgivable as a soldier. Adams said. I have long been hunted down by the Federation Army as a defector. Gerludik's tone was very calm, as if that person was not him. He had long been prepared. Not to mention being hunted down as a defector, he was also prepared to face death. But suddenly, Geludic's expression became firm. But all this is to defeat the Yui. So Mr. Yang Hui, Mr. Graham, you knew the truth before, right? Honey asked Yang Hui and Graham, because she noticed that the two were too calm from beginning to end. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. This is our deal with Captain Geludic. We will join Captain Geludic's plan as a combat force, and at the same time strive for the maximum reduction of sentence and preferential treatment for Captain Geludic afterwards. But what benefits do you get from doing this? Honey didn't understand. As the heir of the Federation's leading group, what benefits could they get from participating in such a dangerous battle? Of course there are, and they are very big. For example, the miss captured by Graham, the technology on it is really coveted by me, and, please imagine, Lieutenant Colonel Myra Ills, if Graham and I participated in the battle to defeat the UE and revealed the true face of the UE, what would happen to Yang Enterprise? Yang Hui spread his hands and said, you two will become heroes in the hearts of the people, and then, Yang Enterprise. Myra Ills covered her mouth. Not only him, but everyone present thought of what the result would be. The heir is a national hero, and the company will become a heroic company and go to the next level, and even, become a behemoth that even the Federation cannot control. That's right. Everyone. Geludic pulled everyone's thoughts back and continued, I won't force you. If you act with me, you will also be considered a defector by the Federal Army, right? If anyone wants to get off the ship, it's okay to get off now. I will announce to the public that you were all coerced by me. All the blame will be borne by me alone. Even if I am alone, I will defeat the UE. Listening to Geludic's sonorous declaration, everyone was silent. From their own feelings, Geludic said that everything he said was correct. In recent years, the UE has been suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation, especially the people in the space colony satellites. They are afraid that they don't know when they will be attacked by the UE. All mankind needs a victory to boost morale. But as soldiers, such a serious violation of military discipline is difficult for them to accept. No matter what the reason is, it is not an excuse. Don't be a hero. We have the deal. Yang Hui said first. If he just followed the song girl with the idea of completing the mission of the Promise Fortress and creating a deviation at the beginning, he would have more reasons now. For example, everyone on the ship is considered a friend and is on his list of people to win over. He will help if he can. And Dixel. He was on Yang Hui's must-kill list. He didn't know if Yulin could escape this disaster, so he had to participate in the final battle, save Yulin and kill Dixel. I'll go too. I want to defeat UE too. Otherwise, how can I be the savior? Doesn't Gundam have any meaning to exist? Count me in. There's no other fool in the Federation who dares to cause trouble for UE. I'll go too. Without a communicator, the diva can't move an inch. And me. I'll go too. In the end, everyone was willing to go together, either because they were reluctant to leave everyone on the ship, or because they wanted to get merit with a fluke mentality. No matter what the purpose was, no one wanted to get off the ship. Everyone. Geludic was very moved. This mission was extremely dangerous, but everyone was willing to support him to complete the plan. This reduced the fire of hatred in his heart a little, and he began to truly regard everyone as his companions. But reality didn't give them too much time to be moved. Beep beep beep, the enemy detection system has responded. Many UE-like mobile bodies have been captured. Millis reported. The murderer is here, time to attack. I hope my machine is repaired. Let's go, fleet, get ready for a fight. Of course. Everyone. First level combat readiness. Understood. XN. Chapter 125, Dawn and the Samurai's Assault. After detecting the attack of the UE's large force, Geludic naturally would not be stupid enough to let the diva fight alone. He immediately contacted Zeram and Iuba and asked them to send out Ms. troops to join the battle sequence. Although Zeram and Iuba's Ms and weapons are not very useful to the UE, it can attract the attention of the UE. The main combat force is the diva, 3 Gundams and G-Anger. Although Yang Hui has equipped the latest Fangs rifle for Lagan's Genoas, the foundation of Genoas is there, and it cannot play a decisive role. Fangs, how is the situation? Yang Hui came to the hangar and asked. The preparation of the Samurai Gundam has been completed and can attack. The Fangs rifles of the G-Anger and Genoas are also completed. It's just that the Gundam Age 1. How much progress is left? Yang Hui asked. and at the same time began to check the analysis progress of the age system. It is expected to be completed in 5 minutes. After taking a general look at the new weapons built by the age system for the Gundam Age 1, Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. It was the speed-enhanced swallow type. Fleet had indeed chosen the high-mobility combat style. There is no time. The Gundam Age 1 will attack in standard form. Fleet will come back to change the new equipment after it is manufactured. Understood. Yang Hui quickly changed into the driving suit and boarded the Dawn Gundam and began to test the system. CPG setting is completed, ion concentration is positive, meta-mobility identification device is completed, power reactor is critical, energy output is normal, all systems are normal. While checking the OS of the Dawn Gundam, Yang Hui had already arrived at the ejection deck. The Dawn Gundam can attack. Understood. Electromagnetic charging is completed, ejection device is ready. Dawn Gundam, please attack. Understood. Dawn Gundam, attack. Spraying a fierce tail flame, under the state of electromagnetic acceleration, the Dawn Gundam left the Diva and came directly to the front line. Samurai Gundam, Gundam Age 1 Standard and G Anger followed closely behind, forming the first line of defense in the middle. Zeram and Iubasma's troops deployed on both wings in front of the Diva. Lagan, protect the Diva. Even with the Fang's rifle, Genoa's performance is not enough to assault the enemy formation. Wolf and Flint will work in pairs, wandering around and hunting. Understood, if there is a better machine. Although Lagan was unwilling, he was also an elite pilot of the Federation. Unfortunately, Genoa's could not keep up with the speed of Gundam and G Anger, so he could only stay in the rear formation. Don't complain. After the battle, let young Master Yang make one for you. Wolf teased. This one. Lagan was very tempted, but embarrassed. Yang Hui's current works are only the Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam. He also participated in the design of the Fang's rifle and the modification of the Gundam Age 1, but in the final analysis, his relationship with Yang Hui has not reached that level. How much face does it take to give a Gundam level Ms? Lagan knew that his reputation was not worth that. Wait until the final operation is completed. Now there is no time, no equipment, and no materials. Yang Hui said. Really? Can I do it? Lagan was surprised and happy. Of course, we are companions. Yang Hui smiled. Lagan's driving skills are really good. Although he is not as good as Wolf, he is definitely the elite among the elites in the Federation Army. Otherwise, he would not have been selected as the test pilot of the Gundam Age 1. He was just dragged down by the machine. Yang Hui, thank you. Yes. What about me? Graham interrupted and asked. Everyone else had a mission, but he didn't. You. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Are you interested in taking down the other side's mothership with me? It's really crazy. Graham cursed, then showed an excited smile, but I like it. Wait, this is too much, right? Even the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam can't. Don't worry, we know our limits. If we can't win, we will give up. Well, okay, you guys stay safe. At this time, Dong Boyki and Lactor Ilmifa connected with Yang Hui's communication. What a gorgeous machine, tell me, Yang Hui, how should we fight? Iuba will accept your command for the time being. Uncle Dong, Mr. Lactor, your Mrs. should focus on long-range containment to create opportunities for Wolf and Flit. Don't get too excited and engage in melee, and don't fight among yourselves. Yang Hui warned. Is that so? Tisk, I'm really upset. Send the new rifles over after the battle. I agree. The noble Yuba can't just take a beating without fighting back. Although Dong Boyki and Lactor Ilmifa were upset, they remembered the previous lesson vividly. They would not let their own people die. Anyway, there would be a chance to show their skills later. Let's start. As soon as the voice fell, the missile passed over the head of the Miz and exploded not far ahead, and tiny anti-beam particles were scattered. At the same time, the artillery of Fabozer also arrived, but the powerful beam cannon bombarded the anti-beam spreading area directly, and even the paint of the front-line Miz troops could not be wiped off. Although the long-range artillery did not work, the UE troops were close, and both sides were within the effective attack range. Wolf, Flit, Lagan, be careful. We are leaving, don't die. After hanging up the communication, the fire behind the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam burst into flames, and they accelerated instantly and rushed towards the UE's mothership Fabozer. That's a lot. There must be 60 of them, right? Graham exclaimed. A battleship can carry such a large MIS force, which shows how large its carrying capacity is. How many are these? How many troops did you send to encircle and suppress us? Have you forgotten? Yang Hui rolled his eyes and cursed. How can it be the same? If it weren't for the overwhelming performance of the Gundam, 1/10 of the troops could have killed you. Stop talking nonsense. I'll help you open the way and we'll go straight to the mothership. Understood. I'll leave my back to you. Don't worry. In the cockpit, Yang Hui's eyes were full of light and he directly entered the transformer mode. His rational eyes swept back and forth between the red dots on the screen, marking all the targets that must be eliminated on the path. At the same time, the electromagnetic cannon on his hip and the beam cannon on his shoulders were deployed, firing at the same time as the double guns in his hands. Boom boom boom. The Samurai Gundam moved forward without slowing down. As long as an enemy aircraft blocked its path, it would be destroyed by a beam or an electromagnetic shell. Graham had absolute trust in Yang Hui. His mission was to reach the enemy mothership in the shortest time possible. As for the safety behind him, he left it to Yang Hui with confidence. Yellow and pink beams intertwined. When the mothership was attacked, the UE's offensive momentum dropped sharply, and half of the front-line troops were sent back to support. But as soon as they turned around, they would be pierced through the waist and abdomen by the beams of Gundam Age 1, G-Anger or Genoas, or be held back by the MIS troops of Nezarim and Ayuba. The few MIS that could get rid of the entanglement could not keep up with the speed of the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, and could only watch them getting closer and closer to the mothership. I won't let you go. SHH, you're still as powerful as ever. You're worthy of being my rival. Is this the time to talk about this, Mr. Wallov? And aren't you a complete loser? Don't worry about such trivial matters. Due to the distraction of the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, the battle between the MISs was not too tense or dangerous. The UE's MISs were anxious to come back for help, giving them too many opportunities. If it weren't for Yang Hui's initial instructions, the high-spirited Zerim and Ayuba would have wanted to draw their swords, axes, and rush up to chop the UEs a few times. Wallov and Flint didn't feel nervous either, and even chatted and joked during the battle. On the Diva, Myrith also reported the results of the battle to Galudik. The MIS troops' front line is stable, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam are approaching the enemy ship. The MIS troops are advancing steadily, the Diva is advancing at a speed of 5, all gun ports are open, and once the enemy aircraft enters the main gun range, open fire immediately. Understood. Not only the MIS troops in the front, but also the people on the Diva were in high spirits and excited. Their effective combat power was actually only the Diva, 3 Gundams and 2 MIS. Although Zerim and Ayuba had many MIS, they were not considered combat power and could only play a diversionary role. But such a force was able to suppress the large UE force, which made them vent their anger. However, they also knew that this battle situation was caused by Yang Hui and Graham. If they had not diverted most of the UE's attention, the battle situation would probably be reversed. Captain, Fangus is communicating. The new equipment of Gundam Age 1 is ready. Request Gundam Age 1 to return for replacement. Permission. Flit, the new equipment is ready. Come back and replace it quickly. But the battlefield. Flit knew very well that the reason why the front line could be maintained was that Gundam Age 1 and G-Anger kept hunting and destroying enemy planes close to friendly aircraft. It seemed easy, but the pressure was still very high. After all, only Gundam and G-Anger were capable of destroying UE. If he returned now, it would inevitably bring huge pressure to the front line. Flit, you go, leave this to me. At this time, Lagan's Genoas came to the side of Gundam Age 1, and the Fangus rifle in his hand kept firing, destroying an enemy plane that was about to attack the front line. Lagan. Diva. The advantage is on our side now. Captain Grudik asked me to support you directly. It seemed like a good idea, but Flint knew that Genoas could not replace Gundam Age 1 at all. Too poor mobility and a big enough threat would most likely make Genoas the target of concentrated fire. I can't leave. But Fangs, launch the new equipment directly and change equipment in space. What? This is too dangerous. Fangs immediately objected. The performance of the Gundam is very high, but it is a sitting duck during the change of equipment, and if there is interference, it will be useless before the enemy can destroy it. There is no time to return, launch immediately. Hey. I don't care what happens. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.